mix it all together view. Anything that suggested greatness in the past could be something that could be fused together. So Xi Jinping says that, Mao is one of his heroes, or one of the people he looks to as a model, but so is Confucius. And there's really, they had so little in common, but they both, in his mind and minds of others, suggest a kind of power and greatness in the Chinese past.
Yeah, so this Platonic notion of greatness, and that you could say connects, that's a thread that connects for Xi Jinping, the great history, multi-thousand-year history of China.
Yeah, and it involved moving out all kinds of internal contradictions. You had, the first emperor of China, jumping forward, is anti-scholars. He burns books, and he doesn't venerate these kind of rituals and things. Having to choose between Confucius and the first emperor, he said, well, maybe the first emperor had the right idea. Scholars can be a pain. So he said, like, you have to choose between Confucianism and that. But Xi Jinping, I think, continually is kind of not choosing. And he wants to say, well, look at the Great Wall. Look at this wonderful. In fact, that was a symbol of kind of strength and domination related to the first emperor, who, by the way, didn't build anything like the Great Wall you see today. He built walls, and they were fine. They were good. But the Great Wall itself didn't come into being until many centuries later. But still, this idea of anything that suggests a kind of greatness is something that, as in many ways, a nationalist above all else, Xi Jinping is a supporter of the single party rule. That's something he clearly believes in. And he's a nationalist. He wants to see China be great, acknowledged as great on the world stage.
Boy, so many contradictions always. With Stalin, he was a communist, but also a nationalist, right? That contradiction is also permeates through Mao and all the way to Xi Jinping. But if you can linger on Confucius for a little bit, you write that one of the most famous statements of Confucianism is the belief that, quote, people are pretty much alike at birth, but become differentiated via learning. So this sets the tradition that China places a high value on education and on meritocracy. Can you speak to this Confucius's idea of education, and how much does it permeate to the China of today?
Sure. So there's an optimism to this. There's an optimism in the sense of a ability that people can be good. And when exposed to exemplary figures from the past, they'll want to be like those exemplary figures. So it's a form of education through kind of emulation of models and study of past figures and past texts that were exemplary. And it did have this idea, relatively positive view of human nature and the sort of changeability of humans through education. And I think that shows through in all kinds of things, even the fact that while there were lots of killings by the Chinese Communist Party and other groups, there was often an idea that that people could be remolded potentially. And China was one of the few places where they didn't kill the last emperor. The last emperor, the idea was that he could anybody could be kind of turned into a citizen of this, or a subject of this, a good member of this polity through the kind of education. And often it was a very kind of forceful form of education. But I think that's a carryover from the Confucian times. And over time, this Confucian idea led to the creation of one of the early great civil service exams, an idea that bureaucracy should be run not by people who were born into the right families, but ones who had shown their ability to master these really intensive kind of exams. And the exams were things that could make or break your career, a bit like at some points in the American past, passing a bar exam, a really intensive thing, could set you on the road to a good career. In China, you had the civil service exam tradition. So I think this kind of emphasis on education and on valuing of scholarly pursuits, but then Chinese leaders throughout history, including up to Mao and Xi Jinping, have also found scholars to be tremendously difficult to control. So there's an ambivalence to it, or contradiction again there.
Couldn't be happier.
But to which degree this idea of meritocracy that's inherent to the notion that we'll all start at the same line?
Just the best. I cannot.
There's a meritocratic view of human nature there, or if you work hard and you learn things, you will succeed. And so the reverse, if you haven't succeeded, that means you didn't work hard and therefore do not deserve the spoils of the success. Does that carry over to the China of today?
There's such a challenge in all these forms of meritocracy because you had the civil service exams, but the question was if you had a really good tutor, if you could afford a really good tutor, you had a better chance of passing the exams. One thing that happened there was families would pool together resources to try to help the brightest in their group to be able to become part of the officialdom. And this kind of pooling together resources to help as a family was an important part of that structure. But there also was a kind of, there was always a tension of that. So what if you don't succeed? Some of the leaders of rebellions against emperors were failed examination candidates. And,
Yeah.
You had this issue, and then it became something. Well, the system was out of whack, and it needed a new leader, and also there was something built in that was not so much Confucius himself, but one of his main interpreters, early interpreters, Mencius, had this idea, which can be seen as a crude justification for rebellion or for a kind of democracy, to say that even though the emperor rules at the will of heaven, if he doesn't act like a true emperor, if he's not morally upstanding, then heaven will remove its mandate to him, and then there's no obligation to show deference for a ruler who's not behaving like a true ruler. And there it sort of justifies rebellion. And the idea is that if rebellion isn't justified, then heaven will stop the ruler from being killed. But if heaven has removed his support, then the rebellion will succeed, and then a new ruler will be justified in taking power. So it's an interesting sense that the universe in this Confucian view has a kind of moral dimension to it, but it also it's when things actually happen that you see where the side of morality is.
Okay, so it's meritocracy with an asterisk. It does seem to be the case, maybe you can speak to that in the Chinese education system, there seems to be a high value for excellence. Hopefully I'm not generalizing too much, but from things I've seen, there are certain cultures, certain peoples that, it's just part of the value system of the culture that you need to be a really good student. Is that the case with the China of today?
There's been a lot of emphasis on education and sort of working really hard and excelling at some subjects, and having there isn't the civil service exam, but there is the Gaokao, an exam that really can determine where you get, what kind of institution you get into. And I think, getting back to this idea of meritocracy, which is strong in a lot of tradition, it also a kind of what it opens you up to is when there is a sense of unfairness in who's getting ahead and how the spoils are being divided. This leads to a kind of outrage. And some of the biggest protests in China have been about this sense of nepotism, which really seems to subvert this whole idea of kind of meritocracy. And the 1989 protest at Tiananmen, even though kind of in the Western press in particular, was discussed as a movement for democracy, but a lot of the first posters that went up that got students really angry were criticisms of corruption within the Communist Party and nepotism, in the sense that people, despite all the talk, despite the fact that most people seem to be having to study really hard to pass these exams to get good positions in universities, that some of them were being handed out via the kind of back door. And that led to a kind of outrage. That's true in many places, but I think it gives a special anger against nepotism because of that, the way in which so much emphasis is put on kind of the standard exam way of getting ahead.
I hope it's okay if we jump around through history a bit and find the threads that connect everything. Since you mentioned Tiananmen Square, you have studied a lot of student protests throughout history in general. What happened in Tiananmen Square?
So in 1989, this massive movement took place. The story of it's largely suppressed within China and largely misunderstood in other places, in part because it happened around the same time that communism was unraveling and ending in the former Soviet bloc. So I think it's often conflated with what was going on there. And so I think one of the key things to know about the protests in 1989 was that they were an effort to get the Communist Party in China to do a better job of living up to its own stated ideals and to try to support the trend within the party toward a kind of liberalizing and opening up form that had taken shape after Mao's death. And in a sense, the student generation of 89, and I was there in 86 when there were some sort of warm-up protests, there was a kind of frustration with what they felt was a half-assed version of what they were talking about. That the government was saying, the party was saying, we believe in reforming and opening up. We need to liberalize. We need to give people more control of their fate. And the students felt that this was being done more effectively in the economic realm than in the political realm, and that there were a lot of sort of partial gestures that suggested the party needed to be pressed to really move in that direction. And it'll seem like a very trivial thing, but I found it fascinating in 86 when I was there in Shanghai in late 86, and students protested. And this was the first time that students had been really on the streets in significant numbers since the Cultural Revolution, or at least since 76. And the students were inspired by calls for democracy and discussions of democracy by this this physicist Fang Lizhi, who was a kind of a Chinese Sakharov. He was a liberalizing intellectual. But one of the things that students in Shanghai, where some of the most intense protests of that year took place, were frustrated about was a rock concert, of all things, that Jan and Dean, the American surf rock band, which was kind of like the Beach Boys, only not as big, and they were touring China. It was the first time in Shanghai that there'd been a rock concert, and the students were really excited about this because this fit in with what they thought the Communist Party was moving toward, was letting them be more part of the world. And for them, that meant being more in step with pop culture around the world. And at the concert, some students got up to dance because that's what they knew we were supposed to do at a rock concert. And the security guards made them sit down. And for students in Shanghai, this sort of symbolized what was, a feint toward openness that really didn't have follow through. We're going to give you rock concerts, but not let you dance. And so the protests went on for a little while in 86, and posters went up. The officials at universities said, no, this is out of hand. We had chaos on the streets during the Cultural Revolution. We can't go back to that. And nobody wanted to go back to that. So the workers I saw said, this is new realism. And they just didn't want to be associated with that. So it wound down pretty quickly. And they thought, we're not like the Red Guards. We don't want to make chaos. We also are not fervent loyalists of anybody in power. The Red Guards have been passionate about Mao. The analogy partly sort of scared them, and also it meant that the government was really serious about dealing with them. So then in 1989, this protest restarted, and there are a variety of reasons why they can restart. The space for them, students are thinking about doing something in 1989. It's a very resonant year, 200th anniversary of the French Revolution. People are thinking about that. But more importantly, it's the 70th anniversary of the biggest student movement in Chinese history, the May 4th movement of 1919. And the May 4th movement had helped lay the groundwork for the Chinese Communist Party. Some leading founders of it had been student activists then. It was an anti-imperialist movement, but it was also a movement against bad government. And so the students thought, the anniversary of that movement was always marked, commemorated in China, and people took the history seriously. People were reminded of what students did in the past. And so there were a lot of reasons why people were itching to do something. And then a leader, Hu Yaobang, who was associated with the more kind of reformist, more liberalizing group within the Chinese Communist Party. He had been stripped of a very high office, demoted, after partly taking a fairly light stance toward the 86-87 protests. And so he was still a member of the government, but he was not as high up in power. He had been very high up. He had been Deng Xiaoping's potential successor. And he dies unexpectedly. And there has to be a funeral for him because he dies still as an official. And the students take advantage of the opening of there having to be commemorations of his death. And they put up posters that basically say the wrong people are dying. Hu Yaobang was younger than some of the more conservative members. They said, so some people are dying too young. Some people don't seem like they're ever going to die. And they begin these sorts of protests. This is in April of 89. And the government tries to sort of get the protests to stop quickly, and they use the sort of same technique. They issue an editorial in People's Daily that says this is creating chaos, which is a code term for taking us back to the Cultural Revolution. And this time the students say, no, we're just trying to show our patriotism. We believe that there's too much corruption and nepotism. There's not enough support for the more liberalizing wing within the party, and so they keep up the protests. And there's a lot of frustration at this point. There are also economic frustrations at this point. The economy is improving because of the reforms, but it seems that people with good government connections are getting rich too easily, and so there's sort of a sense of unfairness. The students are also really frustrated by the kind of macro-managing of their private lives on campuses. So the protests at Tiananmen Square and in plazas all around the country and other cities as well become this mix of things. It's an anti-corruption movement, it's a call for more democracy movement, it's a call for more freedom of speech movement, but it's also a kind of has some counterculture elements that are like there are rock concerts on the square. The most popular rock musician, Sui Jian, comes to the square and is celebrated when he's there. There's a sense of kind of a variety of things rolled into one. And I brought up how it sort of gets conflated with the movements to overthrow communism in the Eastern Bloc. It was actually in many ways, I think, more like something that happened in the Eastern Bloc 20 years earlier. It was more like Prague Spring and other 1968 protests in the Communist Bloc, which was about moving toward socialism with a human face, more like trying to get the parties to empower to reform rather than necessarily doing away with them. So there was a kind of disjuncture. It happened at the same time as moves to end communism. But of course, so there was a possibility when all the protesters were on the square, it seemed that for a time that this might be seen as an acceptable kind of movement to just have a kind of course correction. But then there's also an internal struggle within the Communist Party leadership, and clearly the people who are more political conservatives, even if they believe in economic reform, are clearly getting the upper hand, and this is not going to be tolerated. And the students stay on the square when signals are given to try to get them out. Students from around the country are pouring into Beijing to join this movement. They don't want to end the movement when they've just arrived, so it's actually one thing that keeps it going is new participants are coming from the provinces, and even if some moderates want to leave the square, people want to stay. And then workers start joining in the movement as well and form an independent labor union. And that really, the Chinese Communist Party, to a certain extent, they might put up with student protesters, but they know from past experience that sometimes student protests lead to members of other social classes joining them because they look up to students as sort of potential intellectual leaders of the country, and admiration for scholars is part of this, that people turn out when students protest, something very different from the American case, where there's a kind of often suspicion of student activists being necessarily on the same side as everybody else. But in China, there had been, from the history of the 20th century, a sense of students as potentially a vanguard. So once there are labor activists joining the movement, then troops are called in, and there's a massacre near Tiananmen Square on the middle of the night, June 3rd and early June 4th. And the army just moves in and begins behaving very much like an army of occupation, which is something the People's Liberation Army is supposed to be the one that saves China from foreign aggression, and they're acting like an invading force.
So this is where famously the tanks roll in.
The tanks roll in, and I think also you have that famous image of the man standing in front of the tank, the banned image in China, and I really think the reason why it's so considered so toxic by the regime is because it just shows the People's Liberation Army looking like an invading force, not like a stabilizing force.
We talked about who's now called the Tank Man, the man that stood in front of the row of tanks. This was on June 5th in Tiananmen Square. What do we know about him? What do you think about him? The symbolism.
It's an amazing symbol. He's on this boulevard here, the square, with this long line of tanks. And it's unquestionably this act of incredible bravery. And there's some interesting things about it, some that are forgotten. One is that in the end, he climbs up on the tank. And the tank swerves, it doesn't run him over. And the Chinese Communist Party initially showed video of this and said, look, the Western press is talking about how vicious we were, but look at the restraint. Look at this. He wasn't mowed down. And they tried this whole story, Tiananmen initially, saying, look, the students were out of control. Everybody should remember what happened during the Cultural Revolution. And the army showed restraint. And there were a small number of soldiers who were actually burned alive in their tanks during. Once the massacre began, people got outraged and they attacked the soldiers. But by selective use of footage, the Communist Party could say, look at this. The heroes, the martyrs were these soldiers. And they tried for the first months after it to try to get this narrative to stick. They talk about Tiananmen a lot. They talk about these things. They show images of the tank camp. The problem with it is that lots and lots of people around Beijing had seen what happened and knew that, in fact, there's first been the firing on unarmed civilians with automatic weapons. And there had been many, many people, some students, but a lot of ordinary Beijing residents and workers who were just mown down. So lots of people knew somebody who had been killed. So that story just didn't work. And then I think the claim had to be made to try to suppress discussion of the event, and particularly to repress that visual imagery that was that image of the man in front of the line of tanks. Whatever the tanks did to him or not, the main takeaway from it would be this idea that there were lines of tanks in a city that was that the image was of the government as having lost the mandate to rule, and they really didn't want to have that image out there in the world.
Yeah, we're watching the video now. He's got grocery bags in his hands. It's such a symbolic, I've had enough. That kind of statement.
Yeah, and it's probably not a student. It's often described as a student, but he probably was a worker. And it is a powerful, powerful image of bravery. And, I brought up the 1968 parallel for Eastern and Central Europe. There was actually a very powerful photograph of a man bearing his chest in front of a tank in Bratislava during, think of as Prague Spring. That was a famous image of bravery against tanks. And in 1968, in Czechoslovakia, then still Czechoslovakia, the tanks that rolled in were Soviet tanks sent down there. And so, not that people would know, but that was an image, what was so powerful in that was saying we're not going to put up with this invasion. Again, I think you have the People's Liberation Army looking like an invading force, and that's what the Chinese Communist Party, in a sense, can't deal with now. Even though sometimes they could tell a story about 1989, and they do tell a version of this, and some people believe this, I think, is that in 1989, China went one route of not having the Communist Party dramatically change or relinquish control, and the Soviet Union and the former Soviet states went another. And you could say, well, look, and after 1989, the Chinese economy boomed. Life got better for people in China. Life got really terrible for a lot of people in the former Soviet bloc. Maybe maybe this was the right way to go. And you can make that kind of argument, but if you show the tanks and the man in front of the tanks, you just have a different kind of image of heroism.
It's one of my favorite photographs or snapshots ever taken, videos ever taken. So I apologize if we linger on it. Sometimes you don't understand the symbolic power of an image until afterwards. And perhaps that's what the Chinese government didn't quite understand. They lost information war, they mean war. So I have to ask, what do you think would go through that man's head? Was it a heroic statement? Was it a purely primal, guttural, like I've had enough?
It's so interesting to just speculate, and we just don't know because, he was never able to be interviewed afterwards. But I think your emphasis on patriotism is really important because one of the students' main demands was, then I think it might have been the thing that would have gotten them to leave the square, would have been to say, we want this to be acknowledged as that our goals are patriotic. We're not here to take China back into the Cultural Revolution. We're here to express our love for the country if it goes in the right way. So will you admit that? And you mentioned about the power of the image. And I do think the Chinese Communist Party learned something, or has taken to heart the power of the image after that, because we saw this when there were protests in Hong Kong, the government on the mainland really wanted to tell a story there of crowds out of control. And initially there were, in 2014, and again initially in 2019, there were very orderly crowds, and it had trouble with that story. So they tried very hard to ban images of peaceful protests until there were some incidents, as there almost always are, of violence by crowds. And then they would show those images over and over. They also worked very hard when Hong Kong protests began in the 2010s to try very hard to avoid any use of soldiers to repress them. It was all the police. And they tried very hard and managed to success because the Western press was often saying, will this be another Tiananmen? Will there be a massacre? Will there be soldiers on the streets? The movements in Hong Kong were suppressed without the use of shooting to kill on the streets. They were shooting to wound. There was beanbag shot. There were rubber bullets. There was enormous amounts of tear gas. There's even tear gas let fly inside subway stations in 2019. And all these things are really brutalizing, but they don't make the kind of images that sear in the mind the way something like the Tiananmen tank man image or the image of a Vietnamese woman being burned by napalm, young woman that became another of the iconic images during Vietnam War. Those images really can have an extraordinary power. And I think the Chinese Communist Party is now aware of that. There are no really gripping, there are very few photographs allowed of the Xinjiang extra-legal detention camps. There are very little there is an awareness of how much power a photograph of a certain type can have.
So nobody knows what happened to the tank man.
No.
What do you think happened to the tank man?
I assume he was killed.
Killed.
I assume he was just disappeared. It's interesting because very often figures are made an example of in one way or another. I mean, Liu Xiaobo was imprisoned and not allowed to, get enough medical care, so you can talk about him having, died earlier than he should have. But there's been relatively few of, like, for political crimes recently sentenced to death and things like that. It's much more just remove them, imprison them. But the tank man, there was never a trial. There was never even a trial that was one that you knew what the result would be, which there was for Liu Xiaobo and others. Not even a hidden trial, but simply disappeared. And there's been somebody who's like another figure like this who's disappeared. A couple of years ago in Beijing, there was a lone man who put up a banner on a bridge, Sitong Bridge in Beijing, and it was extraordinary. It had denunciations of the direction Xi Jinping was taking the country. It was denunciation of COVID policies, but also of dictatorial rule. And the banner, somehow he managed to have it up and get it long enough to be filmed and to draw attention and to circulate. Again, as I took the power of images. And he's disappeared. And there hasn't been a show trial or even a secret trial. And, we don't know if he's still alive. But these are cases where I think the Chinese Communist Party really doesn't want a complete story out there. They don't want somebody to be able to answer what he was thinking.
How much censorship is there in modern day China by the Chinese government?
So, there's a lot of censorship. One of my favorite books about Chinese censorship, Margaret Roberts, where she talks about there are 3 different ways that the government can control the stories. And she says there's fear, which is this kind of direct censorship thing, like banning things. But there's also friction. She says she has 3 F's: fear, friction, and flooding. And she says they're all important. I think this is true not just in China, but in other settings too. So what friction means is you just make it harder for people to get answers or get information that you don't want them to get. Even though you know that some people will get it. You just make it that the easiest way, the first answer you'll get through a search. So a lot of, tech savvy or globally minded, tapped in Chinese people will use VPN to jump over the firewall. But it's worse. The internet moves slower. You have to keep updating your VPN. So you just create friction so that, some people will find this out. And then flooding. You just fill the airwaves and the media with versions of the stories that you want the people to believe. So all those kind of exist and in operation. And I think the fear is the easiest side to say what's wrong. So I'm always interested in things that you would expect to be censored that aren't censored. You can read all sorts of things in China about totalitarian. You can read Hannah Arendt's book on totalitarianism, which would be the kind of thing you just, you're not supposed to be able to read that in a somewhat totalitarian state or a dictatorial state or anything. But it's not specifically about China. And so censorship is most restrictive when it's things that are actually about China. Things about leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, there's intense kind of censorship of that. And certain events in that way. But a sort of like something through allegory, something through imagining a place that looks a lot like a Communist Party ruled state so that people are going to read it. There were things that were banned throughout up until like the very last period of Gorbachev's rule. Everything's banned in the Soviet Union that are available in Chinese bookstores. You could buy 1984 in a Chinese bookstore. Been able to since 1985. You could buy, again, it's not about China. And actually for some people within China in the mid-1980s, where they focused on the part of 1984 that's like the 2 minutes of hate, these rituals of denunciation of people, for some people in China, it seemed like it was about their past, not about their present. And then by the 90s, 1984 is a very bleak culture of scarcity, a place where people just aren't having fun. And people said, like, you could read, some people would read 1984 and say, look, this is the world we're living in. It's a big brother state. But others said, well, that has some similarities to us, but, you know, he wasn't talking about a country like ours. Look, we've got supermarkets, we've got McDonald's. I mean, this is not, you know, we've got fast trains, we're living so much better in some ways than our grandparents did. And this isn't like that bleak world he was imagining.
Yeah, you've actually spoken about and described China as more akin to the dystopian world of Brave New World than 1984. Which is really interesting to think about. I think about that a lot of recently. We read, over the past couple of years, we read Brave New World a couple of times, and also 1984. It does seem that the 21st century might be more defined to the degree it is dystopian, any of the nations are, by Brave New World than by 1984.
There are mixed elements. I think there are moments when it can seem more one than the other, and there can be parts of the same country that seem more one than the other. I think, and if we just think about control through distraction and playing to your sense of pleasure, and one thing that people forget sometimes or don't know is that Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, taught Eric Blair, who became George Orwell when he was a student at Eden. And they were sort of rivals. And in fact, in 1949, Orwell sent his former teacher a copy of 1984 and said, you know, look, I've written this. Basically, it's kind of almost a little Oedipal, like, I've written this book that displaces yours. He didn't say that. He just said, I want you to have this. But he had criticized Brave New World in reviews as like not having imagined a world of capitalism run wild like before realizing the kind of totalitarian threats of the middle of the 20th century. But Huxley wrote Orwell a letter in October of 1949, same month the Communist Party took control in China. Not that he mentions China. And he just said, you know, it's a great book and everything, but I think the dictators of the future will find less arduous ways to keep control over the population. Basically saying more like what was in my book than in yours.
I have to say, I think Huxley might be really onto something there. It's really a visionary. Although to give points to Orwell, I do think as far as just a philosophical work of fiction, 1984 is a better book. Because Brave New World does not quite construct the philosophical message thoroughly. Because 1984 contains many very clearly, very poetically defined elements of a totalitarian regime.
Oh, and the dissection of language is just so amazing. No, I think you've got a point there, and I went back and reread Brave New World, and it's fascinating, but it's very messy.
Yeah,
I think there's a clarity to Orwell's 1984. There's a clarity to Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Similarly, the construction of the elements, and she was a big fan of both 1984 and Brave New World. So there's a way they go forward. But you know, there was a kind of, it's not exactly a sequel, but Huxley did write something called Brave New World Revisited.
Yes, he did.
In the 50s. And he kind of said, actually, it seems, and he mentions China there. He says that in Mao's China, they're kind of combining the two things of this. And I'm really fascinated by that because they published in China, on the Chinese mainland, it was published in Taiwan and Hong Kong too. It's called the Dystopian Trilogy. And it's a box set where you have Zemiatin's We, who inspired both Orwell and Huxley to some extent. That's one book. And then there's Animal Farm in 1984. It's the second book. And then the third volume is Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited. And it was published in complex characters. You could buy it in Hong Kong. But I compared it to the book you can buy on the mainland. And it's all the same, except the parts in Brave New World Revisited that refer to China are scalpeled out. And this, I think, shows the subtlety of the censorship system. You can buy these books and you can read about them, but the parts that really show you how to connect the dots, that gets taken out. And I do think the Brave New World side of things, I think with China, I was feeling it was definitely moving more toward Brave New World, except Tibet and Xinjiang being more the crude boot on the face 1984 style of control. But then during the COVID lockdowns, when people were being so intensely monitored and controlled, even places like Shanghai that had seen much more of the Brave New World kind of style had their Orwellian moment. So you have it now. I think it's, there are more 1984, more Brave New World parts of the country, and there are also more Brave New World, more 1984 moments.
I see why it could give a sense after you've thoroughly internalized the fear that you have complete freedom of speech. Just don't mention the government. So you can talk about totalitarianism, you can talk about the darkest aspects of human nature, just don't. You can even talk about the government in a sort of metaphorical, like poetic way that's not directly linkable. But the moment you mention the government, it's like a dumb keyword search.
And I think it's like one of these really good examples of how China's distinctive, but it's not unique. You have other settings where you have these like no-go zones that you learn, and one example is in Singapore. There was this. So National University of Singapore has a world-class history department, but no Singapore historian in it. Nobody who focuses on the history of Singapore, because it's incredibly wide-ranging what you can do, analyze. But when you're actually talking about the family that's been most powerful in Singapore, then it gets to be touchy. In Thailand, which I've been working on recently, you have this lèse majesté laws that make it very, very dangerous to say certain kinds of things about the king. And so in all of these settings, you have to figure out ways to work around. And there's a way in which you can say at the Foreign Correspondence Clubs in different parts of Asia, you can have an event that's about the country won over, that you can say basically anything you want, but when it gets to the things in the place where you are, it's touchy. I should give credit for that insight. Shivani Matani, who's co-wrote a very good book on Hong Kong Among the Braves, she was talking about that in Singapore, at the Foreign Correspondence Club, you could have an event on Hong Kong that could say all kinds of things that you couldn't say at the Hong Kong Foreign Correspondence Club. But at the same time, when I saw her in Singapore, she said there was a Singapore refugee, a political refugee in Hong Kong, who was giving a talk at the Hong Kong Foreign Correspondence Club, saying kinds of things that he couldn't say in Singapore. And in Thailand, I gave a talk at the Foreign Correspondence Club, and then I went to hear a talk there because I was just curious about what the culture in this Foreign Correspondence Club. And there was somebody talking about human rights abuses in different parts of Southeast Asia, saying things very directly, and then said, and there are things going on in Thailand that we're not going to talk about. And there was this kind of, self-censorship can be a very powerful thing.
One of the things I learned about all of this, which is interesting, I want to learn more, is about the human psychology, the ability of the individual mind to compartmentalize things. It does seem like you could not live in a state of fear as long as you don't mention a particular topic. My intuition would be about the human mind. If there's anything you're afraid of talking about, that fear will permeate through everything else. You would not be able to do great science, great exploration, great technology. And that idea, I think, underpins the whole idea of freedom of speech. Why you don't want, in the United States, you don't want to censor any, even dangerous speech, because that will permeate everything else. You won't be able to have great scientists, you won't be able to have great journalists, you won't be able to have, I don't know. And I'm obviously biased towards America, and I think you do need to have that full-on freedom of speech. But this is an interesting case study. And that's actually something that you speak about, that Mao, if he were alive today and visited China, would be quite surprised. You give the Nanjing bookstore as an example. Can you just speak to this? If Mao visited China, let's go with that thought experiment. What would he recognize? What would he be surprised by?
So I wrote about imagining a revivified Mao, going to wandering this really cool Nanjing bookstore in the early 2000s and just being amazed at what you could read there, what books were for sale. And I thought about how he'd be like, what's going on? Is the Communist Party not in control? I mean, he talked about how art and politics needed to in some ways go together, and you've got all these kind of things. He'd also would have been shocked by there were all these books about like how to start your own cafe and bar and sort of celebrating entrepreneurship, how to get into Harvard. It's like, all of these things just wouldn't compute from his time. Although I said it would actually maybe make him nostalgia for the time of his youth in the 1910s. He was a participant in the May 4th movement, which was a time of reading all over the world, looking for the best ideas circulating. So you might say, well, the teenage me would have really, really loved this. So some of the coolest bookstores, the things that I just was amazed could exist in the early 2000s. So you can still buy copies of 1984, and you can still get some of these other things. But that was a time when more and more of those things were being translated fresh. I'm not sure you get permission to translate some of those things now. There's more of a sense of caution. And when some of those bookstores would also then hold events that would talk about the kinds of ideas that then take them to the next level and talk about the applicability to the situation in China, some of those bookstores have closed or have had to become kind of really shadows of what they were. And one of the best ones, not the one I wrote about in Nanjing, but a similar one, a Shanghai one, which was literally an underground bookstore. It was in a metro station, and it had really freewheeling discussions of liberal ideas in the early 2000s and early 2010s. But then it just got less and less space to operate under Xi Jinping when things started narrowing. And it then had to close in Shanghai. And it's just been reopened in DC as JF Books. And it's become in this really interesting cultural hub. And I'm really delighted. It's where I'm going to hold the launch for my next book when it comes out in June. This book of the Milk Tea Alliance about struggles change across East and Southeast Asia, including in places that are worried about the kind of rising influence of Beijing. And it seems just perfect to be holding it in the kind of place that can't exist in Shanghai. So places like that, they stopped being able to exist on the mainland. Then they could still exist in Hong Kong. But now in Hong Kong, one of the coolest bookstores has had to close up. It just didn't feel like they could continue operating and tightening control there. And it's reopened in upstate New York. So you have this phenomenon of bookstores. There's also a few bookstores called the Nowhere Bookstores that opened in Chiang Mai and Taipei and The Hague. And I heard one is going to open is open in Japan too. My sometime collaborator, Amy Hawkins, who covers China for The Guardian, wrote a great piece late last year about this overseas bookstore phenomenon, sort of carrying on the conversations that people thought they might be able to have in China and then couldn't, and imagine someday being able to hold in China, but maybe soon.
So first of all, boy, do I love America. And second of all, it makes me really sad because there's a very large number of incredible people in China, incredible minds. And maybe I'm romantic about this, but books is a catalyst for brilliant minds to flourish. And without that.
So I guess maybe this is a good time to mention something that I do think about, and sometimes people will think because of censorship and that, there's an idea of sort of brainwashing within China population control. And I periodically will get students from the mainland, and I have a lot of students from the mainland in my classes. I teach Chinese history, and I feel like, okay, now I'm contradicting the version of the past that's been drumbeat into them. But I'll still get students who are incredible free thinkers who have come through that system, and it just it just doesn't hold, or there are limits to it. And this is kind of, I mean, some of them are people who just got curious by something, and it is a porous system. Even, it's more porous than in North Korea, things like that. So there are, even if there's that like fear, friction, and flooding, which Roberts talks about, that ends up keeping lots of people on the same page as the government. There's still people who take the time to go over the firewall or get intrigued, or they see an image sent by a friend of theirs on social media. Will share them something on WeChat that it doesn't get picked up by the censors, but they look at it carefully and they say, "Oh, well, wait a minute, that contradicts what the government's official line is." So there's still ways in which that creativity and freedom of thinking persists.
I mean, that's really beautiful to hear. I mean, fundamentally, the human spirit is curious and wants to understand, and it's some, especially the young people, as we mentioned, are suspicious of authority in the best kind of way, and so they're always asking kinds of questions. But we always have the young person inside us, always asking like, that maybe I'm being lied to in all these kinds of ways. But still, it's sad because there is, if you're not deliberately doing that, if there's not a spark of possibility that comes before you as just a regular citizen of China, you might never really ask. Maybe there's a whole different perspective on world history. To be fair, I think the United States is often guilty of this very United States-centric view of history. It's similar with Europe. Europe is a very Europe-centric history. I often enjoy talking to people from different backgrounds, from different parts of the world, talking to them about World War II. Because it's clear that the emphasis, you've read certain chapters of the story a lot of times and not the other chapters of the story. The Western Front in Europe and the Eastern Front in Europe, and then Japan and China's role in World War II, and the history around that before and after World War II of China is not often talked about in the United States. And I'm sure, if I can venture a guess, that the opposite is true in China. I certainly know the opposite was true in the Soviet Union and even in Europe that directly experienced France, Great Britain, Germany, Italy. They all have very different ways of speaking and thinking and reading about World War II. And the same goes across all of history and all of culture. So, yes, it's always good to sort of question the mainstream narrative in your country. And looking outside, it's just harder to do in China based on based on all the reasons you mentioned. And if I can, I just want to give a shout out. Thank you. I'll look at her work, Margaret Roberts, the fear, the friction, the flooding. Her ideas, I can already tell there's a lot of brilliance here. Fear, this is the most traditional form involving overt threats and punishments for accessing and sharing sensitive information. However, Roberts finds that fear-based censorship is used selectively, mainly targeting high-profile individuals such as journalists or activists. For the average citizen, the risk of punishment is relatively low, and fear alone is not the main deterrent. She goes on to describe the friction and the flooding. The friction is a tax on information access. And flooding is less visible than fear or friction, but is a powerful tool for shaping the information environment. Flooding one scares me more and more. Flooding one is the brave new world.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's the whole kind of the world of short attention spans and social media and how this all works. And Chinese Communist Party leaders, I brought up Singapore, and Deng Xiaoping and some of the leaders were like looking at that. And they're looking at, there are all kinds of things that it both, going to Singapore can sometimes make you feel like you're in this futuristic setting in terms of a lot of things that eventually came to other parts of the world would be tried out there. And I think the seductiveness is that some of these things are really, they both add to convenience at the same time they strip away. They're collecting information about you, which can be also something that can make your life easier at the same time it's stripping you away of, I mean, we talked about the siloing of information and targeting of ads and targeting of news. And so two things come to mind to mention. One is Christina Larson, a very bright journalist, a friend of mine, who's now working on other things, but was working in China, and she wrote about this in MIT Technology Review. She said you need to think about China as having the best as well as the worst internet experience in the world. And, you know, you think about it with, you think of the worst is easy, you know, the Great Firewall, you try to search for what happened. You search for the tank man, you won't get it. You search for information about Dalai Lama, and you get all these lies about him. Search for things about Xinjiang, and it makes it seem like it's a place where people are happy rather than massive extra-legal detention camps and where your life can be ruined by things you have no control over. But she said, like, on other ways, when it comes to like consumer playing to your pleasures and things, it was really advanced. A lot of things that then come to place are tried out there and in massive numbers. And I remember around the time that I had read that, I was in Shanghai and somebody was explaining it to me. They were talking about like going out to eat. Like I said, oh, we've got such and such. And I said, oh, that's like Yelp. I said, well, yeah, but Yelp just tells you the overall rating for a restaurant over time. We've got one that can tell you which part of the restaurant you want to sit in because there's a waiter that's in a really bad mood and people have posted enough information to do this, or, you know, what the best dish there is in the last week. Forget about these sort of slow and you had a lot of things, you know, that were like, okay, you smart city and controlled, you can learn things about ease of movement. And Singapore had some of these things tested too. You had way before you go into an underground parking lot now in the US and you find out whether there are any empty spaces on a floor. That was something that was years before in Singapore. And you used money less often there because you had a kind of transponder that would automatically pay for your parking and things. And it was something that could be very seductive. So the other line besides best and worst internet I always like is William Gibson, who wrote one of the other important dystopian novels of the present, Neuromancer. He wrote a rare, nonfiction piece about Singapore where he referred to it as Disneyland with the death penalty. And, you know, there are times when I shouldn't laugh there, but it's a powerful, yeah. He's not welcomed in Singapore, let's just say. But he talked about how when he wanted to he went to Japan a lot in the 1980s at a time when Japan was a place where you sort of got a sense of what the future might hold. So the dark side of this, the surveillance state at its worst, which we see in Xinjiang and places. And there, again, it may seem like I'm just obsessed with science fiction. And there it really is Minority Report. It's this kind of like, you do certain kinds of behaviors, and we're seeing this other places too. You know, we're seeing versions of it in the US as well, where it's like, oh, we can tell from a pattern that you're the kind of person who might do X. And so in Xinjiang, when they were starting to round people up, there's this great book by a Uyghur poet. He talks about how people were just starting to disappear off the streets, and they were being accused of being radicalized and being potential terrorists. And the cues could be something like somebody giving up smoking or not drinking alcohol, because that was seen as something that sometimes went along becoming more devoted to Islam and more devoted to something, a particular version of it. So he talked about how a group of the poets, when they would writers, when they get together, they would, whether or not any of them drank, they would make sure there was a bottle of alcohol on their table, because it was simply a way of trying to stay ahead of this system of looking for these kind of clues. So you really have this dark side of Xinjiang is this example, and Tibet also with incredible tight control. And there's more of that kind of push on personal life in other parts of China as well. But I think the question of whether we give up too much and who can abuse What we do give up is something that is being asked in the United States now about big tech companies, as well as it's asked about governments, but it's also asked about big tech and what you have as a trade-off. But I hadn't thought about it till this conversation, which I can tell is why people find it stimulating to have these extended conversations, because you have set lines, but then you kind of, the conversation goes, you think in a different way. So what I used to always say about China after 1989 was the Chinese Communist Party wanted to stay in power. And they realized that the Soviet Union, Soviet bloc was falling apart. They knew that one reason why people, this is like the simple way, one way I think you have to understand Europe, was partly about deals and freedom and that, but also people, East Germans knew the Germans were having more and getting better stuff. And when some Berliners got over the wall, one of the first places they went to was this department store to see if the images of better food and more choices were available there. And it was true. And I think this is as human as the desire for more freedom. So one of the things that the Chinese Communist Party, they never articulated this way, but how can we try to get to a stage where we don't have things like Tiananmen again? Well, what if we tried to make a deal with people? We'll give them more choices in their daily life. We'll give them better stuff. We'll give them more choices at the store. We'll give them more choices about what to read too, because, we'll give them more choices in consumer goods and intellectuals. Consumer goods they want are to watch the movies and read the books that other people like them around the world are reading. So we'll give them more choices. We won't open the floodgates completely, but we'll give them more choices, but not give them more choices at the ballot box or in politics. And the new social compact. Allow us to keep ruling, and we'll make sure that you're living better than the last generation in terms of choices and in terms of material goods. Now, one of the things that's happening now is the Chinese Communist Party, the economy isn't booming the way it was before. The sort of sense of clearly we're living better materially than the generation before. It's not as easy an argument to make when you have slower growth rates and things like that. But the Communist Party makes different kinds of arguments now about the rest of the world is in chaos and we're stable. But the thing that I now am going to think about differently is the argument was we'll give you more choices and you'll have more of a private life, more of this. But now, the period we are globally, now there's a new kind of suspicion about the degree of any kind of private choices. I mean, there was an idea that the post-Tiananmen generation was promised to have a little bit more space away from the prying eyes of the state. Mm-hmm. And now, globally, we worry about the prying eyes of whether it's the state or whether it's tech companies. It's a different moment. What does it mean to say you have more choices?
It's almost like you have two knobs. One is 1984 and one is Brave New World. At first they turned up the Brave New World, more choices. And now they're turning up keeping the choices, but turning up the 1984 with more surveillance. So the choices you make have to be more public. Do you have a sense that the thing we've been talking about, the increase in censorship, does that predate Xi Jinping? Is Xi Jinping a part of that increase in censorship? Like, what is that dynamic? What role does Xi Jinping play in what China has gone through over the past, let's say, a decade and a half?
That's a really great question. I was actually just writing a review of two books. One is called The Xi Jinping Effect, which was just a bunch of scholars, academic volumes, sort of looking at, take this topic and that topic, how much is Xi Jinping as a person really affected it? And they come up with all kinds of answers. But there's a book I really like. Emily Fang of NPR has a new book out called That Only Red Flowers Bloom. And what she talks about, the changes in China as she was covering it from the mid-2010s on, was, and I think this really is Xi Jinping's, one of his imprimaturs on the country, is there's a narrowing of spaces available for variations of ways of being Chinese within the country. And this goes against the grain of a pattern in the sort of post-Tiananmen period of allowing more space for sort of civil society, but also allowing sort of way Muslims felt that they didn't have to choose between being, their Muslim identity and their Chinese identity. But there's more and more of a kind of, we see this in Xi Jinping becoming impatient with Hong Kong, where there was a way of which, okay, this is a city that's part of the PRC, but it really operates very differently. He seems to be uncomfortable with difference, I guess, he's not alone in strongmen this way of sort of wanting to impose a kind of singular vision of what Chinese identity means, what loyalty to the status quo means. And so there's been a kind of tightening of controls over all the borders. And even one thing she reported on was Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, that it's been seen as an unproblematic kind of frontier area. And who cares if there was some revival of Mongolian language, but under Xi, there's been a less patience with those kinds of difference. There's been more of a resurgence of patriarchy. All kinds of things have happened under him. But how much is it just him, or how much is it also a kind of mood or group within the party? Some of these trends, I think, began before he took power in late 2012. I think really my own feeling going to China fairly often from the mid-1990s till about 2018 was that until 2008, the year of the Olympics, each trip it would feel like, oh, there's just more space. There's more breathing room for, it's not becoming a liberal democracy, but I would notice things that felt like, I'm surprised that happens, that people felt less worried about what they were saying and what they were doing. That trend line up until about 2008. But from the Olympics and then the financial crisis after that, the Chinese Communist Party felt, I guess, more, it's still insecure, but it felt cockier in some ways. And you had like, okay, maybe we can start asserting more control over things. So I think that's been stronger under Xi Jinping's time in power. And he was already the designated successor by 2008. He was in charge of security for the Olympics. And the Olympics was supposed to be a moment possibly of more opening up, because when Seoul hosted the Olympics, South Korea became a less tightly controlled right-wing dictatorship and moved toward democracy. And some people were hoping the Olympics might move China that way, and it went quite the opposite.
You mentioned that we don't know the degree to which this change has to do with Xi Jinping or the party apparatus. And that question, going back to Confucius of hierarchy and how does the power within this very strict one-party state work, what can we say? What do we know about the structure of this Communist Party apparatus? How much internal power struggle is there? How much power does Xi Jinping actually have? Is there any insight we have into the system?
So James Palmer, who worked in Beijing as a journalist and now is an editor at Foreign Policy, wrote an important piece a few years ago about we should really be straight about what a black box of the Chinese elite politics are, and really not try to pretend we know more than we do. We used to have more of a sense of these kind of ideological factions, but also partly about different views of how much tinkering there should be with the economy, things like that. And they were also partly based on personalities and personal ties. But we did have a sense, you could sort of map out these kinds of rival power bases and things. And we just have much less of a sense of that under Xi Jinping. It's very hard to know, other than this sort of small group around him, how it works. We don't have a major defector who says, yeah, this is how Xi Jinping. We have Xi Jinping's self-presentation and a lot of things that are then said about him. There were some false expectations about him that some people thought, oh, he's going to be a reformer because his father was a liberalizing figure. But it doesn't work that way. He does seem to care about orderlies. He does seem to care about certain things. He wants to present himself as a kind of scholarly figure in touch with China's deep past. We know he's a strong nationalist and a kind of cultural nationalist as well as political nationalist. But beyond that, we don't have that much of a sense of what makes him tick. We get little hints. There's a secret speech where he talked about that leaked out that he talked about how the Soviet Union had collapsed because the leadership didn't pay enough attention to ideology. And he also said that none of them were manly enough to keep control. So I imagine if he and Putin ever have a kind of heart-to-heart conversation, one thing they'd find to agree on is this sort of distaste for Gorbachev. This feeling that Gorbachev was the wrong way to do things.
Not manly enough?
Yeah, not strong enough about, really keeping control. And, for Putin, it would be that it led to the Soviet Union, to the loss of an empire. But for Xi Jinping, there is a bit of being haunted by what happened to the Soviet Union. And I'm not going to be the leader who sees the diminishment of this landmass that was, in a sense, rebuilt over time for Mao and Deng Xiaoping. You have the story, a very powerful story about the Chinese past that the Chinese Communist Party makes a lot out of. But the Chiang Kai-shek, the Nationalist Party, who was Mao's great rival, also made a lot out of. And it has a partial basis in fact, was that from the middle of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th century, China, which had been a strong force in the world, got bullied and nibbled away at by foreign powers. And it's important to realize there are elements of that story that are very true. And the answer they had is that under my watch, that's not going to happen. And the reason why my party deserves to rule is because it can reassert China's place in the world. And both the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party predicated themselves on this kind of nationalistic story of being in a position to prevent that from happening again.
This is a bit of a tricky question, but is it safe for journalists, for folks who write excellent books about the topic, to travel to China?
I think there are all kinds of different things about safety or not. I think until recently, at least, the people who were most vulnerable were people of Chinese descent, people originally from China who had gone abroad and coming back, or even people who were Chinese Americans who went there. There was a higher sort of expectation that they should be on board. So you had early cases. My friend Melissa Chan was an early person kicked out when she was working for Al Jazeera and reporting on Xinjiang. So that's one kind of person who was vulnerable because of this expectation that they should be somehow more loyal. Another kind of person who was vulnerable, or in this case, more likely to be blocked from China, the Communist Party is particularly concerned about people from outside of China who are amplifying the voices.
Kicking ass, taking names, Don. We are 43 minutes away from a brand new Kill Tony. Everybody's pumped for it. You gonna watch? Absolutely. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
No, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just kind of bored,
Absolutely. You slinging dick like it's going out of style?
No.
All right, why not?
I don't really like to swing my dick around. I don't really date much.
Okay, hey, that happens. Whatevs, dog.
Not about that.
So, what is on your agenda for tonight?
My friend might come over. I don't really know about that yet. I'm just kind of waiting on that.
Okay. What are you guys going to do?
We'll sit around and talk, catch up, stuff like that.
Very cool. All right. Well,
it's exciting over here.
What's new on Discord?
Not too much. I don't have any drama in that. Especially because I don't think in similar service, although I mean, look, it's mutual service we have.
That's
I don't have the deep day, but not too much.
all right. Well, what has been dramatic recently
Discord in general.
in life, baby?
I don't know. I just feel like playing video games. I was back on me and do my thing.
Absolutely. What kind of video games?
Mostly Fallout New Vegas and Oblivion, and then Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on a lesser note. I don't know if like those box, but
All right. Is that fun?
Oblivion remastered is really fun. Fallout New Vegas is very fun.
Dog, you know what happens 365 days from today?
What?
Grand Theft Auto 6 launches.
Oh my god, you're right. That's a really big deal.
Yeah, dude, we're doing a countdown. 365 days. Are you excited for it?
Not particularly. I know they're going back to Vice City. I'm not really like, I don't know. I don't really have many thoughts about it. I think it'll be interesting regardless.
Dog, I'm just going to put this out there for you and the entire world. I think I was the best Vice City player in the history of mankind. I got 100% completion, which is really difficult to do.
Yeah, that's dope.
Right. There were some missions that were like, there's this one paramedic mission that was just so difficult to do for 100%, but I got it. I love that game so much. The soundtrack to that game, in my opinion, it's the best soundtrack to any game in global history.
You mean the radio? The radio was the soundtrack.
Well, all of the songs. So, like, they had Michael Jackson.
Yeah, the radio is the radio.
Yeah, they
playlist. Yeah.
They had Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. I remember when that song came on, it was like, how the fuck did they get the rights to Michael Jackson? You know?
I don't know. That is a very good question.
And not just that, but like arguably his biggest song. It was huge. And then they had like every 80s song ever. You know, like every like Miami Vice kind of vibe. I knew the map like the back of my hand. I even back in the day, like people, okay, so it was on PlayStation 2, and the PlayStation 2 is about yay big. And then they made this television. I don't even want to call it a television, but like an LCD monitor that you could buy. It was more than the PlayStation. You put it on top, and it would flip open. It was almost like a laptop, and you could play on that. And I used to like take it and travel with it. I would play that game so much. I love that game. It might be my favorite game of all time, even though it's not like the biggest one. The soundtrack alone was, I could listen to that soundtrack. It was just unbelievable. It was like, it had everything on it. So I loved it. So I'm excited for Vice City. I've seen some, I'm in like the subreddits. I've seen some hints at what they're going to do. It can go one of two ways. I mean, obviously, it could be an island map, or it could be a peninsula map. But there's an issue that occurs with a peninsula map, which is this: how do you stop somebody from continuing going on land? Like, imagine.
Well, they have invisible walls.
Exactly, or some kind of fog. So there's a way to do that. I don't think they're. I think they're more creative than just having somebody hit an invisible wall. They also could have you. Right. I would like to see probably just infinite fog at that point, because I don't want to just hit a wall unbeknownst to me. The map's supposed to be super big. I know you're supposed to do a lot of drug mule missions, basically like flying stuff to South America and like other islands and stuff. Uh, it's I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but they're gonna actually have like podcasts on it. I've heard like yeah, Brian Redband is like a huge rock star fanboy, and there have been discussions that they might put the whole Joe Rogan experience on it on the radio.
No way.
I'm just telling you what has been rumored, and
I'd be insane if they did that. That would be great.
well, that potentially could be. Now, Vice City was like it took place in the 80s. I don't think this one takes place in the 80s though. It takes place today. So, like that's going to be a different take on it. Um, I think that uh, from what I've seen, like they don't let a whole bunch of information out about it, but it's not going to be on computer. It's just going to be on Xbox and PlayStation at the beginning, at least. And like, I mean, I literally buy consoles when Grand Theft Auto comes out. I don't buy them any other time because they're just not that interesting to me. But when they have a Grand Theft Auto that comes out, it's big time. I remember when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas well, they did Liberty City, which was like not really emphasized that much. I mean, it was cool. But then they did Grand Theft Auto, or they did San Andreas. San Andreas they came out in like 2006 or something, 2005. That was a big game and very cool. Then they did Liberty City, which was fine. Then they did Grand Theft Auto 5, which has just been a phenomenon. And they've been living off the royalties on that and online gameplay for a decade. Now, the interesting thing is this game has been in production. Grand Theft Auto 6 has been in production since like 2016. So it's like 10 years old, basically. But nevertheless, it's going to be a phenomenon. It might be $1 trillion game at the end of the day. I mean, it's definitely going to be $1 billion day on day one, billion dollar game on one. And depending on how they want to let it play out, it could globally have a huge impact on some economies. I think that I think it's going to have a huge impact on Florida. I think you'll just get random people who get more interested in Miami and living down there because they think it's cool. The same thing happened in LA. I was in a hostel in LA like 10 years ago or so. And this guy, he was from Italy. I'm like, why did you move here? He was in like film school, but he's like, honestly, I just got so obsessed with Grand Theft Auto 5 that I just had to see what it was like in real life. And I basically know my way around the city because of that game. And that's true. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Now, I've seen some alleged maps of what Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be, and it's a little different than Miami. It's like, it's got more, I would say, like bay, or like Biscays, or like, how do I want to say it? Like, more like little strips of land that are like South Beach and such. But I think it's going to be a phenomenon. We're 365 days away. I'm excited for it already. I mean, I've been excited for it for years. I've been talking about it and rumors about it. And I had a hunch like 3 years ago it was going to be in Vice City before they even announced it. And here we are. Now, it's going to be interesting that you're working as like a woman and a man. This will be the first time.
That's what I don't like to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do. I like it. They've had men all the way through thus far. You've never been able to really play as a woman. So I think it's kind of cool that you'll be able to play as a woman this time. And I think she's going to be, I think her name is Lucy, Lucinia or something. And I forget the guy's name. But I've seen some graphics from it that were taken from the game. And I mean, the graphics are pretty outstanding. in comparison to what Grand Theft Auto Vice City were, certainly. And just really excited for it. I'm excited for the soundtrack as well. I I really loved the soundtrack for Vice City, as I previously said, but I don't think they'll reuse it because it's not uh, in. It'll be taking place in modern times, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. There's going to be a lot of swamp and like alligators and crocodiles and stuff, which would be cool. A lot of speedboats, cigar boats. I bet you're going to have to go to Cuba a lot, or whatever they consider Cuba. And I guess like the main thing that you're going to be doing, or a lot of it, is going to be flying drugs from like uh, South America, basically. So that's pretty baller. I'm super thrilled about it. I know it was supposed to come out, or there were um, rumors that it was going to come out this fall, and I just thought that that was too soon. They hadn't put out a trailer yet, and that was supposed to be like the trailer was going to be approximately like three months before it comes out, and that just doesn't seem like a Rockstar thing. A Rockstar thing is to put something out like a year in advance and then just let people salivate on it for a year, which is now what it seems like they're doing. But the fact that they've actually given a date, I believe it now. May 26, 2026. That'll be big. It'll be right before the summer. People will get out of school, be able to just live in that world. I'm psyched. All right, Link. That was fun.
Of people within China or exiles from China who the government would like to silence. So the Dalai Lama, you had scholars who worked on Tibet and had connections to the Dalai Lama, were early people to have trouble going to the PRC. Then scholars who worked on Xinjiang and were connected to Uyghurs. But there also were people who were sort of personally connected to dissidents or exiles who would amplify their voices or translate their work, would promote them. That then it wasn't about necessarily danger if you got in China, but you were more likely to be denied a visa if you were the kind of person who was doing that. So I wrote critical op-eds about the Chinese Communist Party. I published them in some high-profile places. I've written a lot about Tiananmen, wrote about human rights issues, all that. And I kept getting visas. I testified to a Congressional Executive Joint Committee on China about the Tiananmen protests on the 25th anniversary of it. And some people said, oh, that's the kind of thing that would lead to you not getting a visa. I got a visa right after that. Now I think it might be different. Now some of these expectations have been changed. There have been people who've been very surprisingly gotten in trouble. These two Canadians who were clearly, it was a kind of tit for tat, partly because of tech maven's relative being held in Canada. So it was kind of there. It was also not picking a fight with Americans. But there were certain kinds of things that you could map out what was the riskiest thing to do. And so I went in the 2010s, having written, forcefully about Tiananmen, and I didn't feel dangerous. I mean, I felt there was an awareness in some cases of what it, if I was giving a public talk, there was awareness of what it was. There was sometimes you didn't want to get your host who had brought you to a university in trouble by saying something that would get them in trouble. I think it was often that you were more vulnerable if you were within China or you were connected to China. For me, it's been confusing these last few years. I wrote one piece about this, about I'm not going to any part of the PRC for the time being. But I always thought that Hong Kong was a place that I'd be free to go, even if things got difficult. I didn't get a visa for the mainland. You didn't get a visa for Hong Kong. with Hong Kong, with the mainland, I had kept a kind of distance from the distance that I was writing about. Hong Kong, I felt that these rules kind of was more connected to them, more friends with some of them. And then with this crackdown that's come on Hong Kong, and there are exiles from Hong Kong who have bounties on their heads. And so now I feel that, it's not necessarily that anything would happen to me if I went to Hong Kong, but I feel I would be very closely watched. And so I wouldn't want to meet with some of my friends there who aren't this high profile. So I don't want to go to a place where I would feel that I was toxic in some way.
Right. One, you're walking on eggshells, and two, you can get others in trouble. That kind of dynamic is complicated. So it's fascinating that Hong Kong is now part of that calculus. So I've gotten a chance to speak to a bunch of world leaders. Do you think it's possible that I would be able to do an interview with Xi Jinping?
If you do, I would be very pleased, because I could watch that interview and get some insights about Xi, which have been very hard to get. I mean, they're really difficult. There have been very few discussions. He doesn't give press conferences. There's a variety of things, and this is different from some of his predecessors. Jiang Zemin famously was interviewed by Barbara Walters and asked about Tiananmen, and he tried to make out that it wasn't a big deal. There were a variety of things, but he had relatively spontaneous conversation. I was going to say, he's the only Chinese leader I've met, but I met him before he was a major leader. He was the party secretary or mayor of Shanghai. And it matters because the party secretary is the more important role. But anyway, he just met with a group of foreign scholars who were going over to Shanghai in '88 for a conference on Shanghai history. And just to show you the limits of anybody who thinks they can predict what's going on in Chinese politics. Predictability is just very hard in general in the world. But I think the consensus among us, and these were some of the most knowledgeable foreign scholars on China, was this was somebody who really had probably topped out, because he was meeting with us. He must not be heading anywhere up. And then after Tiananmen, he becomes the top leader in China. But he had a kind of, you could pick things out from being in a room. He liked to kind of show off his kind of cosmopolitanism. Xi Jinping gives these speeches about all the foreign authors he likes and has read, but it's all very kind of scripted, at least in his own head too. It's very carefully done to present a certain image of himself. And we really don't get many senses of what he's like in unguarded moments, or has them. And sometimes we get the illusion of them. Like there was an image of him and Obama in their shirt sleeves at this Sunnylands meeting, and the photo would show them walking and talking, but there's no translator in the image, and so how are they talking? What language are they using? How is this, or is it just a kind of? There are exchanges with top leaders, and Trump will say they're friends, or these kinds of things, or there's a language of Xi Jinping can talk about somebody or some country being friend, but we don't have a sense of these kinds of the what makes him tick as a person. So maybe you should ask him about Ernest Hemingway and see if he really gets excited about him, because in the kind of generic things he talks about all these, you can feel him sort of ticking things off about, oh yes, I'm glad to be in England, the country of Shakespeare, and this, and he goes off these set things. But Hemingway, there's some sense that he had some special feeling, which fits in with some of the macho side that would be interesting. He doesn't mention Orwell as one of his favorite British authors as much. He says he likes Victor Hugo a lot, and that became a little tricky because "Do You Hear the People Sing" from Les Miserables became one of the really one of the protest songs in Hong Kong. And how do you get in this position where you and actually Victor Hugo is a rare Western author who's had a pretty steadily positive image in China, even under periods of criticism of all Western authors problematic, because Victor Hugo famously wrote a statement denouncing the European destruction of the old summer palace in Beijing in 1860, the end of the Second Opium War. He said, how can we claim to be civilized when we've destroyed one of the great creations of civilization? So that kind of made him a kind of long-term friend to the Chinese nation. Mark Twain has had a pretty good reputation because he was a critic of American imperialism. So, but anyway, I think if you do get to talk to Xi Jinping, talk to him about Ernest Hemingway and Victor Hugo, and I'll be curious to see if those were the ones who really resonated.
One of the things, and it's a strange thing that I've become aware of, having spoken with world leaders, I'm distinctly aware that there's a real possibility that the black box we mentioned, that the Communist Party of China will listen to the words I'm saying now. And so I have to wonder how much that affects my possible tourist-like trip to China. Because there's a difference between sort of an influencer that does fun things, plays video games, and goes over to China, and somebody that actually covers China to some degree, whether critical or supportive or nuanced or any kind of way, in the full spectrum of ideas you can have about China, including Chinese history, whether that's going to be seen carefully, analyzed carefully, and have repercussions when you travel. And because of the black box nature, and because it's, for me personally, just a culture that's very different than anything I'm familiar with, it makes me a bit nervous.
It's certainly gotten harder for journalists to operate in China. That there was a way in which now journalists will look back to the early 2000s, and it was really quite extraordinary what they could do. Well, you have a lot of listeners. I mean, I think there isn't that tight a watching of what an academic writes about the Chinese Communist Party, but there are certain things that clearly are kind of tightly policed, and one is discussions of the private life of Chinese leaders and their families, and issues of kind of really following money trails for corruption and things like that. So there was the case of the Hong Kong booksellers who were kidnapped, and one of them is still in a Chinese prison. He would be a good example of this, Gui Minhai, the kind of person who was vulnerable. He was born in China. He was actually he is a Swedish citizen, and he was spirited out of Thailand into the mainland. And the reason why he was on the radar of the Communist Party was because the publishing house in Hong Kong that he was connected to was publishing works about the top tier of the Chinese Communist Party and contradicting the kind of vision of them as a certain kind of moral exemplars. And that's different from writing things about China has a bad human rights record or something like that in ways like I did. These were books that were exposés, sort of some of them kind of gossipy and lightly sourced, some of them much more serious, but they were about something that the Communist Party leadership wants to make a no-go zone. And I've thought sometimes that Xi Jinping seems to have lèse-majesté envy, but I don't think it's kind of general criticisms of the Chinese Communist Party as a authoritarian structure or place that doesn't deserve to rule in kind of very general terms. I don't think that's something that they then pick you up at the border and say, no, we can't let that person in, because people are let in. It's not rational. It's not a rational process. There are people who've been denied visas. It seems pretty inexplicable. There are things that now I think the rules are changing very quickly all over the world for kinds of what's safe to say and do.
Well, either way, I do know that the Communist Party and likely Xi Jinping himself watched my conversation with Prime Minister Modi. They responded to it, and I do hope, and I will definitely go to China, and I hope to talk to Xi Jinping. It's a fascinating, historic, ancient culture, and is the major player on the world stage in the 21st century. And it would be fascinating to understand the mind of the leader of that great superpower. Speaking of leaders, what do we understand about the relationship between Xi Jinping and our current president of the United States, Donald Trump? Is there really a human connection, something approximating a friendship as they've spoken about, or is it just purely realpolitik maneuvering, world leaders playing a game of chess, or is it a bit of both?
There's a degree to which I think there's some confusion about a couple things. I mean, one is when there's a sense that Trump is sort of uniquely tough on the Chinese Communist Party. He has periodically said things about praising Xi Jinping as a leader, even sort of praising Xi Jinping's strength and things. So I think for some ways, for the personality cult of Xi Jinping, some of this is kind of useful because the story that the Chinese Communist Party, they need to tell a story about why they deserve to keep ruling. And one of their stories is that because the world is a dangerous place and there's not a lot of enough respect for China. So when there's very tough talk about China coming out of the White House, that's useful. And then the other part is about Xi Jinping being just the right person to have at the helm. And when there are discussions, when there's praise for him and his showing toughness, that also works well. So I think the argument among at least some China specialists is to say the Chinese Communist Party likes predictability, and Xi Jinping seems to like predictability in particular. And Donald Trump clearly isn't a predictable figure. So there might be a way in which this is unsettling. But I think the other part of it is the Chinese Communist Party wants, under Xi Jinping wants to gain allies around the world, to be seen with more respect around the world. And at the moment, he's in a position where he can present himself as an orderly, thoughtful, gradualist figure. In some ways, I think, as much as there is tension between the two capitals, there's a way that things are going in a way that benefits Xi Jinping and can see that. That doesn't explain what their personal relationship is and how they actually see each other when they're in the room together.
And whether that matters or is part of the calculus at all, because after all, they are leaders of superpowers. I think for Trump, it matters. Personal relationships matter. But of course, we see a lot. We know a lot about Donald Trump. We know a lot about the White House. And let me just say as a tangent, for whatever you think about this particular White House, one of the things I really like is that every single member of the cabinet is willing to talk for many hours every single week, talk about what they think, how they see the world, explain Donald Trump's approach. It doesn't matter if you disagree with what they're saying. Maybe you say they're dishonest, maybe you're misrepresenting, but there's a lot of information. That's something we don't have with China. And as a fan of history, for me, and as a fan of sort of deep political analysis of the world, it makes me sad because it's a very asymmetrical amount of information. But anyway, let me, if I can, lay out this particular complexity we're in now, this trade war between U.S. and China. Now, you're not an economist. In fact, so you think deeply about history of peoples and history of China. You think about culture, you think about protests and movements and so on. And there's some degree to which this trade war is less about the economics. Now, that layer is also very important, and we could discuss it. But there's also a deeply cultural standoff almost happening here, which would be interesting. So in April, as people know, Trump escalated a trade war with China using tariffs, raising them on Chinese imports to 145%. Xi Jinping then responded by raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% and suspending exports on certain rare earth minerals and magnets to the U.S. The Chinese government also indicated it would limit the import of Hollywood films and restricted certain American companies from operating in China. Now, after that, Xi Jinping broke silence on April 11th and again on April 14th, and since, basically saying that China is not backing down, and positioned himself and China as the, quote, responsible superpower that promotes, as you were saying, that promotes sort of the reasonable multilateral global trading framework and a stable global supply chain. He said, quote, for over 70 years, China's progress has been built on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it remains unafraid of any unjust oppression. Also, he said, there are no winners in a trade war, and going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This was all said as part of a tour of Southeast Asia, and he was calling on China and the European Union to defend international rules opposing, quote, unilateral bullying. At the same time, I saw that China is escalating internal propaganda, including, interestingly, it would be nice to talk to you about it, the use of the Mao Zedong 1953 speech during the Korean War, where he says, we will never yield. My question is, with this standoff, who do you think will blink first? Where does this go?
So I think one persistent, there's a lot to unpack there for of a historian too. I mean, I think that the reference to being bullied by a foreign power is something that comes up periodically and plays to this kind of notion of the 100 years of national humiliation that's been talked about by generations now of Chinese leaders. To talk about that period from the 1840s to the 1940s, there were a group of foreign powers who were involved in bullying China in one way or another, and you can selectively pick one or another. So there is a way in which this can be, and if Xi Jinping gives that kind of speech in Southeast Asia, he's speaking to a place where there is knowledge of times of the past when the United States was aggressive force there. It's also a part of the world where there have been times when China has been that. So there is a way of positioning vis-a-vis other parts of the world that is crucial part of this. That I guess, I'm circling around it, but there's a tendency in discussions of U.S.-China relations to think about it in terms of a bilateral discussion or dispute, even though time and again we realize that places other than the United States are key variables in these things. So the U.S. and China being at odds in the Mao era, what
Once it gets bad, it's all together very slowly. All his problems. He still looks at me like a catch. Thank God Derek created that show. Because originally it was me, Tyson, in the game, as Kevin Garnett. I don't know them. Yeah, it's not just that level. There's no chemistry, and then also think they have no background in any sports. Like, thank God Derek created that show. Because originally it was me, Tyson, in the game, as Kevin Garnett. I don't know them. Yeah, it's not just that level. There's no chemistry, and then also think they have no background in any sports. Like, thank God Derek created that show. Because originally it was me, Tyson, in the game, as Kevin Garnett. I don't know them. Yeah, it's not just that level. There's no chemistry, and then also think they have no background in any
Hello, do you see me? England, London, it's me, the young king, here with the Prime Minister, Brian Redman, inviting you to the lovely O2 Arena for one night only, June 7th.
That's enough. It's enough.
Too much sauerkraut for you.
Oh.
Your hat. Get in front of the sign, you buffoon. That's why you're not true royalty. Oh. Hey, this is your only chance to see us on the other side of the world. We're pure blood Americans. We're putting on an act right now, pretending to be English. To get you to buy tickets, making us feel like we're connected in some way. But we are coming. The #1 live comedy show in the world is coming to the O2 Arena, London, England, June 7th. Get tickets right now at the only place where you can get them, TonyHinchcliffe.com. And we'll see you for royalty. He waits for no one. Somebody put on some Elton John. Oh,
You too?
oh.
Hey, this is Rabbi, coming live from the comedy mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? It's a great day, everybody. And make some noise for the best damn band in the land. There you go. That feels about right. Holy shit, what a performance, huh? This is J-Mo joining us on the keys tonight, everybody. Sean Greenberg on the electric guitar while John Dees and Matt Mueling are out of town. That, of course, is Huevos Rancheros, Grooveline Horns over there. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Big Mike getting a little bit bigger every week. We have a little thing. We put his head against the wall and use a pencil. He's getting bigger and bigger every single week. Big Mike. We love Big Mike. That's a good trumpet. I've never seen a Latino do a Trump impression before. You know what? You're going to the White House, buddy. And ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the one and only D Madness on the bass guitar. Live in the flesh. The real deal. D motherfucking Madness. We have a hell of an episode planned for you here tonight. I'm very excited about it. Before it gets started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Seems like all the volume's coming from this side. Is this side ready to start the fucking show? Every single week, I book the show strategically, myself, all by my fucking self. And I have been excited very few times more than tonight. For this is one of those nights where I knock off someone who I've wanted as a guest on the show since its inception 12 years ago. Every Monday for 12 years, we put out an episode, and this man has never been on before. One of the greatest comedians of all time. Get on your fucking feet and make some noise for the great and powerful Carrot Top! Oh, yeah. Let's fucking go!
There's nothing worse than an intro. This is the best guy in the world, and you eat shit. But we'll see. Thanks for having me, man. This is so beautiful.
We're going to have
this mine. Listen, I have two mics. That's how important I am.
Absolutely.
They don't want to miss one word. I've got two.
One man, two mics.
One lighter.
Absolutely.
What a crowd. You look good. It's dark. I can't see anybody, but you look good.
You look fantastic.
I look fucking great, actually. I know.
We were talking before the show. He's been working in Vegas for 30 years. He's been doing comedy for 40 plus years,
now
ladies
starting
and
to
gentlemen.
look
Look at this fucking guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Turns out
Thank you. That's a great hair. That's a good hair. That's good hair right there.
we're going to have a lot of fun tonight, Carrot Top. I'm so happy that you're here. Over 200 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to get pulled out of this wild little bucket where anything can happen. The whole show's improvised. I'm going to let
Rip Taylor's act.
Yeah, just a bunch
Young
of
people don't
confetti.
know that.
Yeah, nobody remembers that at all. It's
Rip
oh,
Taylor.
look at that.
Shit, that might have been the guy.
That's destiny right
Shit,
there.
that was the guy that was going to come up.
Look at that. I love this guy. Let's just do it. Yeah, let's go with that one. I'll let you pick the second one since I was going to anyway. This fear and loathing looking fucking guy right there. I love it. That'll be bucket rule number 2. Look at these people already. And I'm excited for you to see the show, Carrot Top. When I pull a name out of a bucket, that means these people that had no idea they were going on stage get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. And then that interrupts them. And I conducted an interview and we all talk about their lives together. They go from being a comedian to a guest on a podcast in absolutely no time at all. Stars are made, idiots are discovered here on this bucket, and they'll be getting feedback from the great Carrot Top tonight.
Shit. Yeah, really. Okay. Just what they want advice from me. Yeah.
It's gonna be great. And kicking off the show, one of our greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show, doing a brand new minute. Make some goddamn noise for the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Mother's Day just happened. I celebrate Mother's Day by impregnating women. I'm spreading all the day cheer. And you don't want to know what I do for Father's Day. I went to Canada, and this Canadian guy told me he came down here, went to a gun range, was so overwhelmed from shooting a gun, he cried. And I just thought, man, it's going to be so easy to take over this country. Oh my God. Dude, sit down before you hurt yourself. Stick to hockey. I used a gun. I did not cry. The person I shot cried. Okay. Thank you. Yeah,
You fucking nailed it. You killed it so hard. That was absolutely yeah.
Okay.
Unbelievable. Carrot Top.
Funny. Oh,
yeah.
fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Everything you said was brilliant. Funny, man. Thanks. Really.
That's like all the time. He comes up, he wobbles his ass out here, and he just fucking crushes harder than almost 99% of what we would consider the able-bodied people.
Wow. Fair.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Absolutely. And it very rarely has anything to do with his condition. He's not like one of these guys that just is a one-note guy or like a real comedian that just so happens to have cerebral palsy.
It gets tiresome after a while, like we get it, we get, we get it, so, yeah.
And clearly you make your own, you paint your own
Welcome.
t-shirt.
How are you?
That's incredible.
It's a cool shirt. Yeah.
Welcome.
Who is this?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you?
Great, thank you.
How'd you find out about me?
Through my friend Cool Cat.
Cool Cat, how did you find out about me? Was it Blue Sky?
Will you send me $1 million?
Yeah. Oh, it was Blue Sky?
No, I think so. Sure.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Cool Cat or Big Lumps, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes.
Excellent.
Times.
Excellent. Oh, well, very cool. Well, that's what I do. I'm essentially on camera all the time. I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore, anywhere in the world. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm someone who thinks that we may be able to solve world hunger in the future, and I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I am I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You knew? I know that's a lot of words, but one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to help people there. I also am an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, communication, faster than light travel, things like alien disclosure and quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephants, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Then they also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. If you may have seen recently, they made some news with their de-extinction of a type of direwolf, which I think is just a really cool project. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you. I know that Big Lump said that they want $2 million or something like that. Perhaps in the future, I may actually be able to make that happen. And here's how. According to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. In fact, in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever. So what does that mean? That means that Big Lumps and Cool Cat, I may be a very influential person someday, and if that happens, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. And that's recorded. I am going to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your friends and your family, to be able to live life comfortably if you're not already, to have generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities of your own, to be able to help the world, and philanthropic organizations to help humanity. I also want to help you, if you want, to be able to live longer. Now, this is all with your consent, but there's a type of technology known as life extension technology that may be of benefit to you. In the future, you may be able to afford oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, to be able to increase your average life expectancy that was previously about age 80 to age 100 or 120. But you may eventually say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is with your consent. If you want to just die a normal age, you absolutely can. But the next type of technology is known as mind uploading technology, which, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Big Lumps and Cool Cat, is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts on everything that I just had to say?
I love it. I think you are the new Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're so sweet. Big Lumps, I love you.
Are you born in Israel?
I was born in the United States, but I am Jewish and I am a rabbi. I pray every day. I daven every day. I say blessings on food. We light candles on Shabbat. I do my best to live as orthodox a life as possible while still streaming my life.
Listen, I used to work for the Illuminati. I'm from the deep state government.
Very cool, man. Well, I'm the head of it.
Yeah. So you want to be head of everything.
Oh, you watch. You watch. Data's Earth's number one resource.
What?
Data's Earth's number one resource, and I have more data online than any person ever. So they are just warming up the chair for me.
No. Listen, we are living in imminent catastrophic alien arrival.
I am in a...
I think we're like 2 months max. We're gonna see the aliens.
That very well could be. I mean, they've been visiting Earth. I think they're already here. They've been visiting Earth for thousands of years.
You said it. This place is like the Truman Show. It's like This is some kind of colony.
Yes,
It's
you're
like
exactly right.
It's not a piece of land.
You're exactly right, Big Lumps. It's like we were seated here, like a zoo.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
There's probably billions of copies of this place.
That could be. I mean, with as big as the universe is, I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah.
100%.
It's a process. It's a normal process. But,
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, the only problem with the world is technology. We don't have a full replicator, and we don't have teleportation, and we don't have machine that could cure the disease. That's the only problem with the world. What is the actual problem with the world? We get old and we die. It's a cycle. I think it's all about to end.
I'm in agreement with you. Big Lumps, I think you're exactly right. And I think that alien disclosure is imminent. In fact, I may be able to help bring it. I talk.
Why do we have to live with rats and ants and cockroaches? I mean, this place is not designed for us. This is not. Why do we have to? Well, why can't we live in a sterile place why do we have to have? I killed like 10 million ants like last week.
Okay, well, you're right. We will in the future be able to live
It's not for us. It's over.
in sterile containers, and we won't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, I know that's why everybody's gonna go into like a mothership, in a Michelin 5-star hotel with full replicators and everything's gonna be like magic. I see it happening. Like I think it's over. It's really over. I really believe it.
I'm in agreement with
And
you.
like, the thing that's the biggest proof that for this is because when something happened, they could have like created a new world government. They could have put Mickey Mouse as a leader. But why did they stop the COVID agenda? Because it's over. And now on top of that, they have Trump. They put Trump in place because it's completely over. Why would you let Trump win the election? It doesn't. To make sure it's the whole signs that we're living, what they were like 2 months max, man. Completely over.
Well, I'm ready for it, and I've been streaming this entire time, so I'll have it on camera.
I can guarantee you that we're very close to it.
I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right.
Wait, you think it's the end of the world?
No, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it's the start of a new world.
Yeah, hopefully so. It's gonna be crazy.
Agreed. So, Cool Cat, did you get spammed by one of my bots on Blue Sky?
No, I was just pasting with the server. Just click on it.
Oh, very cool. So, did you find me from another Discord server?
Yeah, just joined up.
Okay. Well, very cool. Well, I'm just watching Kill Tony right now, enjoying life. Feel free to watch. It's a new, it's a premiere tonight. They've got Carrot Top on. They just started. So, do you know what Kill Tony is? It's the largest.
Hey, I'm curious. Have you had like any alien or paranormal experience like with aliens or UFOs? Have you seen a UFO before?
Yeah, just one time, and it was what's known as a plasma ball, and it flew over my car as I was on my way to work, and I reported it to MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, actually on stream, and that's the only time. But yeah, it's a very common occurrence.
Yeah, I actually never had an experience. I saw some lights once in a red dot, and I never actually seen a UFO or an alien. Never.
I always wanted to, and
Have you done DMT?
I have not. I've always wanted to.
Me either.
That probably doesn't really do much.
Oh, I think it does. I think it's probably one of the most impressive drugs that you can have from people who have done it.
No, there's a guy. Have you seen this guy that he's taking so much DMT, and then one day he's just like pointing a laser while he was hiding DMT, and he see like he actually see that a code, like he thinks we're in a computer, we're in a matrix, because he can put that laser anywhere in a place, anywhere, and he can see a code. So he's saying that we're in a simulation because we can see the actual code of the matrix and shit. Have you seen this?
I've seen similar things where people shoot a laser pointer in the air, and there are like aliens that go to it.
No, this guy said that if you do DMT and you point a laser anywhere in space, anywhere in your room, in your hands, you're gonna see code. And this is a big movement. It's on the internet.
Okay.
He discovered it because he did so much DMT that he said that he actually can see the code now of the metrics.
That's wild.
It's crazy.
I'm in agreement with you.
But I believe this kind of stuff is all coming out. All this shit is coming out because it's over. It's like the CIA would have fucking called this guy when, like, this happened last year, and why the CIA doesn't go and grab this guy and tell him you can tell him through the pig. You can have, and he's Jew too. He's a Jew guy. He's a Russian Jew guy.
Okay.
And he's a very smart guy, very autistic, you know. And why the CIA doesn't grab this kid and go, look, bro, what you're trying to do, you're trying to like, you know, it's like the government doesn't try anymore because they know it's completely over. That's another proof right there. A guy like that or a guy like you, they will already come to you and say, look, man, you can't just be telling people about this shit. That's the way I see it.
You could very well be right.
I found out about it too. I found out about him through 4chan. I went to 4chan looking to some threads.
Okay.
And there's this guy that, what the fuck? And then I look at his videos. He's a YouTube channel. Every day he's streaming about this shit. About, if you smoke DMT, you can see the actual the code of the matrix.
That's wild.
And what about the flat earth? You believe the earth is flat?
No.
Why not?
There are ways to prove that it's not. If you go in low Earth orbit, you can see its curvature. You can see its curvature actually on the surface.
No.
I mean,
the earth is flat because we're in a simulation.
Okay.
That's why the earth is flat.
Okay, that's fine. There are ways to prove this. Archimedes proved this. You can actually see the curvature of the Earth from different, very flat areas. You can.
Why there's no colonization of space? The moon. Why, there should be McDonald's Motel 6 in the moon right now.
Wait. The moon's 250,000 miles away. I have my own.
It's very simple. Just point the camera from the moon to 24 hours. Why? Why doesn't a young guy like you or cool cat should be? They're going to actually explore in space. No, that shit's happening. We're stuck here for a reason, man.
Okay, that's fine. You can have those beliefs. A very easy way to essentially disprove the flat Earth theory is just how do you explain eclipses?
Because it's a what you see is a game. It's a really it's a simulation, bro. It's fucking it's like a clock. It's a system, bro. You know that people have seen stars to the moon. They're looking at the moon and they can see it's a projection. They're projecting us to us. Maybe it's embedded in our brain, bro. It's like it's near this flat, bro.
Okay, we can agree to disagree on that one. Very well. Well, I want you guys to know I really appreciate you coming by. You're always welcome here. More than anything about which I discuss, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be optimistic and just to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me,
We'll stop this slave system, money system, slave system, basically. Soon to be over. I believe it.
okay, very well. Well, if you guys ever need anything, I'm here to help you. And I really appreciate you coming by.
All right.
Excellent. All love, baby. Take care. Come back soon.
We were all black all the time. You know, any other color.
No,
You're really trying to make people think you're not gay. Dark colors,
D Madness is my stylist, and I wear what he sees.
Okay. Sick.
We trade off. I dress D and he dresses me. That's my motto. It says that right above my closet, which I.
He looks like shit.
What? How dare you? That is not true. That is not true. You look fantastic, D. Oh shit. What a fight it would be. Cerebral palsy versus completely blind. That would be once he gets his hands on you, he will not let go. He would play you like a fucking bass guitar.
My mom wanted me to correct you that I have muscular dystrophy. So she said, she calls you Kill Tony. She goes, tell Kill Tony you have muscular dystrophy. I was like, you got it, ma.
Oh. Sometimes I need a little translator of my monitor.
Subtitles are hard for me.
I got it.
Yeah.
That's good. How's everything else in life been lately?
It's been okay. Well, okay.
Not exactly a ringing endorsement of life.
Well, no, my dog got out. It's lost.
Your dog what?
He got out. He got out.
He escaped?
My friend was watching it and got under the fence, but I'm hoping, because this comes out like 2 weeks from now, I'm hoping we have it by the time.
So wait, when did your dog escape?
It was this weekend. I had my friend watching.
I might have him in here. Hold on.
Wait a second, Carrot Top.
Don't even
I have everything but a dog prop. I have everything but a dog prop.
joke about that. That's not funny.
Wait, I think I hear him in there.
Yeah, everything but a dog prop. Fuck. Oh, no, I hear him.
No.
It's okay, stop. Your daddy's here. Your daddy's here.
Not funny.
What kind of dog is it?
It's gone. It's gone.
What kind of dog was it?
Yeah, it's gone. Yes.
Well, the breed's called a Lhasa Apso. It looks like a Shih Tzu type thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm hoping we have it by the time.
Good news and bad news. Good news is I'm going to hire someone to find your dog. The bad news is it's D Madness that I'm hiring as revenge.
Wow. Okay.
Sweet revenge. Will be D Madnesses.
Well,
I don't see that goddamn. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't see that goddamn dog nowhere. Here, boy. Hey,
Get your ass over here, dog.
No, he's blind, so his other senses are elevated.
Oh, that's true. It'll be the first time where a man has sniffed out a dog. This is incredible. This could be really historical moment.
Yeah. So,
Damn it, Martin. I hope we find that goddamn dog. You don't live near the freeway, do you?
I'm not too close to it.
That doesn't sound good. That is the sound of the bell tolling. What was his name?
Andy.
Andy. Oh, poor Andy. R.I.P.
We're gonna find him. He's good. He's good. I think, like I heard sometimes, pigs get loose and they come back as like wild boars. So maybe he'll be a fucking wolf.
Wow. Yeah. Pigs. Come back. That's true. Red Band's here every Monday.
You're so good. That's so
I
good.
love that the horn player played the actual song. Oh, unbelievable. Martin, you are the fucking man. Way to get tonight's show started. We love you. Unbelievable. Truly one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show.
So great.
That is the golden boy himself, Martin Phillips. And this is the part where shit gets crazy, Carrot Top, because this is when we go to the buckets. We're gonna.
He was funny after his set.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's amazing. He's a star. Now we're going to the bucket now. So we're meeting somebody.
Oh,
they had no idea 5 minutes ago that they were going on stage. They're going up after Martin Phillips. Make some noise. This is Kyle Roberts, everyone. A minute uninterrupted from Kyle Roberts.
Hello. I went to the dentist the other day. I found out that I still have a baby tooth. They did an X-ray. There's an adult tooth that's trapped in my gums that hasn't come down yet. I also have a huge cock still. My stomach doesn't drop, so I'm hoping 2025 is my year. I don't know if anyone here likes a finger. Hello. I went to the dentist the other day. I found out that I still have a baby tooth. They did an X-ray. There's an adult tooth that's trapped in my gums that hasn't come down yet. I also have a huge cock still. My stomach doesn't drop, so I'm hoping 2025 is my year. I don't know if anyone here likes a finger in their ass. Me too. Thanks for asking. I feel like a finger in the ass is kind of like having to take summer school to graduate. It's kind of humiliating, but it's the only way I can finish. I'm not good at dirty talk. I realized that recently. I'm not good at dirty talk. My friend told me, he's like, whisper something sexy in her ear. I tried that. Didn't go great. I was like, I'm having a hard time getting a boner right now. Where's your clit? Wake up. All right.
Boom. Kyle Roberts. A stunning Kill Tony debut, correct?
I was on 2 years ago.
Oh, you're on 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Hell yeah. You're funny as hell.
Thank you.
You weren't that funny 2 years ago on the show,
No,
were you? No, not at all. I'd remember you if you were. But look at you now. You've been working hard.
At the gap. No.
Yeah. That is.
I can't fuck with you, bum.
No, it's good. That is a. You are correct. That is a starter set. clothing
Yeah, so,
is straight off of a mannequin.
Yeah. I didn't want to wear like distracting clothing.
Well, you played it just right, my friend.
Perfect.
We need Martin Phillips to draw a little something on there afterwards. Give it a little color. I love it. So how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years now.
5 years. Where at? All of it.
I started in Dallas. I moved here about almost 3 years ago now.
Awesome. What do you do for work?
I work at Chewy's Tex-Mex.
Ooh, wow. The crowd goes wild for Chewy's Tex-Mex. You're a waiter there?
I am, yes.
Okay. You doing good? Good. You working a lot of shifts?
Yeah, I usually work doubles. Friday, Saturday, I've been on shows, and then a couple other
Work
days.
mostly lunches so that your nights are free to do stand-up?
Yeah, I try to. Yeah,
That's fun.
it's a lot of fun. We have some new items in the menu now.
Tell us about the new items on the menu.
We brought back pork. We haven't had pork in a while. We have
Pork?
a macho burrito that has guacamole inside and does hatch green chili sauce on the outside.
Oh my God, it's fucking amazing.
Green chili rice is back.
I work with a macho pork burrito every week. It's a Red Band. Wow. Oh, I hit your shoulder and pubes started flying up in the air. Look at that. Little souvenir for you, sir. You look like it looked like a great pube. It could have been yours to begin with. Look at this fucking guy right here. You visiting from New York? Dallas. Oh, okay. Well, geez, I guess I'm an asshole. No, why would you say that? I'm from Dallas. This fucking guy. You look like a mobster. What do you do for work? Architect. Wow. Look at him. Yeah, he's got a look. An architect.
I need to do some homework.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Here we go.
No, because he works there. Where you work again? Chewy something?
Chewy's Tex-Mex, yeah.
Chewy Tex-Mex. I only have a joke for sushi. When you eat sushi, you do this. You look like you're really. Wow, look at that guy going with his chopsticks. But I was hoping it was going to be a. Now I can't turn it off. The kids in the sweatshop make this shit for me. I don't know. I don't know how to operate them. They build them. I come up with them and they build them. But look at that. That took engineering, fucker. Look at that shit.
That is
My dad worked at NASA. This is what I got from.
It's gonna be
Every
so.
time I have.
It's gonna be so funny in a half an hour when I ask somebody what they do for work and they're like, I work at a sushi restaurant. You're like, fuck, I wasted it on the Mexican restaurant guy.
I gotta find something Mexican.
Yeah.
I do have something. Hold on.
Oh, I love this.
All right, people misspell. This is so old. I forgot the joke. People misspell graffiti on walls all the time, right? So they should have. Hold on. Can I do this?
Yeah.
This might work. So this is a spray paint can that has a dictionary, so they get it right. And they do it. And when they get done, you're like, what the fuck? Here, look.
Oh yes.
Eat more posse. Wait the fuck. Wait. No, that's not. No, that's stupid. No, they're all stupid. That's fucking.
Oh fuck yes. This is exactly what the fuck I wanted to happen.
All duct tape together. Fuck.
That is.
But it was a spray paint can with a dictionary on it. No, I'm sorry. I had to.
You have the Braille version?
Yeah. I might actually. No, we'll wait.
Kyle,
Yeah, right.
Kyle, don't ask so many fucking questions. So what do you do for fun, Kyle?
Well, I have a lovely girlfriend. We're about to move in.
Ooh, about to move in. Have you lived with a girl before?
Well, I've stayed over at her apartment, but not before that.
Right, but you've never lived together. You've stayed over at a girl's house.
Yes.
How old are you, Kyle?
How old am I?
Yes.
I'm 31.
31. So this will be your first time living with a girl.
Yes.
Do you have any weird habits that you're kind of nervous
Look
about?
at 'em.
uh,
Have any weird habits?
well, she doesn't. I sometimes like scream before I pee. I don't know why, but yeah, like not like a blood curdling one. Just like like do you not see people sigh?
You scream before you pee?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow. In pain or just for fun? It's
like
just
I really like. I don't know. I like peeing. I don't know. I'm just
it's an excited scream.
yeah.
Does
It's like
it burn or something? Or are you
no,
you know.
This is incredible. So you scream before you pee. How about when you stay at her place? Have you noticed anything weird about her? Does she have weird? Anything
Weird what?
stand out to you? Women can be, I mean,
yeah.
just from my experience, they can make the bathroom a little messy. They can put their shit everywhere. Are you ready to have an actual female roommate?
I think so. I mean, we spend a lot of time together. Yeah.
Is she alive?
As far
The
as
way
I
you're
know,
answering these questions
she's at
is very
Chewy's right now.
suspicious. We spend a lot of time together. She pretty much does whatever I want her to do.
it's everyone's consenting. Yeah.
Oh.
Incredible. What does she do for work?
She works at Chewy's.
Yeah, she works at Chewy's.
That's how we
Oh,
met. It's a
yeah.
Chewy's love story.
She's the manager.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I love it. Incredible. Man, do you have any pets or anything?
She has a cat.
She has a cat.
Yeah.
So you're going to be living with a cat, too?
Yeah.
How do you feel about this?
I mean, I usually just forget it's there when like.
Does the cat like you?
Have you
I
seen
don't
the
think
lost
so.
dog? We've been looking for a dog. Maybe there's a cat. Now we're looking for a dog. I have a cat. Joke? No.
This is incredible. So it's going to be your first time living with a girl. You're excited. Do you have any special moves in the bedroom? You seem like a real creepazoid. So I'm excited to find out. Is there something?
And I come every time.
I just try to make up for like a lack of like talent, maybe with just like enthusiasm. You know?
Yeah. If you scream before you pee, I can't imagine what you do before you
Right?
come.
Imagine if I come to fuck. He probably. I'm saying this sound effect guy running. He needs you in the room when he's. Okay, I'm out. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
What would it be? What would those
What
sound
would the
like?
big right for you come? Oh.
Okay, all right. Kyle Roberts, a hell of a performance.
Yeah.
Fucking fantastic.
Very funny.
Loved having you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Wow, there you go. He's booked. Here's a big joke book. Kyle Roberts.
Awesome, man.
I realized that I have an open wound on my hand from playing drums a little bit earlier. Oh, we have matching open wounds. Blood Brothers. Oh, it's the lovely Heidi.
Very much.
Oh, my goodness. What a special treat.
Sorry.
Easy on the eyes. Hey, y'all. This podcast is sponsored by Incogni. Here's the problem. Data brokers are gathering your personal information and selling it for profit. They scan the web for names, addresses, social media profiles, court records, and build detailed profiles on individuals just like you. This data then ends up in the hands of scammers, which leads to spam, identity theft, and even loss of control over your own personal data. Sounds like a big problem, right? Well, not anymore, thanks to Incogni, Red Band.
Incogni solves this problem by reaching out to data brokers on your behalf and requesting they remove your personal data. The whole process is automated. I love knowing that my personal info is safe with Incogni, Tony.
That's really good, Red Band. Absolutely incredible. Well, you can ask these data brokers yourselves to delete your personal info. This process takes hundreds of hours to do manually. So let Incogni do it for you. Take your personal data back with Incogni. Use code KILLTONY and get 60% off an annual plan at incogni.com/KILLTONY. That's INCOGNI.com/KILLTONY. All right. This looks like a new name coming out of the bucket, so we're going to meet them all together. Make Some noise for Jackson Rock, everyone. It's time for Jackson Rock.
I love cougars,
Word.
and cougars love me.
Word.
Give it up for the cougars, y'all. Yeah. I love a woman who's not afraid to take away my Xbox. My first experience with a cougar was with a 48-year-old woman named Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence made love to each and every one of the dudes in my friend group. When it came to be my turn, I only lasted about 2 minutes, which is not bad for a 13-year-old. When her son found out, he was so jealous. Now, I'm just going to say what's on everyone's mind. The homeless people in Austin, not all of them, but some of them, I would have sex with. Thank you.
Okay. Wow, there it is. Jackson Rock with an absolutely frightening set. I'm pretty sure he admitted to about 2 or 3 felonies in 60 seconds
That guy
there.
works for the government. He'll have to hear.
Yeah. Wow, Jackson, how long you been doing stand-up?
It's my first time ever, Tony.
Wow, okay. How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. How many times have you signed up for the show?
I signed up once back in like October 2023.
And this is your second time, October 2023?
Yeah.
And you haven't signed up since then.
No.
This is your second time, and you decided in between October 2023 and now to not practice anywhere whatsoever. Your thought was, I'll just go in there, come out guns a-blazing, looking like a out-of-work magician, and I'm just going to take over the scene by storm.
Just had to say, fuck it, dude.
Okay. All right. What makes you think homeless people would want to have sex with you? They
I
tend to
never
have
considered that.
really good sense of humor.
I got a home.
Oh, have you good? We don't know that for a fact. Do you have a home, Jackson?
I do have a home.
What is it like?
Well, actually, I'm crashing on a couch right now because my lease just ended.
Ah.
Now, listen. My lease just ended, but I'm looking for a new place, a new roommate situation.
So you're homeless. Took us a long time to get there. We went around and around and around. Turns out you are just as homeless as a homeless person.
I'm finding out about myself right now. Tony.
Indeed. So, what's your plan? What do you do for work?
I do a couple of things. Service industry, and then I also do solo
Solo
guitar.
gigs?
Yeah, like playing guitar, playing a mix of covers and originals.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Really? And you make money doing that?
Yeah, I had one yesterday.
You made money yesterday?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Over in Bastrop.
Okay.
Yeah.
The locals are cracking up right now. That is
Bastrop.
That is, for those of you that don't know, around the world, Bastrop is about, 45 minutes away?
About 30.
Yeah, sure. Sure. On the bird scooter that you're driving, I'm guessing it's 45.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And you're out there, they hired you for that gig?
Yeah, man.
And you go by the name Jackson Rock?
Jackson Rock.
What place did you perform at in Bastrop?
It's a place called Grace's.
Grace.
Yeah.
How did it go? How many people were there.
I don't
Man,
know.
it's a restaurant,
I
so
just
it's like
realized that using
Mother's
this
Day
word
gig. It
for
was
why
fun.
they have
I mean,
fucking
people were
accounts.
nice.
But I'll never fucking
I played my
talk to
song.
him, and I will keep saying things awful to one of us.
It killed, dude.
13-year-old was so good.
People are like, this is a worst Mother's Day restaurant meal I've ever had.
That's what I said. Yeah, it's great. I'll be back on Father's Day.
Oh. Love it, Jackson. What's your like best original? You think? What's the name of that? What's it about?
I have one that a lot of people like called Jim Beam.
Jim Beam.
Yeah.
And that's about drinking Jim Beam.
It's about a homosexual relationship with Jim Beam.
I love this idea. I love this idea. Sean Greenberg. Is there any? Wait, we have an actual. Is that thing tuned? It is. Okay, Heidi, can you bring out the Kill Tony official guitar? I want to see. Oh, look, she was ready. You know, she is as smart as she is stunning. A lot of people wouldn't guess that. A lot of people that just watch the show would probably guess she's a real fucking bag of rocks. But I'm telling you, she's a genius. She has the best spirit. She's fun to hang out with. She's always listening, paying attention.
And she's got a big cup.
She's a big, beautiful, giant cup.
Oh, shit. Look. Rick Springfield, everybody.
All right. So you're going to sing it and you're going to play it, right? And you're sure it's an original, right? Because we can't set up the YouTube algorithm music thing, or else we have to pay whoever the fuck actually wrote the song that you're doing. Oh, you got it?
I got it.
You nervous?
Sweet home.
It's just like playing at Gracie's in Bastrop, except there's just another few more million people watching. Give us a spotlight, Keno. And here he is, making his Kill Tony music debut with his hit song, all the way from Bastrop. This is Jackson Rock playing Jim Beam.
There's a man who always treats me right. He holds my doors, he never snores, he helps me sleep at night. There's a man who changed my life the first time that he kissed my lips. He never bit, he's always in my dreams. His name is Jim Beam. He's often a friend of me. I never seen him lie and cheat or try to hold the streets. We spent the night in jail. His name is Jim Beam. He's often a friend of me. Never seen him lie and cheat or try to hold the streets. He always pays my bill and buys me weed.
All right, Jackson Rock. Turns out you're a fucking musician, Jackson.
Solid ending.
Yeah,
That was great, man.
absolutely. You're also gay, Jackson. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, huh? And I
No, I'm not.
I'm not. It's like a what's the old comment? It's just it's a tendency. It's a tendency. It's not gay. It's a tendency. It's not gay. Once you're, it's not my joke. It's not my joke. It's a Louis C.K.'s joke. Once it's stuck in a cock. He's like, it's something about that, and he says, once you got your hand on it, you're committed. It's a fucking. It's a cock in your mouth.
Jackson, you say you're not gay, but let me ask you this. What's the gayest thing you've ever done, Jackson?
I spooned with one of my homies one time.
Okay. I love that. That's very honest. It was a very quick answer. I love that. What was the circumstances of the spooning? You guys were just in the mood?
We were just bowling, just hanging out, and
You were what?
we're just hanging out.
What'd you say the
Bowling.
Bowling?
Bowling.
Bowling?
I'm from Atlanta. It's like Atlanta slang.
What does that mean?
Like balling, but chilling, but
Oh, you're gay.
Between
Yeah.
bowling,
I'm getting word from the officials.
mixture of bowling and bowling.
After
I have a joke. I have a prop.
Oh, let's go.
It's a mousetrap to get gay mice. See? Classic. I mean, yeah. Oh, fuck, that's a classic.
You're awesome.
Yeah. I have no fucking life this way.
You get to duct tape things together and become a multi-millionaire. This is incredible. What an art form it is.
Yes.
You are a master.
I really did find. I found a mousetrap at Home Depot, and then I found a mirror ball, and I was like, "Well, there's got to be a fucking joke in this." And the lady ringing me up was like, "Is this going to be one of your jokes?" I said, "Yeah, it's a gay mousetrap," and she's like, "Great." I said, "It's gonna fucking kill. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great."
So fucking cool.
Right.
This is
It
awesome.
set me up. I had a good one. I was like,
Yeah, I love it. That's true. I can tell he's drawn to the disco ball. I can see what he's looking at.
I know.
Somebody wants the cheese, huh? Yeah. Jackson, so is this what you want to do? Is stand up something you want to do, or did you just want to come on Kill Tony one?
I just had to. I feel like it should be a rite of passage, you know. So,
What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. I moved here and I'm a fan of the show, and it scared the shit out of me to sign up, and I like to do things that scare me. So
Right, like hook up with a woman.
You're too quick. I was ready.
Well, Jackson, congratulations. Here's a little joke book.
Awesome.
You did it. The lovely Heidi's gonna help you with that guitar. I just saw his penis go flaccid when he looked at Heidi. His penis went extra soft. Oh shit! Look at this little sneaky cholo trying to go to the bathroom. Look at this fucking guy. Look at you, dude. I love it. All right.
Oh man,
We're having fun.
This is fun.
How about a hand for Carrot Top? We're having fucking fun here tonight. Already fucking making his claim for possible guest of the year 2025 halfway through the show. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. It's Molly McGee, everybody. Molly McGee.
Hi. I'm new here. I recently escaped California with my son's genitals still intact. He said, "Mommy, am I a boy or a girl?" I said, "Toddler, are you a boy? You're a cowboy. Pew, pew, pack your shit, moving to Texas." I would love my child no matter what. But if he's trans, I'll say the same thing about his penis. I say every time he wants me to get him a puppy. You're going to have to keep it and take care of it till it's fully grown. Then you could decide if it's not cute anymore and you want to get rid of it. I'll support that. He's not trans, though. He's just regular autistic. It took a long time to get him diagnosed, too, because he's good looking enough to everybody just assumed he was an asshole this whole time. Because when he was really little, doctors were worried that he might be mentally retarded. Yeah, they didn't call it that, though. They called it starting to look like his father. It was only because they were both bald and chubby and drank from a bottle till they shit and piss themselves. My son grew out of it. Thank you.
Wow. Molly McGee, welcome. That was a fantastic set. Hell yeah. What did you just say?
We don't get to know who the guest is, do we?
And this is the iconic Carrot.
Oh, are you saying hi to me? I think is it Tony, right?
Let's fucking go. I love this.
Yes.
Molly McGee, this is an unbelievably great minute. I guess I'm just surprised. We've had, not to be sexist, but the female comedians as of late, especially the last month or so, it's been real rough. So my expectations when it came out were very low. And your stuff is topical. It seems.
We don't get to know who the guest is.
And this is the iconic Carrot.
Oh, are you saying hi to me? Or they just...
When he was really little, doctors were worried that he might be mentally retarded. Yeah, they didn't call it that though. They called it starting to look like his father. It was only because they were both bald and chubby and drank more bottle till they shit and piss themselves. My son grew out of it. And take care of it till it's fully grown. Then you can decide if it's not cute anymore or you want to get rid of it. I'll support that. He's not trans though, he's just regular autistic. But, it took a long time to get him diagnosed too, because he's good looking enough to everybody just assumed he was an asshole this whole time. Because when he was really little, doctors were worried that he might be mentally retarded. Yeah, they didn't call it that though. They called it starting to look like his father. It was only because they were both bald and chubby and drank from a bottle till they shit and piss themselves. My son grew out of it. Thank you.
Wow. Molly McGee, welcome. That was a fantastic set. Hell yeah.
Oh my.
What did you just say?
We don't get to know who the guest is. Do we?
And this is the iconic Carrot.
Oh, are you saying hi to me? Or they just saying hi to... Is it Tony, right?
Let's fucking go. I love this.
Yes.
Molly McGee, this is an unbelievably great minute. I guess I'm just surprised. We've had, not to be sexist, but the female comedians as of late, especially the last month or so, it's been real rough. So my expectations when it came out were very low. And your stuff is topical. It seems real to you. Is that all kind of true?
Absolutely true.
That's well, I've done okay. I'm a woman, see it. Yeah.
What's your name again?
I'm looking for another. Yeah, good. I have another gay joke somewhere in here. It's a good one. Sorry, do your.
Molly, how long you been on stand-up?
8 years. Well, 4, and then I took 4 years off and I've been back.
In California?
Yes. Well,
Northern?
Yeah, in the Central Valley.
Okay.
Stockton.
Yes. We know Stockton well. We are friends with the Diaz brothers.
Oh, yeah.
209. You have a 209 area code?
Yes.
Absolutely. There you go. And what do you do for, how long have you been here in Texas?
A little over a year.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm a disabled veteran.
You're a disabled veteran. Holy shit, you are cool as fuck. No, Red
You're
Band.
welcome. You're welcome.
No, Red Band likes to go to disabled veteran female strip clubs and watch them roll around.
That's not. Hi.
God.
You get a discount if they have less limbs than a normal stripper at the disabled veteran strip club. It's called the Camouflage Rose. It's in Bastrop for those of you that don't know. So Molly McGee, what branch of the military were you in?
Air Force.
Okay.
Good.
Wow. Oh, and what did you do there?
I was a dental assistant. Like the least cool military thing you could do.
Wow. And how did you become disabled?
Oh, I was assaulted and I had my head slammed into a cement wall repeatedly.
Oh my God.
I
Beside
have
your ass now.
Yeah. Was this an Iraqi soldier or an American?
no, it was American.
It's in San Francisco.
Yeah, one of them was a cop,
One of them was a
a
cop.
military cop,
A military.
off duty.
What made him slam your head?
It was 3 females.
Wait, they were females.
Yeah.
And what made them do that? Can I ask that? Is that a crazy question?
Well,
It's an improvised show.
okay, well they started it.
Nice.
Okay, I love this.
But I went for it.
I
But
bet you did.
yeah, I did pretty good. I mean, other than the permanent brain damage and amnesia disorder, I mean, you should have seen the other guy. You know,
What was the second thing? Amnesia?
amnesia disorder.
What is that? What exactly? How
She
does that
doesn't
affect
remember doing what her joke she did.
I don't remember the question. No.
Right. So that is that like short-term, long-term memory loss?
It's a little bit of both. Like I have some things long term I just cannot remember, and then sometimes I have little episodes where like I'll forget like everything for like a couple minutes, or sometimes I'll forget categories. Like I'll be doing the dishes and realize an oven mitt is in the water too, or like because I put it in with the dishes. Like it's just really bizarre. It's just kind of bizarre.
It's incredible. So you
Or I'll forget how I know somebody. Like one time I totally forgot that someone was my cousin. Thank God that really well.
right.
I could have went a lot worse.
Wow. How cool. You're amazing. This is incredible. You're so funny. How old's your kid?
He's 11.
So you really did get him out of California at the right time. Shit is going
Yes.
little wackadoodle dandy out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild.
Mhm.
I love it. So how do you like Austin? What do you do for fun here?
Well, so I live near New Brunswick. So I'm like right between here and San Antonio, comedy direction. And I love it. I like it over there. It's chill.
Yeah.
I'm like a small town kind of girl.
You have a boyfriend? Are you sure? You just not remember him right
I
now?
know, right? Yeah. I don't know.
He's watching the show like, what the fuck?
I mean, I could use that if I ever.
I swear to God,
I'm
you
a
ever,
nice lady, but
you
I
ever
was.
forget about me again, you're going back in the cement wall.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, come on. Too soon.
I have a fun fact about me.
Yes, let's do
I
it.
also do comedy songs too.
Oh my
shit,
God.
guitar.
Yeah.
Do you play guitar or you just go
Play
solo?
guitar, and I have it somewhere. I have it. I got
You brought a guitar? Heidi, oh my God. What a special what a special treat this is. How many times have you signed up for the show?
tons.
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 Can you give me a ballpark? Since you
I'd
got
say
almost
like
every
10 or 15. I have an amnesia disorder, so let's say.
Okay. You are correct.
Let's say
That'll
10,
work for pretty
15.
much
Does that
any
sound
question.
like a good number? I
And this
guess.
is your first time you always bring the guitar when you sign up?
Yes.
Okay.
I lug this thing around.
I love it.
Guitar.
Do you have a name for your guitar?
It's a rat.
Amnesia Jenkins. All right. Well, this
I
is
didn't want to bring it out because I don't want to be presumptuous.
we just heard your brain waves on the microphone there for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the song you're going to play for us? It's an original, right? Because we can't do covers. What's it called?
It's called Jack Daniels. So that you set me up.
So it's kind of important. It's so I have a lazy eyelid. And a lot of you may not realize this, but the lazy eyelided community is very underrepresented in Hollywood. So there's really only one reason for that, which is we've had a megastar on top for several decades who stopped at nothing to hold the rest of us back. That ends today. Forrest Whitaker.
Spotlight.
I'm Whittier. And I'm your nemesis. Forrest Whitaker. When I was a little girl, I used to get bullied for having a lazy eyelid. They called me Quasimodo, Sloth from Goonies, Rocky after the fight. And I used to cry the whole way home, and then I'd be happy because I turned the TV and there was my hero, Lisa Left Eye from TLC. She used to celebrate having a lazy eyelid, but then she died of unnatural and unexpected circumstances. Rest in peace. Legally, I'm not saying Forrest Whitaker had anything to do with it. I'm just saying it's pretty freaking convenient. Forrest Whitaker, you think we didn't notice that Biggie Smalls was part of the lazy eyelid community? Was. They never did find his killer, did they? It's almost as if the detective was so close to the case he couldn't see the forest through the trees. Not even with two good eyes. How many children won't be oppressed anymore when you fall, when you fall? How many lazy-eyed stars will be born when you fall, when you fall? Forrest Whitaker, you had the chance to show the world it's not just you. There's more of us out here. We're talented. We can do things. Instead, he's out here acting like y'all need him to normalize normal eyes. Also known as atypical. And Forrest Whitaker, seeing you waltzing around the Star Wars universe in Rogue One, trying to send us a message that you're gonna be the only one in the future with a lazy eyelid. Clearly, he wants total annihilation. But not on my watch.
It's a long song.
Not even with two good eyes. How many children won't be oppressed anymore when you fall, when you fall? How many lazy eyes stars will be born when you fall? I'm your nemesis. Your move, Forrest Whitaker. Your move.
Wow. Molly Mickey. Molly, you are cool as shit. Song's a little long, little Pink Floyd-esque. I didn't realize.
Mellencamp song is like,
Yeah. She's like, shine on you crazy eyelids over here. It's like a 14-minute long fucking
I know.
starts slow, goes back to the chorus
Forrest
twice.
Whitaker's passed, by the way.
Yeah. If a song falls in the Forrest Whitaker, all right.
In my defense, that was after several decades of oppression, so that's a long
I
song.
get it. You think your eyelids are lazy? You should see D. Mandis's actual eyeballs. They are the laziest eyeballs. They've done nothing his entire
Thank you.
life.
That song's called "Run Forrest Run." Just everybody.
Amazing. So you are such a cool person. I love your style, Molly McGee. You're leaving here with the big joke books. Write another minute. Come up, sign up again, okay? There you go. She caught it. Molly McGee, everybody. How fun.
Great
2
job.
musical guests in a row, plowing through it.
Oh wait, it's time for a prop. Here.
Let's do it. Carrot Top's got a little
All right,
something
here we go.
for
All right,
us.
when you go to a bar, right? When you go to a bar, you can't see who you're hitting on, right? Because it's dark. So it's a beer that has a light built into it. You kind of scope it out before you. And look, it's it. And there's 2 jokes. Look, it's a Bud Light. Ah, fuck.
Oh.
Look at that shit. That wrote itself. Bud Light. Maybe it's another one.
This is
Hold on.
amazing. I don't know if you guys all smoked the same pot that I
This
did
is a
tonight.
dumb one.
But
This is a dumb one. This is a pacifier for ugly babies. But it's dumb. I mean, they're not all clever, really done. Oh, polished shit. You know how much it costs to fly this shit here too, by the way? It's a dildo on the thing. I'm like, it's Carrot Top. It's okay.
that is
really good.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's a gay mousetrap.
Have you run into problems? I guess you're mostly in Vegas, but like, has that ever been an issue flying with your
yeah.
wild stuff?
Yeah, I was going, people too young to remember Regis and Kathy Lee. And I was doing the show and I was on a flight. And this is great, same exact trunk. It was flowers all over it. And I'm on this trunk, a plane. I said, go on. I'm doing this live show. Could you make sure the trunk gets it on? Because I'm going to go live like tonight. And they said, oh, no, we got it. We do it. And we get on the plane. I look out the window. It's like 4 in the morning. And I see this trunk going on the bed of another airplane.
Oh,
and I'm like, oh, fuck. And I said, that's my shit. And they go, no. I said, well, unless Donnie and Marie are on the other fucking flight. There's like a box full of fucking shit. So they got it. They got it for me just in time. Just in time to do, on Regis and Kathy Lee, a plate for bulimics. I mean,
Oh,
right?
my God.
You can eat and
A plate for
You said be
bulimics.
politically incorrect tonight, so
I
my
love it.
I'm bringing all my dark Carrot Top shit.
I love it. I love
You
it.
guys are, by the way, the best. You're the best. This is fun.
This is fucking
This is so
awesome.
fun, man. Everybody that's on here is so fun.
Yeah, we're having you guys having
The band
fucking
is
fun out
fucking
there?
fun. This band is unbelievable.
They're the shit.
Seriously,
We're having a
you're
blast.
doing okay. The band, honestly.
All right, let's get back to this bucket. We're going to meet another comedian. Make some noise. 1 minute uninterrupted for Jordan Gilpin, everybody.
All right, Jordan.
Hey, everybody. I know you're thinking, and yes, it's true. I do have bicycles on my wall in my living room as art decoration. Yes, I do. I recently took a 23andMe and found out I'm 25% gay. That's right. I had a gay grandpa. Sometimes with the long deliverer, a quote doesn't really work the right way, right? I went by a crystal shop, really inspiring quote. It said, it's a great thing to think that your best days are still ahead of you. But told by Anne Frank, maybe they were talking about reincarnation. Guys, it's kind of weird. Family, yeah, that's right. They're crystals, right? They can see the future, but they can't Google the past. Yeah. My sister's in a throuple with my
I like that one guy throuple.
Yeah, that's right. In a throuple with her husband and my mom. Yeah, she came to visit once 8 years ago, and she's still there doing the laundry and raising the kids.
All right, Jordan Gilpin. Went a little too long there.
I like the first joke, but I would have said, would you say 25% gay? And you pause and say, okay, 90. You know, something like, because, I mean, Gilligan, come on.
Yeah. This is an incredible
No, but
get
that
up.
was funny. Fucking love it. I have those same shorts.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I really have the same legs. We have the same legs. Look at that. Except I shaved mine, so they makes my dick look leaner.
Right. Jordan, it is quite the outfit. I'm glad you took a break from renting tourist kayaks to come do stand up here tonight. How long have you been doing stand up comedy?
Seriously, for 4 months, and I've been riding for about 1.5 years.
Okay, so you wrote for
You're clearing the room. Look.
Yeah. It's a good job. People are going in.
Rickles did that, you know.
Stick around.
So, Jordan, what do you do for work?
I work at a
Please say
barbecue
rent
place.
kayaks. Oh,
What is it?
I work at a barbecue restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to give them a shout out? What barbecue
I
restaurant?
work at Franklin.
Okay. Yeah, that is one of the bigger ones here. What do you do at the barbecue restaurant?
So I was hired as a cutter, but I haven't got there yet. It's a very strenuous training process when you work for one of the most famous barbecue places in the world.
How long have you worked there without getting to cut? Hired as a cutter? You haven't gotten to cut the meats?
Yeah, haven't got there
with a
yet.
knife?
Yeah, I haven't touched a knife since I started. It was March 1st, I think, was my first day. Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
So
OJ
2.5
got
months
that
ago.
job. By the way.
Yeah.
First day.
First day.
They gave
Yeah.
So what do they have you doing if you were hired as a cutter and you haven't gotten to cut the meats yet? What exactly are you doing at work?
Yeah, so the first 2 weeks, I was what they call the line position. So you talk to everybody in line and ask them what you want, and you tally their meat numbers. Have you been there?
Michael, relax over there. Can we keep them over here? Jesus Christ, what do you have in your own side conversations? Where you're cracking up at the number thing. Relax over there, Mike.
Yeah, so I call it the glorified Chick-fil-A person. Yeah, because you're going down the line, you're like expectation manager. And so once you sell your 20 pounds of turkey for the day, nobody else you can't guarantee turkey. So if like someone's got their heart set, waiting 3 hours in line, and it's like, sorry, I'm out of ribs. So they got to try tomorrow.
So you got to sweet talk them out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do a little thing. Give me a little barbecue music. And I'm going through the line here at the barbecue restaurant, and I've been waiting in line for hours. And here we go. God, I love the barbecue music here. Oh, I'm finally up in line. Oh, hey, how are you? Can I get some food?
Hi. Yeah, welcome to Franklin, guys. Have you ever been here before?
No.
Cool. So let me tell you. So I got brisket available. We have our pork spare ribs. We have pulled pork. We have turkey, and we have our house sausage and our house peanut cheddar sausage.
I'm in the mood for ribs. Do you have ribs?
I do have ribs.
Oh, you're supposed to be out of ribs. I want to find out what it's like when you're out of something.
I'm sorry.
You have all that stuff, but I'm really here for the ribs. I've been waiting all day for ribs.
So I can't guarantee you ribs, but my guarantee is in the pink sweater about 20 people ahead of you. So once she gets up to the front, I'll come back to you and I'll let you know if I still have some. If you're lucky, you can have them. I can't mark you down for them, but if you have them, you can grab them.
I like.
What a fucked up system. Let's go regular lighting here. I just figured out what you do. That is so interesting. So they're deep in the line when you talk to them.
Yes.
And they're starving.
Yeah.
And they've been waiting for hours.
Yeah.
And you just come up to them. Are you dressed like that when you go up to these hungry, angry, starving people? Just, hello, like the lady in the pink sweater is going to eat what she wants. Best of fucking luck to you. I can't guarantee anything. What the fuck? That's just, what's the angriest somebody's gotten at this part with you? Has it happened yet? Has there been like come on, man?
Not too many people.
I bet you get a lot of bribes.
There was an angry lady who didn't understand that she couldn't just reserve a table for 2 hours while they waited in line.
A liberal, am I correct? Liberal vibes, purple hair.
No, she was like suburban San Antonio. So I think like she was like she was a country club kind of person. She didn't realize like why they couldn't just like bribe me $100 to like skip the line.
Right. Is that the most you've been bribed?
No, I mean she didn't like.
I mean for barbecue,
for a bribe, but I mean people will like ask if they could.
What's the highest you've been offered?
Me personally, I haven't been offered, but I know people have.
Yeah, you don't look like you would even. You look like you would just take the money.
They'll like give me a sandwich, like yeah.
Is it Frank?
I give off more of that vibe. Yeah.
It's a good barbecue. Wait, do you try any of the other barbecue? Do you eat barbecue?
I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Have
So
you tried the competition?
Yes. Some of them. I really like Leroy and Lewis and Interstellar. KG, I tried a few months ago. That's really good.
You don't even say the TB one, do you?
TB?
You're scared of TB, aren't you?
Well, okay, no. Terry Box is funny because it's always the one that people go to first when they come to town, and then they come to us when like they really have time to dedicate to it. But I would say like everybody's like surprised is when they're like, oh wait, like we went to Terry Box and this is way better.
Let's go to our senior barbecue correspondent, Brian Redband.
Is it true that you go through the line though to ask what people are getting before the restaurants even open though? So you're almost like creating this weird like people can't get anything no matter what.
He's gonna think of a better question in just a moment.
Yeah, that's what we just described.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but you do it before the restaurant's even open though. Why do you just not make enough?
Yeah, so we open up the restaurant at 11 and we start talking to people in line at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So by the time we open at 11, like we already know, like who's gonna, be guaranteed beef ribs or pork ribs. Beef ribs are only on Friday, Saturday, Sundays, so you gotta show up early for those.
I like that. Yeah. It's a business. When we were comics, we'd order Domino's, right? And then we'd order Pizza Hut. We'd make both people eat their other thing. We'd film Pizza Hut eating Domino's. Eating pizza. And they were like, no, we can't do that. We'd videotape them and they got fired from eating. Literally, they wouldn't eat the competition. I eat the competition.
Incredible.
Wait, I have something for this. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I love this. Carrot Top
All right,
going into the.
These are good. I gotta stand up for this one, dude.
Yeah.
Only because you're wearing those goddamn things.
Well, it's hot today in Austin,
Wait,
so I gotta be prepared.
There's skinny jeans for fat guys. So that way, so when you wear them, you're like, you look so lean. fucking retarded, isn't it?
This is the.
I mean, I'm retarded. You can't say that word anymore.
This is the best.
Show and tell with liquor.
I love it. Hell yeah. All right, Jordan. Well,
good job, Jordan.
Fun times, my friend. Good interview. Good insight into the barbecue world of Austin, Texas. There's a little joke book.
Thank y'all.
There he goes, Jordan Gilpin, everybody.
Right.
And it's a perfect time to bring up one of the greatest regulars in the show's history, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, a juggernaut, an absolute superstar flying through the cosmos at 1 billion miles an hour. I present to you truly who I believe is the top young rising comedian in the world. Make some goddamn noise. This is a brand new minute from Cam Patterson.
Yeah. Real shit. I have it's weird, but I have one gay friend. One. Only one. I think if you're a straight man and you have more than one gay friend, nigga, you gay. That's what I think. I think they plotting on you and they gonna get you in a dark room and fuck you in the ass. That's what I feel like. That's what's gonna happen, brother. Watch your bumper. They on your ass, nigga, literally. They gonna put a dick in it. And I got one gay friend. I got one. I grew up with him my whole life. His name is Tyrone. I'm not gonna say his last name. I gotta do this stuff. His name is Tyrone Jones. And Tyrone, he lived 2 doors down from me my whole life. And when he came out as gay, it made me upset. Now listen, I wasn't angry because he was gay. I was angry because we did things together that 2 men should not do, but one of them is gay. We did a lot together. We played basketball together. We played football together. Me and Tyrone fucked the bitch together. You understand me? We was in the 11th grade. We was at his grandma's house. It was 12 o'clock at night on a school night on a Tuesday, dog. I was fucking her from the back. She was right here. Tyrone fucked her face. Yeah. And we was high-fiving this shit like this. A good old-fashioned Eiffel Tower. Dog. That's a great core memory for 2 straight young men. When one of them become gay, that's a totally different memory, dog. And when he came out, he was like, I want everybody to know, bro, I'm gay, and I like men. And I was like, listen, all my homeboy like, listen, bro, we don't care, we love you, bro. We still love you. I was like, wait a minute, bitch, I got questions. We fucked the bitch together. What do you mean you not gay? What do you mean you gay? And he looked at me. He went, you know how I stayed hard the whole time? And I went home and I cried that night. You understand me? I don't know.
Fuck yes. Cam Patterson with the brand new minute.
Hell yeah.
That was great.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Great. Oh, man.
And there it is. Is another new minute.
Now, you've been doing comedy for a long time. Sorry, take your job. You've been doing comedy for a long time, right?
Oh, 4 years.
No, because you're good.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that, bro.
Solid.
Hell yeah.
Solid.
Thank you, man.
Oh,
that's love.
Sorry about my stupid dreads. I'm sorry about that.
Listen,
He'll stop me like, what the fuck? I'm trying.
I fuck with them, nigga. They not. Hell yeah, I like them. Hell yeah. It's a lot going on, but I like it. Hell yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Not bad.
Nigga, you carrot top. Live your life, brother. Have a good time. Hell yeah. Good. Great, man. Hell yeah. Do what you want to do, nigga.
Nah, right.
Probably has the same hair as Tyrone Drawls. Is that his name?
Oh, fuck, nice.
Drawls?
Nah, Jones. I said Jones.
Jones?
I don't talk good.
Oh, okay.
I don't talk great. That's a fake name, though. I'm not going to say his real name.
Okay, good.
That's nice.
That's good. That's nice of you. People might not know who their gay black friend is.
Great joke, though. That's fucking great joke.
It was. That is. It's incredible.
But it wasn't a joke. It really fucking happened.
Yeah, no.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
It's actually, I actually hate it. I do not like that story at all.
That's fucking funny.
It was some old shit I had. I had an old joke like that at one point. Thank you, man. Yeah. That's love.
Sorry about my stupid dreads. I'm sorry about that.
Listen,
He'll stop me like, what the fuck? Sorry.
You know how I stayed hard the whole time? And I went home and I cried that night. You understand me? I don't.
Fuck yes. Cam Patterson with the brand new minute.
Hell yeah.
That was great.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Great. Oh, man.
And there it is. Another new minute.
Now, you've been doing comedy for a long time. Sorry, take your job. You've been doing comedy for a long sometime, right?
Oh, 4 years.
No, because you're good.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that, bud.
Solid.
Hell yeah.
Solid.
Thank you, man.
Solid.
That's love.
Sorry about my stupid dreads. I'm sorry about
Nah,
that.
that's shot. Listen,
He'll stop me like, what the fuck? I'm trying.
I fuck with them, nigga. They nice. Hell yeah, I like them. Hell yeah. It's a lot going on, but I like it. Hell yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Not bad.
Nigga, you Carrot Top. Live your life, brother. Have a good time. Brother. Hell yeah. Good. Great, man. Hell yeah. Do what you want to do, nigga.
All right.
Probably is the same hair as Tyrone Drawls. Is that his name?
Oh, fuck, nice.
Drawls?
Nah, Jones. I said Jones.
Jones?
I don't talk good. Good.
Oh, okay.
I don't talk Greek. That's a fake name, though. I'm not gonna say his real name.
Okay, good.
That's nice.
That's good. That's nice of you. People might not know who their gay black friend is.
Great joke, though. Isn't it? That's fucking great joke.
It was. That is. It's incredible.
But it wasn't a joke. It really fucking happened.
Yeah, no.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
It's I actually hate it. I do not like that story at all.
That's fucking funny.
It was some old shit I had. I had an old joke like that. At one point we were playing basketball, but the real story was we fucked the bitch together, and I was very angry about that.
Yeah, and he was looking at you the whole time.
Yeah, that made me angry. I thought I was like, wait a minute, bitch.
Yep.
Fuck you got going on, man?
He probably never even looked at her. He was just staring at you.
This nigga doing great. He's doing phenomenal right now.
I love it, Cam. What's been going on in life? Anything crazy?
Shit, imagine running around doing shows. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, on the road, having a good time. I was on a movie set recently, and I got there a little early. It was like on the beach. It was like we had food and shit, and it was a police officer that was like on the beach, like watching this set, and I was getting food, and he came back and was like, "Hey man, stop grabbing the food from the movie set." I was like, I'm on the movie. He was like, "No, you not." And I said, "I am." And he went, "Well, show me some papers." I said, "What? You would have movie papers if you was on the set." And I was mad and he was Mexican. So I was like, "Bitch, show me some papers." Show me some goddamn papers, you dirty bitch.
Fucking great. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That was brilliant.
Shit pissed me off. He cool though. He a good guy though. He cool now. We're good. And then it felt worse. I had watermelon in my hand. I was like, it was bad. It was a bad look for all my people. It looked terrible for all black people around the country, dog. It looked really bad.
all those options that are on a movie set that you could possibly eat. You just had a plate of watermelon?
They were good, bro. I ain't gonna hurt you. It feel weird being black. I like watermelon, but it's like, damn, like, I can't really eat it in public like that. So I got like, but if I hide it, eat it, I look crazy. You know what I'm saying? I can't duck around corners and eat watermelon like this. That look fucking insane. So I got to eat it in public, but it's like, eat it, get a fresh juice also. Like, damn, I can't eat watermelon by myself, nigga. Shit.
Carrot Top, you got a prop for this?
I was hoping I did. You can't top that. Fucking brilliant. No, I don't have shit that would top that. No. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, Jesus.
Amazing.
I have another gay joke. Hold on.
Oh, you love that.
This is good.
Memory of Tyrone.
It's a hold on, fuck. It's a piggy bank for gay guys.
Hey, that gay fun, dog.
That's you that play basketball. You hear me, guy?
I love it.
You're funny.
Hey, you too.
Cam, you're a fucking superstar. We're going to get back to the bucket. He's done it again, folks. That's it. Right in the middle of his show.
Great.
Superstar. Cam
Really?
motherfucking
Goddamn,
Patterson.
he's feet.
He is something else. There's never been anything like it. Someone like him writing and performing a new minute every week while putting it together, the long sets that he does on the road, and somehow kicking out a new minute every week on this show. This looks like a familiar name coming back out of the bucket for the first time in a while. Make some noise, a new minute from Jake Coulter, everyone. Jake Coulter.
So, did anybody else used to think that bestiality was illegal? Because that's how you create supreme beings? Like, getting a dog pregnant creates werewolves. Getting a horse pregnant creates centaurs. Flushing your cum down the toilet sends it to the ocean. Or sends it to the ocean. Getting fish pregnant, creating mermaids. Let's see, I'm gullible and white trash. So the second I realized I was attracted to every mermaid I've seen on TV, I was like, yep, there's gotta be my daughters. And like, I've seen The Little Mermaid, so obviously my next move was to go get some scuba shit so I could find some octopus, somehow convince her to use her magic to take my new kids' voices away before my new kids tell someone else that I'm their dad, and I get charged with bestiality.
There it is, all the way to the limit. Jake Coulter. Welcome back, Jake.
Thank you, thank you.
I remember you.
I hope that's a good thing.
Do you remember? Do you remember Tony?
Oh yes, for sure.
Jake, remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
I hit a year in September, so about a year and a half now.
Okay, a year and a half. Remind me what happened last time you were on. It was something kind of epic, right? I remember a big moment happening.
You thought I was retarded.
That's right. That's right. That's right. But in an unbelievable twist, you're not. What is your condition?
I don't think I have one besides like social anxiety.
Okay. All right.
I mean, like, I could put my foot over my head. I don't know if that's a
You can put your foot over your head?
Huh?
Let's see that. I mean, we gotta see it. Wow. Wow. That is incredible.
Now do both. Do both.
Can you do both?
Yeah, do both. No.
No. All right. Just...
It's nothing then.
I'm sorry.
Incredible. Well, Jake. Okay.
If you did both, we might have a prize for you.
What do you do for work, Jake?
I just started at HEB.
Oh, nice. The best. The absolute best. A Texas delicacy. The greatest grocery store in the world. What exactly do you do at HEB?
So I'm cross-functional, so I do everything.
Is that what the doctor said you are?
Yes.
Cross-functional.
Oh man.
Wow. And what is is it that you find yourself doing the most at HEB with all of these functions that you can do?
Well, I just got through orientation, so next I'm gonna be a bagger on Wednesday.
Wow. That's incredible. Red band, why would you hit that? Only once. It was so perfect. You should hit it again. I love it. So they told you that you're cross-functional. They said you're highly talented, and you haven't done anything yet, but you're going to start as a bagger. So they think you're retarded too. This is very exciting that I'm not the only one. I know a lot of you, when you heard the retarded thing, you're like, oh, Tony. But it turns out I have the same opinion as HEB's human resource people. Incredible.
We feel that you're in the spectrum of all the jobs that you can do here at HEB.
That's going to be great. We're going to start you at bagging and see how that goes, and we'll see your other functions. Incredible. How long is training at HEB?
Well, I think it's just one day. I mean,
yep. Put the things in the bags.
Yes.
Don't put the bread in first. Don't put the eggs in first. Everything else is fair game. Try to keep it evenly balanced, and then put the bread and the eggs on top of that stuff.
Right.
Yep.
I was confused by that. Oh no.
Oh boy, you're in big trouble, buddy. You're in big trouble. Wait, what did Tony say again? The eggs in first? Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, it's okay. Next week I'm gonna be in the tortilleria.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. It's what my schedule says.
The tortilla is a part of the HEB.
Yeah, I really hope so.
Wow.
Otherwise, that's very mean of them.
I wonder if they have special music over in the tortilla. Yeah, what do you think it sounds like over there? Wow. Unbelievable. The best damn band in the land. Featuring Groove Line Horns, aka Huevos Rancheros. This is so exciting. What else? They have the tortilleria. What else is there? Tell us more. Do you have your schedule on your phone there?
Yeah, it's in the back.
Let's get his phone unlocked. I need the lovely Heidi to unlock his phone. I want to know all the special sections of the HEB. I guess I could ask Red Band, but
the tortilla place, they make their own tortillas every day. Fresh tortillas, best tortillas in the city.
HEB, for those of you listening to around the world, I know you're hearing the crowd go crazy. You've heard it come up before, but I mean, there really is no describing how unbelievably, I mean, it's beyond, it makes Whole Foods look like a goddamn fucking Goodwill. It is incredible. Have you been? You've been physically there. Let's pull up this training schedule. You're gonna get fired before you start.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. I'm just kidding. HEB loves us. We have a mutual relationship. We perform at the HEB Center every New Year's Eve.
Why am I getting a text?
What does it say?
It's from him. I don't know.
Okay. What do we got here? Can I look at it? All right, perfect. Let's see what we got here. This is very exciting. Oh, welcome to training at HEB. Well. Tuesday, no shifts. Wednesday, training. Thursday, no shifts. Friday, no shifts. It doesn't. You have no shifts.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. Thursday, May 22nd. We shall start at 6 a.m. and work until 2:30 at the Tortilleria. Friday off. Saturday off. Sunday, 9:15 to 4 p.m. Bagger. Wow. It starts big. The next week, no shifts whatsoever. That's pretty much it. You got here.
Well, off to a good start.
Which is perfect because that's when this episode comes out, and it makes sense. It's like they already know.
All right. Yeah.
You're very excited about it. I love it. How old are you, Jake?
I'm 26.
26. You're just adorable, Jake. I gotta tell you. What do you do for fun when you're not?
I have a 155-pound Great Dane.
You have a 155-pound Great Dane.
Yes.
This is incredible. And you sure you still have it? Dogs have been getting loose lately.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
No, I keep a camera on him.
I love it. Very good.
You lose that fucking thing, seriously.
Yeah.
The other guy earlier could lose a dog. It was probably that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tiny dog. How long have you
bring
had?
him? Is he here?
No,
He
unfortunately.
just come out and play the drums.
Right.
What's the Great Dane's name?
Z.
Z.
Yeah.
Okay. What made you name him Z?
I don't know.
Everything was taken. It was,
Yeah.
I was trying to be different.
Okay. Very cool.
Seemed easy to
I've
spell.
got something for you. Hold on.
Oh yes.
So this is fun when you go to someone's house for a house party. You bring this and you leave it on their table. And the next morning they're like, "What the fuck was doing below at our house?"
That is awesome. I love it.
I was gonna give it to you, but I gotta fly this shit back to Vegas. I can't. I gotta show them, aren't I?
I love it. Well, Jake, congratulations. You already have a big book?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you do. So keep filling it up. There he goes. Jake Coulter, everyone. We're going to keep flying through it here. Jake, put that mic back where you found it there on that X real quick. There he goes. Jake Coulter. Oh, yeah, all right. I guess that's good enough, Jake.
Jake.
There's going to be bread on the bottom of those bags.
Here we go. Ready?
Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
We gotta do a better prop. So this is all for the women here. When you go to the bar at night, you bring your purse. You can decide what guy to bring home at the end of the night.
Oh my goodness!
One.
Look at that.
So no.
Oh, these hoes love it. Look at these hoes. It takes a lot to satisfy their gaping vaginas. These three right here have an insatiable appetite for number 3, I do believe it was.
That was like a glory hole joke, I think.
Oh, I love it. It's incredible. This is so fucking awesome. All right, your next bucket. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we know this young man. He's a young legend around these parts. One of the great mothership door guys. You've seen him before. He won an appearance on the New Year's Eve show at the HEB Center just this past year. This is, I believe, his first time since then. Make some noise for the next appearance of Law Ogre, everyone. It's Law Ogre.
Yo. So most people don't know this about me, but I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, my city had a hot dog eating contest. And I was the first person ever to yell gay 1,000 times. Yeah, so I'm in therapy. Yeah, my therapist made me delete all the phone applications that give me anxiety. They're so long. Bank of America. I remember one time I was messing with this white girl. No. Yeah, one time I was messing with this white girl that wanted to say nigga during sex. No.
Unbelievable. Law Coger, one of the great door guys here at the mothership, which are all professional stand-up comedians selected by the booker at an EGOT, doing a lot of spots every single week. These are the people. This is the future. Right here, Carrot Top.
What up, bro?
He's on a crew?
Yeah, here at the mothership.
My crew fucking's not funny. Seriously, you're fucking funny.
Yeah,
my crew, I don't let them look at me. You let them look at you.
Yeah, they're a lot. They'll look at me. Except for D Madness. He never looks at me.
You can look at me. You can look at me.
Salah is so fucking funny. Unbelievable. I love how present you are, the acknowledging of the dumb white bitch in the middle of the room.
So good.
Sad. Perfect timing. That's what it's all about, is having stuff to talk about, but being light on your feet in the moment. Absolutely perfect.
So good.
Yeah.
You know, now as a prop guy, sorry. Now the first thing you walked out, I'm thinking, oh fuck. I'm surprised you didn't when you had the mic stand. You said, look, I know I'm exactly almost the same height as the mic stand. That would be a funny opening joke. No, leave it where it was, where you're right about the same height. When it was up there, you say, huh? Look, I'm fucking almost as tight. I'll stick with props. I'll stick with my props. I just saw Mike and you the same height as the mic, and I said, that's a good joke.
Yeah, I try to shy away from the height shit.
Yeah. But you open with something like world record something, so maybe you think you're gonna say
I'm the shortest man alive.
No, you're not the shortest man alive. No, you're not the shortest man alive.
Call me a short ass nigga, bro.
We're all thinking. Just to let you know. Just to let you know. I saw Deep Madness looking at the ground when you got on stage.
Oh, damn.
The sound waves are coming from over there. Law, what's it like being a short ass?
Now, so you're his boss. You can say that. I can't.
I can say 2/3 of it.
2/3. I'll say the nigga part.
There you go.
I mean, it's cool. You know what I noticed? Just like tall women love me. You know, I get a lot of, I can fit in their back pocket and shit like that.
Right. Yeah. You could fit in this purse and also probably be a number 3, I'm guessing, at the same time, which is a very rare treat.
Yeah.
There you go. You have that and that.
It's made for
See?
Oh damn! Are you measuring girth?
What is that?
Yep, you are
Fuck
correct.
yeah.
You figured it out.
That's a girth joke. It's not a length joke. That's a girth.
That's true.
Jesus Christ.
Which one is it though?
Which one is it?
I'm not asking your girth. I'm saying that prop was about girth. Not the length. It was about big old fucking dick.
Okay.
Which two ladies have done? They loved earlier.
Hell yeah.
Now that you're here, they're like, well, you probably
Fucks with it, bro. Fucks with it.
Yeah.
You ever heard of
you know, white people, white redheads, fucking white people. White.
You sound like me.
Yeah, what redheads have huge cocks.
Is that true?
Yes. That's why my hair is purple and green and blue and green, and I'm not redhead.
I love it. Law, so what you been doing for fun?
Yeah, fucking tall bitches.
Is that true?
Yeah, I got a shorty right now. She's like 6'1".
Whoa.
Nice.
You guys go out in public together?
Oh yeah, man, I climb trees, bro.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, Big Mike and Zala's excited over there. Another.
Let's go.
So you're the spinner. I've never heard of a man spinning.
There you go.
What's a spinner?
There you go, Red Band. There you go. Okay, so where did you meet this 6'1" behemoth?
The bookstore.
The bookstore. That's where you go to pick up the bitches.
Yeah, that or Michael's Arts and Crafts.
Oh, very smart. Very smart. You are a
Tapped in.
smart cookie.
Sure.
And what's your approach at the bookstore? Do you do the thing where like you're on the other side of the bookshelf, and when they take a book, you're like, "Hello," like that, or something crazy? Yeah, Ghostbuster style.
Nah. I try to do like some stupid ass pickup line. You know, I'll be like, why haven't I seen you before? All right, that's because I've been in prison.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good pickup line. I bet that works on all the good-hearted women.
Yeah, no, it bombs pretty often.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Yeah.
Bookstore. It's like the bookstore.
What does the 6'1" woman do for a living, Mom?
She's she just got her doctorate, so she's a teacher. Oh, like a professor.
She's a professor.
Yeah.
Wow. What is she teaching?
History.
Which what you are, right? To her. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
No, I mean to her. No, not you. To her, your history.
To her, I'm
You're not
history.
history. To her, you're. Right? He's history to her.
You got it. You got it.
She's history. I don't know. Fuck.
The
You
way
got off on a bad thing. I liked the height joke. I thought it was funny.
Damn.
Wait, I got one. Hold on. Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I really do. This is great. Fuck. It's a hanger for. It's a hanger for a midget. I mean, that is fucking timing, right?
You're gonna get that to
So
me?
if I had something in the middle of the interview that I could cut him up, fucking I had it. It was in comedy gold. It was just sitting there like, pull me out of the truck.
You made that yourself?
No, I make all this shit.
Oh yeah, bro.
I've got nothing else to do. I literally, everything has duct tape and yeah.
I can't believe you have a hanger for a short person.
You can't say midget, you're a short person.
So perfect.
Damn.
Law, you need
Went to
one.
Radio Shack and got a fucking thing. And
Oh my God.
that's how old that joke was, right? When they had an aerial.
Absolutely. Law, anything else crazy we should know about you before moving on?
Before he kills me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been doing this thing. Have you heard of it? It's called semen retention.
Called what?
Semen retention. It's like when you like choose not to ejaculate.
Oh, I'm not into that.
Yeah.
You gotta hold it all in. You hold it all in.
Exactly.
They call it curdling, right? You curdle it.
Yeah, what the
Fucking disgusting, headband. Settle down. I like that.
Red Band's the nastiest encyclopedia.
Really is. And I'm here next to him every week.
Jesus Christ.
He always has a term for everything disgusting in the world. Curdling.
Yeah, curdling's crazy.
So, why are you doing this? And how does the 6'1" woman like that? That doesn't seem fun for her at all.
Yo, it's like cheat. Like, you know what I mean? Like you gotta, keep the energy inside you. And so like I just choose not to do it, not to bust.
Fuck that. You gotta.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm holding nothing back. Fuck, I got a month without coming. No, we're not.
What's the longest you've gone without releasing the many children between your legs?
I would probably say I think it's 97 days.
God
97 days.
Oh my
No,
Wait a second.
damn.
Stop. Hold on.
I swear to God.
Stop.
Everybody just went, holy fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck do
The
you
band
mean?
went, holy fuck.
You didn't hook up with somebody? You didn't jerk off for 97 days?
Yeah.
Well, what happened at the end of 97 days? You have to just get a new place after that? Jesus fucking Christ. That's like when a fire extinguisher explodes or something.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
So what was that like after what made you finally what happened on day 97 where you're like, I gotta just do this?
Yeah, you just I just found a little shorty.
I gotta ask you this. Is there any chance it was a blowjob and this poor girl is just fucking basically bonging a beer of semen? Just what the fuck happens there? Was it sex? Did you just shoot or?
Yeah, I mean it was definitely sex, but it's not as much as you think it'd be. Like it's pretty regular. It just feels it's crazy. It's like I became Buddha. Like I transcended to another level.
Wow.
Yeah.
97.
Well, we're all proud of you.
No, thank you.
All right, we're all thinking that's a good thing. Maybe I'll try that. Starting tonight.
Yeah, you should.
Starting tonight.
Yeah, totally.
Christmas, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and I'm never smoking another cigarette again. I'm done with it all.
I'm jerking off in the hotel you got me tonight. By the way.
No doubt about it.
Hell yeah.
Mini bar. I'm going in there.
Yep.
I'm not going to come
Yeah,
to the
it's a
mini
good
bar.
time.
I'm going to drink the mini bar.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Someone came in the mini bar.
Yeah.
Like, fucking Carrot Top, then kill Tony. Fucking came in the mini bar. He left the fucking mousetrap.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Red Band?
I would love to have you on the Secret Show again.
Law Coger has done it again. A fantastic rising comedy star. On and on it goes. The great Law Coger. And we are on to our next bucket poll. It is a one-word name. Those are always shockingly interesting, we find, in the 12 years of this show. So let's see if this one keeps the tradition alive. Make some noise for Shino. Shino. There's Shino, everybody.
Shino is my high school nickname. My full name is Sean Shinohara. My father, Masanori Shinohara, was born and raised in the largest city on planet Earth. Largest, arguably the most interesting city on the face of the planet. Anybody know what city I'm talking about? Any anime fans? Hi, domo! Tokyo, Japan. And can I take a second to appreciate the fact that if you had just stayed in Tokyo, I'd be fully Japanese right now, and not this half-Mexican abomination. And what, I'm in construction? No. If I was born in Tokyo, I would have been like a computer programmer or Pokemon designer or samurai. Yeah, those are all real applications in Tokyo. Those are all real applications. Interviews are free. Fuck around. Right now. You might wind up Lord of the Shogunate, like Lord Toranaga. My Shogun fans. But now he didn't stay. He didn't stay. When he was 25 years old, he moved from the largest, arguably the most interesting city on the face of the planet, right? To where, right? To Corpus Christi, Texas. Corpus Christi, Texas. You know what's in Corpus? You know what's in Corpus, huh? A whole bunch of Mexicans. A whole slew of Mexicans. And eventually, right? Eventually, he knocked up some Mexican, my mom or whatever. Otosan! Nazu watashi wo mizutate no desu ka?
Alright, the bear has joined the chat. Hello, Shino. Am I saying that correctly?
Shino, yeah. That's good.
Shino. Hi.
It's good. It's good.
I had great hair until you showed up. Doc, it's good hair.
Carrot-Top! Wow!
I love the reveal when the comedians.
It's me, Reba McIntyre. Good to see you. She's let herself go.
Oh my God! Oh my
Looks
God!
like yeah, she should hydrate. Yep.
I love it. Shino,
Oh
welcome to the Shino. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just started, Tony.
That's
When you say you just started, what do you mean?
I moved on Halloween to Austin to do this, man.
On Halloween.
Mm-hmm. It's been 23 Mondays, Tony. It's been 25 Tonys because sometimes you have two in one day.
Okay. So you have counted. Very good.
I got the bracelets at home.
Here you are. You finally made it, and that's the minute that you've had prepared. You had 23 weeks to possibly come up with more of something different, and that's what you did. It's good. We know who you are. You're definitely half Japanese, half Mexican. You love rice of all kinds. What do you do for work?
I'm unemployed.
You're unemployed?
Yeah.
How do you survive?
I worked a lot before I came here. I was just like, I'm gonna come to Austin. I worked a lot. I was gonna save up and
what?
Save up. Save money.
Saved up. What did you do to
I do construction.
Okay. What type of construction?
I'm a glazer. I do commercial glass installation.
Okay.
I'm on the side of a building 85 floors up on a swing stage.
Oh shit. Wow, that is incredible.
Man, stuff.
And how much money did you save up to move to Austin?
Enough to buy a construction shirt. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
It's enough. And, actually, you know what? I have started driving for Uber. I was running low on.
Let's go back to my original question.
All right.
How much money did you save?
Like 10 grand, and then
So you saved 10 grand. That was Halloween.
And I was like, you know what? It's going to take me 2 months to get on Kyoto. No, it's been a long time.
Okay, so you saved 10 grand on, and that was Halloween, right?
Yes.
So you've just been blowing through that since you got here?
No. You know, I have savings. I'm 45 years old, Tony. I graduated from Texas A&M 20 years ago, bro.
Again, that's one of the local regular audience members cracking up. He laughs at the funniest things. There's something about saying that you graduated from Texas A&M 20 years ago really got him. So you saved a bunch of money. What do you spend your money on, Shino?
I don't spend money, man.
What's your living situation?
Okay. Hey, I moved here to an Airbnb, right? I rented the master bedroom. It has its own bathroom, right? And then, like, after the first month, I was like, hey, bro, let's go off. Let's forget about Airbnb. Let's just do our own thing. So I'm just renting a room in this house. Oh, no, Tony. Done a lot of things in my life. I've taught English in Thailand. I've graduated from. I didn't want to do any of those things. Tony, this is the first time I've ever had a clear goal in my life. I moved to Austin for this, Tony.
You turned really Japanese right then. The Japanese side really came out. Did you guys notice that? He was kind of just
Arigato.
American. So you moved to Austin specifically to become a star on Kiltony. Have you been practicing? Have you been doing other open mics?
It's a long story, Tony, but
it's so bizarre that people just wait and don't practice. It's like if you went to go perform at the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee, and it's like, I'll just wait to learn guitar there. I'm gonna pick up a guitar when I get there in Nashville, and I'm gonna show them. You could do. There's literally open mics fucking everywhere, every night. There's like 15 a night minimum here within blocks of each other, and you've chosen not to.
I was doing those, Tony. I did them for a long time, for the first till January, and then it'd been 15
and you're
Mondays, and I was just like,
You're like, this has been 2 months. I can't do it anymore.
I can't do it. Just open mics. Open mics. I need an audience, Tony.
Okay.
You need jokes first, then the audience will come.
Oh. I wasn't funny.
It is true. You're a little bit. You have your business a little out of order.
I'm going to give you a joke you can do. So when you go out, you have what the fuck? Let's find a good one to share. There's not been a good one yet. So when you go out, you say, so this is for redneck women so they can still feed their babies and still smoke. We're gonna watch the Price is Right to the kids. Oh fuck! If it's not working with him, oh shit!
Lipstick stain.
You know, he actually has he's half Japanese, half Mexican. So you have a little eating utensil. You have an eating utensil that
this is a thermometer holder, so you get the right one. You don't want your mom to give you the wrong one.
We're getting to the bottom of this case, folks.
Check your temperature. I got a shitty one.
It's getting real scary at the bottom of its trunk.
You know, the sad thing is I'm just drilling a fucking hole in this. Seriously, I'm backstage. What are you doing? I'm just drilling a hole in this fucking baby's asshole. But it's going to be great on Kiltony.
This is so fucking awesome.
You're getting to the bottom of the box. It's
getting wacky down there. Chanel, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you in your entire life? Give us something that sets you apart from everybody that's ever been pulled out of this bucket before. There must be something that's happened to you or that you've done or something that you've seen in your life. What's the craziest shit? You're a guest on a podcast right now. Your stand-up part sucked, and you can save it all right now.
Okay, well, like I said, I taught English in Thailand, but that wasn't the most craziest things I said. I've been in prison twice in Texas.
What?
Yeah, man.
What did you say? You've been to what? Prison twice?
Yeah.
For what?
Drinking and driving. What comedians get,
Both times? Wait,
yeah,
you just say
professionals just trying to get home.
Hold on, there's so much happening.
Yeah.
You just related to comedians by saying that we get caught drinking and driving a lot?
Not these days, because there's Uber and stuff. But my last DW was 11 years ago, so you know what I'm saying?
But how did you go to prison twice for
Well,
DUI?
Tony, you get enough of them, they send you to prison.
How many did you get?
I got 4 at the first two.
No.
I got 2. Okay, look. I got 2 at cuniversity, and I graduated right. I came to Houston to do sales
You
and
get
marketing.
caught a lot, so you drink like a Mexican and you drive like a Japanese guy. Chanel, here's a little joke book. We're going to keep it moving along. This guy's shocked, by the way, for some reason that he got a little joke book and I said his set sucked. He's absolutely shocked right now. Chanel, do you think you did like great or something? Help me to understand.
Did I do good or no?
Yeah, you did great.
There you go, buddy. Oh, there he goes.
I like that.
Hey, Heidi. The ginger palate cleanser of the show.
I like that he said, all comedians. That was the best part. Like, comedians that get drinking.
Yeah, you know us comedians always getting about drinking and driving.
Put something like drink. Oh, comedians put You gotta put the pudding.
All
right.
This looks like a fun name. Put your hands together for Kimberly Coaster, everybody. Kimberly Coaster.
It's funny. This show is so goddamn funny. You drive like a jet.
Oh, when I see a hot guy, I'm like, damn. I could have gave birth to him. Probably screwed his dad in college. Yeah. I do get hit on a lot. I wonder if, men have a menopause fetish. Like, damn, that cougar could tear me up. I would tear me up. Because I'm dry as fuck. You would have more pleasure rubbing your wiener on a cheese grater. I spread my knees, tumbleweeds roll out. Last guy came up coughing, and they sent a canary into the cavern. He's dead. It's all dead inside.
Fucking amazing, Kimberly.
So good.
Again, I don't want to seem like I'm hating on the women. It is so rare that we get a funny female bucket pull. I don't know if it's ever really happened before where we've had 2 hilarious women pulled out of the bucket.
Oh, thank you.
Very funny.
Thank you. I know Molly too.
That dry pussy joke really caught us all off guard. Self-deprecating and perfectly put. I mean,
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. You've been missed. How you doing, girl?
Been busy with my best friend. She got married. She got engaged yesterday.
How'd it go?
It was good. She got engaged.
Excellent.
She said yes.
Was it a surprise?
We went to the worship college and whatnot. And people we haven't seen, we used to work with her and stuff like that. So she's happy for her. So I'm happy.
Was she surprised?
She seems like a nice young man. I finally got to meet him.
Oh, excellent. Was she surprised?
Yeah, she was. She was very surprised. She didn't know nothing. She did not know nothing.
That's amazing. That's really exciting. When's the wedding?
Yeah. We don't know yet. She just got a baby yesterday. She just proposed yesterday.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's right.
She's still trying to, take it all in. So she said it's gonna give her a few weeks. And, it's gonna give her a couple of weeks. I gotta get her a couple of weeks to let it sink in.
Sure. Does she really like him?
Yeah, she does. She's been with him for years. Yeah. They live together. So they live together. They live right next. They've been living in this apartment for about since August. So they've been living for a minute.
All right. Well, ma'am, you have an
family loves him. His family loves her. So I got to meet his family. So they seem nice. We got to wait.
All right. Are you going to be in the wedding?
Most likely I am.
Excellent.
I'm a best friend.
I know. All right.
I better be.
You better be. You have an invitation.
Better be. And she said, of course. I said, yeah, I better be. If I don't, I'll be there. I better be. Okay? Better be. Emotioning up real quick. So give me a minute. I just got out the shower.
Take your time.
She was surprised and stuff like that. Yeah, it was cool. She didn't know nothing. She just thought so. She was just going to have her birthday dinner and stuff like that. She didn't know if the birthday brunch or she was like, birthday brunch. I'm already in school now. But she said, hey, she didn't know nothing. She didn't know nothing. Stopped.
That's the best kind of surprise. Has she been married before?
No, she's married to this is her first husband.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be fun. Oh, I'd be thrilled.
The girl and her fiance cousin was like, yeah, that's your best friend for the car. I said, girl. And she done started up and tell her next time I talk to her, so you started me crying. And then tell her to cry, yeah, I will cry. It was a best friend. She said, yes, I sure am.
That's wonderful.
Of course, I used to do that. No baby no more. She a big girl now.
That's right.
She always waits herself there. Happy. I'm happy for her. No, she might too. Take a nice one.
Take your time.
It's not a damn no here, right? Like 12 o'clock, I was like, you know what? Just suck it up.
That's right.
It's too late. We had a long day. How was your day?
It was good. My hours are reversed because I've been up really late with my friend from Australia, so I slept most of the day and now I'll be up most of the night. But it was.
Is it a male friend?
Yeah. And I make these robots on Blue Sky, which is like Twitter, and
yeah, I got a Blue Sky.
Excellent, and more people are finding out about me, and that's great. But I had this issue where I would have to be awake to make the box, and I figured out a way how to do it while I'm asleep, and that's the key, because now it works 24 hours a day. So that's just absolutely thrilling to me.
That's cool.
Absolutely.
And I finally figured out how to do the jukebox and another server I be in. I finally figured out how to put music in.
Very cool.
There. I'm happy about that. Yeah.
What songs have you been listening
I know how to do it.
to? What songs have you been listening?
Different stuff, different songs, okay? Different things. I'm gonna get like one song, I don't know, because there's how headphones on something like that. Then one song called Butterfly. It's nice. I like it. I mean, we've been playing different stuff. We've been playing some T.I. We've been playing. There's a lot of music. We had fun with it. I think it was last weekend. We had fun.
I love T.I. I love the T.I. King album especially. I love the ATL album. Those are great.
Yeah, he's nice in real life. He's real nice in real life.
Oh,
I used to work at the airport. I met him. Well, I met him at the skating rink I used to work at. And not Cascade, it's another one. I got to meet him. And he's real nice.
Very cool.
I think he knew who I was at the airport when I was working. I was talking to somebody, and then he tapped me on my shoulder. And I looked, So that's T.I. He knew, I guess he knew who I was. And he tapped on my shoulder.
Wow, that's cool.
And next time he'll come in, he don't come in with Tiny, I'll speak to him. But if you go with Tiny, come in with Tiny, I'll speak to him. Some people are different.
Right.
Okay, significant others. Yeah, he's nice. That's not really Matumbo. Yeah, I met Matumbo. He passed around. Just said that he passed. He was nice. I talked to him a couple of times.
Very cool. Well, we've got
He's real nice.
We've got Zoot. We've got Zoot here.
Hello, Zoot.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm good. I just got back from the gym. So we're all good.
Zoot, do you want an invitation for bowling?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good now. Let's play. I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
I'm supposed to for free.
That's fantastic. Miss Aquarius, don't join the bowling for 2 people. Join it for the one for 3 people.
I don't know which one is that. Because you got 2 of them.
All right.
I'm trying.
It's the more recent one.
I don't even know which one that is.
All right. Well, look at your invitation, and it should be the top one.
See, okay, this one is for 2 people.
That's the wrong one.
Take that one out. Okay, hold on. Take that off. Okay, this one. Nope. This one. Nope. Both of them are 2. Let's see. We just did one. Let's see. There we go. All right. Come on, Zoo. You up?
Zoot, you take too long for us. Go.
For real.
Go, Zoot. So you have to understand, Miss Aquarius and I are important people. Nice spare. We got things to do.
Rabbi, I watch your whole life on stream.
I know.
I know what you do over there.
You watched me last night.
Well, I have to go to work in the morning, so I have a job to go to.
There you go.
I have a life. I have a real life. A life to do. I have things to do.
There we go.
Oh, we tied.
Yeah, Zoot, we did tie. Zoot. Gutter ball. Gutter ball. Zoot had 2 gutter balls in a row. There you go, Miss Aquarius.
Aquarius is fucking big in one show.
Doesn't surprise me.
You have to know how to play.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You and him may have to practice how I did it. Me and him practice. On each other. Yeah, be straight. Let's go.
Yep.
Come on, Zoot. Yeah, you and him may have to practice together.
Yep. Yep.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm tired.
But you and him may have to practice together.
No, we could practice. Hey, Rabbi, I'm as bad as bowling as you was at golf the first time. Maybe I should practice.
Zoot, you know I'm an expert and I'm better than you at darts now.
I mean, you're probably going to beat me. Probably going to get a few first games and darts. First rounds. Rabbi's killing it. He has no miss. He has more strikes and spares.
That's correct.
Muzzle, come on. I don't know what you got going on. You might need to switch fingers or what, but you need to practice a little bit more, sweetie.
Hilarious.
Real. Gonna have to come on, do better now.
Oh, Miss Aquarius at 55.
I'm using the wrong finger. What finger do you guys use?
It's a good question.
Use anything that's gonna make you comfortable.
I use my pointer finger.
I use my thumb.
This
is the hardest shot in English. 7-10.
it's not 710, but it's close. 710's the corners.
Oh, need a straw. That's bad.
Dude, how are you so bad? Dude, you're good at the other games.
Terrible.
What happened?
The last shot wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. Yeah, that was a good shot.
Miss Aquarius has the lead.
What's up, her?
All right. I
You
need
got it. Rabbi got it.
Mate.
I need one pin.
Okay.
Get back to it. Yeah, he does it.
If Rabbi misses 10,
Big one. See? We win, I win.
That's right. All right. Zoo. Miss Aquarius. Reload. Zoo, you got a total of 0. That was terrible. Are you using your foot?
Can we play with bumpers on?
Yeah, exactly. That's what you need, Zoo.
Is there a way you can set bumpers on?
No, I wish there were. All right, here we go. Come on. I want a perfect game. Nope. Boo!
Step down on here, yeah. Right. And come in, I'm coming. Might be a little bit.
Pardon me. Zoo, do you know the Australian electronic music duo Empire of the Sun?
Yeah, I can't even say this.
That's okay. They're good. They have at least one song I like. It's with Wiz Khalifa. It's called The Thrill.
Now let me know when I'm next. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. Don't worry, you got a little time.
I'm waiting for King gives it a Wizards for anyone.
When does that come out?
June 13th.
Yo, Doug. Zoo, do you know what happens in 365 days?
GTA 6.
Word, dog. I'm doing a countdown every single day. Miss Aquarius, you're up.
Why do you think GTA 6 will be like the AI moment for video gaming?
I don't know if they're going to have AI in it.
No. The AI moment for video gaming where like people be like, holy shit, this is like the best game ever made.
Yes.
I don't know, like $2 billion for a game just seems a bit like this game better be good. If it's shit, then it's like, oh shit.
Dude, they're going to make $1 billion in the first 24 hours of this game. Maybe $2 billion.
I don't know.
Oh, for sure. They did it in the last one. They made $1 billion in at least the first week of the last one. And that was 10 years ago with inflation.
No. Video gaming doesn't sell a lot of games.
Dude, This one does. This one is it's not just a video game. It's a cultural revolution.
But here's the problem where GTA 6 comes in. It's an 18 plus game.
That doesn't matter. There are 12-year-old people who are going to be playing that game.
I know, but if it wasn't an 18 plus game, it would sell like 10 times the amount.
I played GTA 3 when I was under 18. If you want it, you'll get your hands on it.
Also,
Good one, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Lilo and Stitch was made 350 million every weekend of $100 million budget.
That was also like 20 years ago. 25 years ago.
No, the recent Lilo and Stitch.
Oh, okay. The game or the movie? Nice spare.
The movie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The movie made $300 million, $100 million, $350 million budget. And it's expected to get $1 billion in gross.
Yay! Maybe I win. All right, y'all. Gotta go bed.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams. Zoot, you ready to lose in darts?
Yeah. Oh, Rabbi, I'm winning the lottery.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I gave $5 to a family.
Zoot, I did really badly.
Holy shit, you did really bad.
Oh, nice double 20.
I nearly did what?
Yeah, but you got it on that last one. $20. Get that double 20. What a checkout. Wow. Zoot, got a 20. Checked out. Oh, we're going into a playoff right away. Oh, Zoot, I give up.
Is it so?
All right, you're up 48 games on me.
6 weeks. So on Thursday, I'll be 6 weeks into gym and calorie deficit.
All right.
And then in 2 weeks, I'm going to start bulking.
Triple 20. Oh, get that 35. Get that 30 double. Okay. Here we go. Gotcha, B. You're up 47 games.
So yeah, I gotta Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
I want the world to start eating healthy.
All right, baby.
But that's something you should be feeling as a pro-lifer as well.
Dude, I just had a perfect game.
Oh, you did too?
In a weird way. I had a double 20, a 25, and a triple 12.
You weren't even trying to do that.
No, I was not. Well, I tried to get the triple.
Are you sick?
I tried to get the triple 12. That was wild shit, dog.
Yeah, you should be also trying to get people to eat healthy.
I just want to be able to feed people first, and with the right medications, they can lose as much weight as they want. So that's not a big concern.
It's not about weight.
Yeah, it is.
About having a healthy lifestyle to live on.
Okay. Nice
Just having the right
checkout.
medication, you'll be able to eat whatever you want, have the right sick on it.
Yeah. It's known as Wegovy and the other one. They're like all over the news in the United States.
I don't know if I trust that.
Okay, well, it's really big in Hollywood, dog. Ozempic.
That's a weight loss drug.
Dude, yeah, and everybody in Hollywood's using it. That's how I think your girlfriend lost her weight.
Yeah.
For sure, dog.
He doesn't live in Hollywood.
She lives close enough, dog. I mean, everyone in the United States is using it. It's very popular in California, but it's also like one of the
How much
most.
is it?
You can get it. There's like a special law that since it's in such high demand, you can get it for like $5 a day. Get that one. Nice bust. Nice bust, dude.
$5 a day?
Yeah.
Do you need a subscription? Prescription?
Yeah, but they make it really easy to get it like over the phone.
Yeah, I don't need that drug. I'd rather just eat healthy and have it organic rich. There's that drug called sunsets.
All right, cool story. It makes you not hungry, and so like everybody's losing weight on it. I must hear an advertisement for it. I must hear an advertisement for it 15 times an hour.
You could just eat no sugar and you'd not be hungry.
Yeah, but this allows you to eat sugar.
And sugar is like one of the worst drugs on earth.
Cool story, dude. Oh, fuck that.
Remember, we talked about it. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago. Like sugar didn't even exist. Like humans weren't even consuming sugar like 300 years ago.
I know, dude. I'm the one who told you that. Wow. Oh, dude, I almost fucking had a perfect game, Zoot. But I fucked up.
I'm actually starting to think I was lied to the whole life, and I think nicotine is healthier than most food.
Yeah, dog, it's a nootropic. It's good for your brain. Don't bust. Nice checkout.
It's just the way that people consume nicotine, especially tailored made cigarettes.
Or just cigarettes aren't good for you in general. Because of the carcinogens. Dude, that was really good.
Oh, fuck. What?
Got it. That's what I'm talking about, Zoo. Oh, double 20. Fuck that bus, dude. Fuck. Welcome. Dude, we've busted so many times. Oh, Zoo, get that 5.
Doesn't matter.
You're right, because I just got 0.
50 million. 50 million. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. Dog, I was up
always had this feeling.
all night for you, and you didn't even come back yesterday.
Okay. I've always had this feeling that I'm going to be orderly. And I feel like tonight's not.
Cool story, bro. Oh, dude, I got a double 20 and a triple 20. Nice checkout.
I actually posted the combinations on Twitter, and then when I win, everyone's going to be like, holy shit, I could have had those numbers tonight, but I missed it.
Cool story, big dog.
It will be a cool story when I win.
Cool story, bro.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Should I go for a bullseye?
Yes.
I won.
You're done.
Wait, you're already ready. Well, you already got it. Fuck.
Fuck, I already busted.
Yeah, I have a feeling you're gonna bust that.
20.
Holy shit.
Bust.
Holy, I told you I had a feeling you were gonna bust. That's so annoying. I hit the bullseye though.
I busted too.
If I had that shot in the tiebreaker, holy shit, you'd be fucked. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna go to a tiebreak.
I think you're right. Bust. Oh, Zoot, that was a tough break.
I hit it where it needed to be. Just
Nice. $20. 25.
I just got a message on Snap.
Is it from some dude?
Yeah.
Cool story, man. Oh, get that 18, son. Nice checkout, Zoot.
I just say nice dick, bro.
You got somebody, a dude who sent you a penis picture?
Byron Deborah.
Ew. I love how you just said that. Oh, every day, bro. Like it's a common occurrence. Alrighty, Zoot. It's time for golf.
Boy pics for breakfast.
Do you ever get any chicks who send you pictures? Aside from your girlfriend?
What?
Are there any chicks who ever send you pictures aside from your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Just random titty pics?
Yeah.
Randomly?
Sometimes, yeah.
Look how good this shot is. Get there, baby. Get there, baby. Are you fucking serious?
My best friend will send me pictures as well.
Oh. I'm your best friend, big dog. You don't get...
I said her best friend.
Oh, shit. Her best friend just sends you random titty pics?
Yeah.
There you go. Dude, fuck you, man.
I think you can still catch up.
Yeah, because I'm sexy.
Holy shit, look at the most perfect shot.
Yeah, because I'm sexy.
Then you know what sucks?
Fuck you, man.
You could do the most perfect shot. All you want. You gotta do that shot again now.
Look how good this shot is, Zoot. Oh, baby girl.
Fuck. There's literally no point in me knocking you in.
If I were you, I would have knocked me in.
No, because then I wouldn't have been able to do it. We're going to tie regardless of what I did. Regardless, we tied.
What a good comeback
So
I
do you
had.
know the percent?
What
You
a,
know the percentage to do it in one shot?
what a good comeback I had.
That's a weird hole to get first as well.
I think it's not that weird.
Is there an algorithm, like, there's certain holes in the algorithm that never go first and always go last?
I'm in agreement with you on that. I don't know if always go last, but never go first.
Have you seen, like, is there an algorithm to what holes get played and what don't?
Yeah. There's some kind of deal. Like, whenever we play, I just play random holes. But there's a way you can just play easy holes. And the easy holes don't have any black shit.
They don't have time.
Correct.
I don't think there's such thing as easy.
Oh, for sure, dog.
Easy hole. What difficulty would you give this on?
Like a 5. I'm not good at it. I always get fucked up by the pink shit.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, yeah, you fucked up your shot.
Oh, no. That was a dirty shot. One of the sexiest shots you've ever seen, son. Go right for the hole. There you go. Too far to the right.
But here's the thing.
I have the lead on you, 3-2.
Yep.
This is a come on, baby. What a great shot. Stop. Actually, that's a really bad shot. Take out the tree. Go in the water. Oh, dude, you helped me so much, Zoot. Zoot, you just gave me the win. I'm gonna make this.
Rabbi,
No,
do you think you're gonna get me?
no, I don't. I'm dirty on this hole though. If you don't make it, I always fuck you up. What are you gonna do to me?
Kangaroo?
Thanks, baby. That's my 1,001 first win. That's one win in a row, pimp. So remember that time you got an invitation and you accepted it instead of looking at dick pics on Snapchat?
I'm not looking at sticks or something, but yeah, I have.
Look at this shot. Zoot! That was gorgeous. Zoot, go. Nice job. Come on, baby, get through.
Kangaroo.
Are you proud of your shot? I would be. That's a good shot. That was a good shot.
Are you proud of your shot?
Right now?
Yeah.
For sure, dog. Do you see how good my shot is? Short.
Fuck you.
Thanks, baby.
Because I'm gonna get it in 3 shots.
Let's see it. No, you're not. You've got the turkey in the way.
No.
There's no way you make this. Zoot, you're down.
59. I'll get it in.
Oh, what a hole in one. Zoot, how'd you like that shot? Dude, fuck you, man. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful shot, Zoot.
You are not good at this one. You're playing really shit. Like, really dick move.
I play to win, baby.
By the way.
Oh, dude. You got behind the chicken. Oh, that was a good shot. That was a good shot.
Fuck you, Rabbi. I don't understand why you just play to progress.
Because I play to win. And if we tie this hole, then I'm guaranteed at least a tie for the win.
Yeah, but you could get a higher score if you progress.
Higher score doesn't mean anything in this game. It's all about W's, baby.
That was the most annoying game I've ever seen anyone play.
You're welcome. Obviously, you've never played me on a find a hole. Obviously, you've never played with me on a find a hole. Wow, that's mean. I'm not going to send you dick pics on Snapchat.
Good.
No, that's what you want. That's why you're on there. That's why you keep checking Snapchat. Zoot, you know this is my hole. You've never beaten me on this hole. And I've won like 50 times in a row we've played this hole.
So I got some of the hottest girls on Snapchat.
Dude, I stay away from it because there are underage people on it.
Oh, they're not underage.
You don't know that.
Yeah, 100% do.
No, you 100% don't.
Maybe having conversations with the people and realizing that they're adults and knowing them for multiple years.
Cool story, bro. You just lost. Zoo. Did you know you just lost? All right, we're taking a break after. We're taking a break after this game.
Maybe doing video chats with them as well. Maybe yeah, I don't know. The people I talk to are definitely over the age of 18.
You don't necessarily know that.
So I've known this girl for 5 years, so you're telling me that she's 17? Because when I was talking to her when she was 12, she's like got the maturity of a 30-year-old.
No, I'm not saying that you're a chick. I'm just saying there are a lot of chicks on Snapchat who aren't 18 who say that they're 18. Just like I say that I just had. Oh, Zoot, are you fucking serious? That didn't go in? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Zoot. Zoot, we're taking a break after this game, but I want you to come back. I love when you come back. You awoke me today. I heard you come in and you're like, come wake up. And I'm like, all right, I'm up. And then you left. Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot. That was impressive. All right, Zoot, you need the biggest comeback in the history of the game right now. Are you proud of your shot? Hit my ball. Did you just say biggest dick? Thanks, baby. Dude, that was garbage. I hate this hole. Are you fucking serious? You're welcome, baby. Thanks, baby. I appreciate it. It's phenomenal, phenomenal insight on your part. Look at this shot. Zoot, look how good that was.
The whole world's
I know. And it's bigger than most men on Earth. It's average. Just ask LeBron, baby. And it's going to be bigger once I go viral. I'm going to pump it full of peptides and whatever else needs to be in there. And I'll have an 18-inch penis. Zoot, I dedicate this shot to you.
When I was like 16, 17, I don't know, I woke up one day and like I was going through some like hormone stuff and my penis, my dick was like unusually large. Like, I'm talking like, it was like fucking 4 inches bigger than it usually is.
All right. That's a strange question, strange story to tell the world, but that's cool, dog.
Obviously, because I was a child and taking fucking photos, but it was just fucking weird. It happened like 2 or 3 times.
If cameras are available like that, when I was a kid, I would have taken so many dick pics, and I'm sure I would have sent them to so many people. I'm serious. When I was like 11 or 12, maybe, not even, and I went to a baseball game with a friend and his family, and they brought like everybody in the family. It was a really big family, and everybody could bring a friend. And so my friend's sister's friend was there. Did you ever? They're before your time, but do you know what a disposable camera is?
Yeah.
Okay, so she had a disposable camera, and my friend dared me to take a picture in my pants. And because it's disposable, you didn't know what you were taking a picture. And I took a picture of it, and she got her film developed. And his sister now, she went to Harvard Law School and is going to be a Supreme Court justice someday, perhaps. And she would have seen my penis. Zoot, you got trashed. Zoot, you got trashed. You need a break. Go take a break. Go count your body fat, and come back in an hour.
I'm 67 kilos, 175.3 centimeters.
That's an amazing story.
Fantastic. How long you been on stand-up?
4 years.
Awesome. Where at?
I started in Denver. I just moved to Austin in January.
Congratulations.
Thank
you moved
you.
here for stand-up comedy?
Say that again?
For stand-up?
Yes. Well, yes. Also, I just became a single mom. Or, sorry, an empty nester.
Uh-huh.
And, I just...
How many kids have you had?
I have 2 boys in their 20s.
Okay. And
Yep.
they're out and about.
They're out and about. Yeah.
Yeah. What do they do?
Well, one of them moved to Oregon, and the other one
He's
is
growing pot.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And the other one is joining the Army. He actually goes to boot camp in 2 weeks.
We love it. We love it.
Yeah.
Patriots. We love the Army.
Yeah.
We love our country. It's good to have a great military. Not necessary to always have to use it. So here we are, Kimberly. And now you get to be, you're single?
I am. I've been single for 15 years.
Awesome. Okay,
Thank
again,
you, yeah.
the same girls that cheered for the big dick purse are going wild right now. Who would have guessed?
I became a single mom when they were 5 and 7.
Okay, so the father's black?
Mexican.
Okay, I'm sorry, Carrot Top. There's parts where Carrot Top has to duck down so that he doesn't lose his residency in Vegas. Get in your trunk, Carrot Top. Get in the trunk. I'm going to pull you out of the trunk. I got one for you guys. You're going to love.
No,
it's Carrot Top. I love it. We're having fun here.
He's Mexican.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's close. That was
close.
Close. Yeah, that's one level. All right. So Kimberly, Kimberly, I love it. What's your date? How do you date? What's your situation? Because you seem like a little fucking. You seem like you got a little feistiness, a little horniness to you. You seem like a real fucking. You seem like you have a little fire behind those eyes.
Well, I don't know. I used to date a lot, but I had this 6-month rule. Kids were little. I would only date someone for 6 months before I let them meet my kids. And you know, in that 6 months, I was like, they're not really my kids. So I had a lot of 6-month relationships.
Did you meet the guy early? Didn't come for a year and a half? Right?
I missed that one.
The guy that earlier said he didn't come for like 2 years.
Oh yeah.
Like curdling?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah. So gross. So none of these guys that you've been with since the baby daddy, or the baby padre, I guess we would say. Is that the right word? Yep, good job. Okay. So you haven't dated anyone longer than 6 months?
Not really.
How about just banging? You ever have a good one-night stand?
Occasionally.
Did you hear the pitch that she went to?
Yeah.
She had a flashback there for a second. Amazing. Hell yeah, you're a little funny Kimberly Coaster Cougar. What do you do for fun now, Kimberly, now that you're in Texas?
You know, I do like karaoke, and I'm afraid to say that because I don't want you to sing.
I would never.
No,
I would
that's,
never.
Love
That's
Shack,
what
baby.
That's all.
They always sing that fucking thing. Love Shack. Love Shack.
With the love.
Sorry, I don't know what the fuck.
You're in the zone. I love it.
In the zone. I was Fred Schneider for about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
In Colorado, I had
As big as a whale, and it said sail. Sorry, I'll stop.
All right. So, what were you saying there?
Oh, in Colorado, like I had a karaoke group.
Oh my goodness.
We would go around to every. I know,
That's
it's
great.
exciting.
They're good.
We would go around to every karaoke place, and you know, you'd always know the same people.
You like
And I'm fine.
That is so cute. You're such a sweet lady. I bet you find it just fine
I
here.
hope so.
Have you been to the karaoke places around here?
Jackalopes after Kill Tony.
Okay, you need to try, what's that fucking Egos on Congress. Yeah, you're gonna love it. The place is a real fucking little just divey, crazy dump. It is just a hot fucking dumpy. I mean, it is as Texas creepy karaoke as it gets. The people there fucking are there every night. It's the same people. You will fall in love with this place. You drank?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
I love it. Okay, relax, you little fucking. There's a dumb slut in the middle of the room. Okay, we're having fun here. Kimberly, anything else crazy about your life we should know about you before we let you go?
You know, I think my apartment's haunted.
Oh, tell us more.
I was practicing yodeling, and
oh my God,
you're haunted.
Yeah.
I didn't, you know, in this light just kept flashing on and off, and it hasn't done it before or since, and I don't know if it liked yodeling or
Well, let's see. We need to hear you yodel. Let's see if you can make the lights flash here. Ladies and gentlemen, she's not going to sing karaoke, but one of the first ever comedians to yodel in Kill Tony history. You never know what can happen here on Kill Tony. 1 second, we're laughing. The next, we're yodeling. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kimberly Coaster.
Yodel, yeah, yeah, yodel, yodel, yeah, yeah, yodel,
Whoa, it's haunted.
Yes.
Wow. Ladies, the crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. I see my producers are absolutely ecstatic over here. Wow. Kimberly, I'll tell you what. You need to sign up again. This is a big joke book. Kimberly Coaster, everybody, making her Kill Tony debut.
That was great.
So much fun. Let's get to one more bucket pull. We'll make it fast because we're in overtime now. It's an extra long, fun episode. How about one more time for Carrot Top? We're having fucking fun here tonight. This is so much fun.
Melted into the.
This is literally better than I even expected it to be. I thought it would be this much fun, but it's literally better.
It'd be a lot better, actually. You gotta be honest.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Charlie Mack, everyone. Charlie Mack. Oh, shit. Fuck yeah. Make some noise one more time for Charlie Mack, everyone.
Great. So much fun.
Okay, Austin, I see you. I just moved to Austin, and this place is amazingly terrifying. No, I've been scared since I got here. I ain't know nothing about this area. They gave me a ride. I said, where we going? They said, this 6th Street. I said, no, I know Gotham City when I see Gotham City. No, 6th Street is dangerous out here. I seen somebody get robbed while he was robbing somebody else. And then they tried to put me in a hotel on 6th Street. I asked the dude in front, I said, hey, is it safe here? He said, if you can fight, you can be all right. Crazy. Oh, you guys are just so brave to sit in the front. No, I'm just saying that because my last show I fell off the stage. Took out the whole front. I don't know why y'all laughing. The way my body built, I bounce. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has arrived. Charlie Mack has joined the fray. Holy shit, Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna fit in just fine around here. My goodness. For a second, I thought the curtain fell off. Started floating to the front, and then I realized it was a human being.
They always think I'm security. I got $20 today.
Very fucking funny. How long have you been stand-up?
6 years.
All of it in Houston? Or you live in Austin? So how long have you lived in Atlanta?
If you want to pick a black city, at least pick mine. I'm from Chicago.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm gonna let you live.
Absolutely incredible. I didn't realize Chicago had a black bean. Yes, that is a callback from 1 year and 3 months ago. That's right. And still, the reigning, defending knower of the bean is me. Not a day goes by where I don't hear about this fucking bean moment. And finally, it comes back for a joke.
I didn't even know the joke. It was funny.
Someone was here. They said they saw the bean in Chicago. I said, what the fuck's the bean? The crowd fucking freaked out at me. Turns out I was the only person in the world that had somehow, even though I've been to Chicago 100 times, never saw the bean, never heard of the bean. It just completely avoided me my entire fucking life. Anytime anybody talked about the bean, I wasn't in the room. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. Now I see it every fucking day. It's in the news every day. People tag me and shit. I get sent emails about the bean. The Empire State Building, the actual Empire State Building, DM'd me. It has an account just like Like we love that you don't know the bean. If you ever want a free tour, you and the crew come to the Empire State Building. I get hit up by other landmarks because they love that I don't know the bean.
Fuck, I'm glad I asked.
Yeah. And now it comes full circle.
They sent me here.
The black bean.
Yeah, that was so good.
I love it. I have 432 questions for you, Charlie.
Let's go.
So you've been in stand-up, what was it, 6 or 8 years? What was it?
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
And you're from Chicago.
I've been living here about 4 years now.
Okay, what made you move to Austin 4 years ago?
Y'all have good crack. No, I don't know. I don't know. No, I have family in Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. And this was the central hub. I'm like, I can see everybody from here.
I love it. I love it. What do you do for work?
Oh, I do fraud. I mean,
He's good.
I didn't mean to say that out loud. I'm in sales.
Oh, shit. It's like, you're fucking funny.
Very funny. Do you really do sales?
No, I do comedy full time.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. I could see that. How many times have you signed up for the show?
Like, this is my 4th time.
Okay. Thank goodness we got you out of it.
Yeah, I was like, what, do y'all not see my name?
Charlie Mack.
Yes.
Yeah, Big Mac.
Did you say Big Mac or Big Bag?
Both would apply here.
That's what my daughter calls me.
I love it.
Yeah, she remade Dora the Explorer song. I come in, she go, big back, big back. Everybody hide your snacks is big back, big.
I love it.
He's so good.
I love it. What do you do for fun in Texas?
A lot of stuff but nothing. But listen,
Yeah.
I'm an author, and I actually brought books for y'all. I make but children's books for adults.
You make what books for adults?
Children's books for adults.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, and I brought you guys some.
Okay.
Can y'all bring the books out?
Hide.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Hey, you're stealing my act.
This is incredible. Man, Fuck Them Kids by Charlie Mack. This is hilarious. Let me see this one. What is this one?
Fuck them kids.
This one's a kid in a crib. It's called Lay Your Ass Down and Shut the Fuck Up. Oh my God.
That's great.
Incredible.
That's great. That's great.
Absolutely amazing. Am I missing one? There's still just 2,
No,
right?
just 2.
Okay, perfect.
I got the hard copy.
Love it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, there is
that's
a hard
for
copy.
I got the original.
Wow. That is amazing. So
Read the first page on Man Fuck Them Kids.
okay, perfect. No, whatever you want me to do, I will do. Charlie, I'm taking orders from you. Whatever you say, I will do. First of all, the first page says, to all pedophiles, I truly apologize for the misleading title. Wow. Charlie fucking Mack.
That is so fucking good. That's so good.
Charlie.
Now you gotta see the second page.
I mean, this is unbelievable. I'm gonna read it.
You start with that.
I'm just gonna read it. It's gotta be great, right?
I don't
These
know.
kids.
How to read though.
I gotcha. These kids, look, see, it's adorable. It's like actual pictures of kids, and it says, these kids are bad as fuck. Parents aren't whooping ass enough. If you're slow, you should know. I'm here to catch you up. Grab a belt, grab a switch, or even grab a shoe. And if they start acting bad, you should know just what to do.
Good.
Parents nowadays, they are soft as baby shit. Just know I'm beating ass if you let me babysit.
So good.
You know, I'm not going to read the whole thing because I want you to sell these things. How can people buy them? Where can people find your books at?
www.funnycharliemac.com.
funnycharliemac.com. Wow. You are a fucking superstar. You're built for this shit. This is absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
I love it, man. That's so cool. What else do you do? What do you do for fun?
I work out, believe it or not.
Really?
It's not a joke.
What do you do? Run the jewels?
I just lost 160 pounds, Tony.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I was actually, this isn't a joke, but I was hypnotized and I went vegan.
Yeah. Wait a second.
Yes. Yes. My friend Hypno Goddess, she's a comedian and a hypnotist, and she hypnotized me. I woke up 3 months later in her basement with no kidney. But listen. No, for real, but she did hypnotize me, and I haven't eaten meat since last May.
Isn't that wild? Hypnotized was also one of your hit songs back in the day, wasn't it?
Baby, baby.
It was all a dream. I used to eat nothing but ice cream. Look at you now, Charlie Mac. Have you eaten some of the local cuisine around here? Have you been to like Terry Blackest or anything like that?
Is that a real place? I heard the word black. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Okay. We're going to get you there.
I make a lot of my own stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I just banned from HEB.
Oh, another HEB shout out. I love it. We love HEB around here. I love it, Charlie. My goodness. Yeah. What the fuck am I supposed to do with you, Charlie? We already have a David Luke disc, but I mean, you are fun. We'll just call it. You're a golden ticket winner. Congratulations. There you go. Joining the exclusive club of wildly successful comedians. You will now be famous. You will sell a lot of books, and we're sending you straight upstairs right now to perform in the longer set. And the little boy said the full-time talent booker, the best talent booker in all of comedy, Adam Egan, formerly of the Comedy Store, now of the Mothership. He's going to watch you do a longer set, and perhaps you can become a more full-time comedian here at the Mothership. You fucking did it. Here's a big joke book. Charlie Mack, ladies and gentlemen, you saw his Kill Tony debut. You're going to be at the Secret Show. I'm not going to be on the Secret Show Thursday. He's doing the Secret Show as well. And there you go. That's how it happens. They're all discovered here, out of the bucket. A fucking perfect episode of Kill Tony. And ladies and gentlemen, what a special moment this is. William Montgomery went to go see one of his favorite bands tonight. But in his place, I present to you a young man who just so happens to be the talk of all of Los Angeles, all of the industry, all of Austin, Texas. Truly a freak of nature. And one day, very soon, will be an American citizen. But for now, he remains the Estonian assassin. And this is Ari Matty.
What's up? Any fat people here? You're fine. I mean like medical fat. He was fucking fat. I have one fat fuck friend. His name is Matt. Fat fuck. One day we were talking, and I noticed that me and Matt, we have to use the same toilet bowl. And I noticed that the distance from Matt's cock to his ass is quite a journey. So I asked Matt, what do you do? Do you just fucking shove it in there? And fat fuck Matt goes, no, I gotta choose. So I asked Matt, okay, so if you go poopy, does it sometimes happen that piss flies out too onto the floor and shit? Matt looks at me, he goes, oh yeah, all the time. That's what I respect about Matt. That even though he's cleaning up his own piss, he's like, fucking worth it. Then he goes, you think that's bad? Matt goes, sometimes I come home and I fucking eat so much shit that every hole, shit, piss, and puke. And he has to sit in the bathtub and just fool Coachella. Just fucking. Now that should be the McDonald's commercial. Fuck the hot yoga girl with a burger. Oh my God, Macca's. Put my fat fuck friend Matt in the tub of his own shit, piss, and puke, and let the camera pan out. And he just looks at the camera. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Still loving it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The iconic Ari Matty with the new 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Let the record show that he does it every week, and meanwhile, he does extremely long sets, flexing above and beyond even the parameters of the show with long, brand new, fresh off the fucking presses bits. You've done it yet again, my friend.
What's up, Tony? What's up, Brian? Hello, Garrett.
I love it. You called him by only his first name.
I was the one that was going to wear a Texas shirt to suck up at the crowd, but now someone else can wear a Texas shirt. Look at you.
Can't have too much Texas.
You're very funny.
Thanks.
You're very funny.
Yeah, we've been having fun here all night.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's that?
No, I was looking at that.
What do we got in there, Carrot Top?
I don't have props. I didn't.
Anything else you want to blow through
Maybe.
before?
Let's see. Hold on.
This is it. Ari's the last
Hold on.
comedian.
Oh, this is a good one.
Okay, here we go.
Hold on. Let me get my mother mic.
You showed the black
Ari's
baby.
sneaking in there. You better keep an eye on
You
him.
can pick one out and guess. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah, that's
There you go.
Black baby.
Oh, hey, what is that?
No, that's a great game. Now, what is that? I don't remember what it is.
What do you think that is, Carrot Top?
That's a good baby. Oh, don't shake the baby.
No,
That's like
so it's close though. Well, here I think it's you fucking
Here, let it.
Yeah, that would have been better than what I would have done.
Give it back to Carrot
No, I
Top.
just say it's just the way you can also make a drink and shut your kid up. Let's fucking shut the If you want to make a drink. Hold on, one more. I made a shake weight that has a piece of plexiglass in case it shoots off when you're doing it. Wait, it's got a better ending. Hold on. Then I made one for Asian guys. I want to offend everybody. That's the whole key.
This is so awesome.
Oh my God, right? Look at that shit. And I'm making. Oh fuck. Yeah, I've been canceled.
No, you have not. No, this is the
timeout. I'm in timeout.
No, this is the Second coming. Trust me. Take it from me. Getting canceled is a huge boost.
You can be done. You can
Don't
be
tell them. I don't want them to find out. I don't want the mainstream to find out. But getting canceled is like a.
So I should hope we should be canceled. I should be done. I should be finished.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Maddie. Anything else crazy happening with you?
Well, okay. You know I got bad luck. When I was in Florida, Fort Myers, I found out at the show that, do you know who Tito Ortiz is?
Tito Ortiz?
Tito Ortiz,
Yes.
former light heavyweight champion, UFC.
Yes.
Apparently he owns a bar called Tito's Cantina. And the person from Florida tells me, if you drive past this bar and you see a white Rolls Royce outside, that means Tito's in the building. I drive past, Rolls Royce is there. I go to the bar, motherfucking Tito. Tito and 3 people, they're watching the UFC. So I sit down, find out they have a raffle. Raffle! I love a raffle. You know what a raffle is? You win shit.
Welcome.
There's
How are
3
you?
other people at the bar. I'm gonna win this fucking raffle.
Joey Crypto. How you living, pimp? What's good, son? How's life treating you? Yo, dog, if you're talking, I can't hear you. But I'm here. We're watching Kill Tony, slanging dick like it's going out of style. Hope you're living like a pissy. Like a pissy. What's up? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, if you're talking, I can't hear you. No one can hear you. What's up, baby? You throwing gang signs up like it's going out of style? Dory Crypto. All right, baby, well, we'll continue.
I go to Tito! Tito! What's the prize? He goes, it's a bottle of vodka. I'm like, okay. Then he goes, but the final prize after the pay-per-view's over, a championship belt. Wow. And I see this fucking belt, and I love belts. Listen, I love belts. I love belts. I love belts.
See your belt. I'm with you. Okay. I'm with you.
But it's a big, like, champion belt, you know. I never won in MMA. I'm 0-3, so I need a fucking belt. Me and a belt. I need that belt. 3 people at the bar, raffle, belt, championship. So I go, okay, how much the ticket? He goes, $10 a raffle. 1 ticket. It's a no-brainer. I go, give me 30. Yeah. Yeah. He goes, what? I go, give me 40. So I got 40 fucking raffle ticket. I spread them out in my bar, 3 other fucks. I'm getting this belt. I spread them out at the bar, take a selfie to my friends. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be a champion. You know. I'm playing high-five Tito.
Hell yeah.
So then, first round, they pull the vodka. Of course, I win the vodka. I have all the fucking tickets.
Yeah. I'm guessing a bottle of Tito's.
Yeah. And fuck the vodka. I just spray it out. I don't have carry-on anyway. I want the belt.
Exactly.
Dude, my flight is at 4 a.m. We wait till 2 a.m. for the final raffle. Those people leave. There's one guy sleeping at the bar. And my 40 fucking tickets. Tito puts his hand in the bucket. Guess what? The guy wins.
Nah, fuck.
Literally, they wake him up.
Oh my God.
They put the belt on him. $400. Dude, fuck you. I didn't even get a picture with Tito. Dude, today Tito posts our champ at Tito's Cantina last night. Takes a picture with the retard. He goes, everyone had a great night. Oh, did they? Where's my fucking belt? I didn't even get a t-shirt. Look, this is me and my raffles.
Yeah, that is There's a lot of things.
This is me and my fucking raffles.
We're gonna put it on the screen in the YouTube version. You have to send those to Red Band. That is so fucking fun.
Is it a scam?
They have one belt they use every week, I bet.
Yeah.
That's why the guy's sleeping. He's
Fucking
just
Peter.
chilling. He's just gotta be there. And they put the belt back up again. Oh my god, look at that idiot. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, I would look. Dude, imagine today.
Oh, that would have been great. That would have been great.
40-1. Fuck my life.
Well, you know, we've done a raffle here. No, I think there's something in there. There's got to be one more thing that you can win.
Remember, we're getting to the bottom of this thing.
I love it. I love the bottom. For some reason, I like
the bottom.
I like the bottom more than oh well, busted. I like the bottom more.
So when you run out of gas, right? You look like a dick when you're walking down the street. Like, hey, can you help me get gas? You fucking dumb shit, right?
Yeah.
No one's gonna pick you up. So I made this. So you put the gas can inside here, and then you hold that, and you're like, hey, you want to help me? Then they he's got. I'm just trying to get Budweiser to be a sponsor.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
There's no reason.
Brilliant.
Well, I already have Budweiser.
That's amazing.
You guys, honestly, and I'm not just saying this shit. Yeah. You guys are a fucking awesome crowd.
We had so much fun with you.
I can't imagine. I really can't thank you for having me more.
This has been Kill Tony, brought to you by Talkspace, Shopify, Tacovas, and ZipRecruiter. One more time for the great Ari Maddie.
All right.
Future American citizen and UFC championship belt holder. The great Ryan J.E. Belt has an amazing drawing that's in, as always, every week while we are here. He draws our guests. That's an on-the-spot painting of Carrot Top. And let's see what the local artist Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, it's Chris Rogers drawing Chris Rogers. I love it. Oh, my God. You're really good at drawing yourself, Chris. You nailed it. You know your face very well. Amazing. Chris Rogers art. He's in the lobby slinging merch and whatnot. Guys, catch him at Luxor, a residency of over 30 years, 40 plus years as a comedian. How loud can this place get one more time for the great Carrot Top, everybody? Come on. Unbelievably stunning performance. We love it. Carrot Top has joined
Love Shack, baby!
The Kill Tony universe. Thank you to Talkspace, Shopify, Tacovas, and ZipRecruiter. What an unbelievable show. One more time, congratulations to Charlie Mack, another golden ticket winner, is joining our extraordinarily large family, and he's an extraordinarily large man. Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We're doing a lot of stuff, people. Madison Square Garden. And I'm doing stand-up there with the Killers of Kill Tony, a rare absolute super union where me and the superstars of the show doing stand-up together. And, of course, Madison Square Garden Night 2 in August. We have it both nights. One night of stand-up comedy where I headline with my new, unbelievably, I mean, I just have to say it's so well written and so well performed, this new hour that I'm doing. And Kill Tony the next night. A new annual tradition, Madison Square Garden and Kill Tony coming together. I love you guys. Thank you all so much. God bless this audience and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good night.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Kids just do, and that's the problem. I'm not saying that you're not on it. I'm saying that these are just not my kids. But it's not. I see that. I see this. Kids just do, and that's the problem. I'm not saying that you're not on it. I'm saying that these are just not my kids. But it's not. I see.
Change things dramatically for that wasn't so much even a change in, I mean, yes, Nixon was the one who went to China. But what made it possible for Nixon to go to China was that the Sino-Soviet split happened. That actually it was tensions between China and the Soviet Union that altered equations for the United States and China. And another, I happened to be in China in 1999 when NATO bombs hit the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, and 3 Chinese citizens died, and there was tremendous discontent about that, anger about that within China. And there were some rare protests that the government allowed to happen, but students were worked up about it, and there were protests outside the American embassy and the British embassy. And that happened, and then in 2001, there was a spy plane incident that happened. And so there was a lot of discussion that the next decade was going to see US-China tensions being the major force in the world. 9/11 happened. It was a dramatic reset for the trajectory that the US and China were on, which is these are 2 totally different things, the Sino-Soviet split and 9/11. But in both cases, no matter how careful you were at parsing what was likely to be the next 5 years for US-China relations, get dramatically changed by something that happened that wasn't the US and China. And in the current situation, the trade war, I know that it will be very important that China can try to increase sales of consumer products to Europe. This is something, and that Europe's view about the United States is changing right now. These are all kinds of variables that are outside of simply Washington and Beijing as being the 2 actors. And sometimes Beijing can't control what's happening outside, and sometimes Washington can't. And so I guess this is simply saying that when you're trying to keep the eye on the ball, it matters a lot what India's relationship to China and the United States is. So all of these are happening there. So I think that's it, that it's both tremendously important what's going on between China and the United States, but it's important to remember that they're not the only players in this dynamic.
Also, on top of this, how much cultural will is there to sort of not surrender to bullying? How much of that is there? So, like you said, this century of humiliation, both for Xi Jinping and the Chinese populace, like willingness to go through some short-term pain to not be humiliated.
The story that's been intensively told about the past is something that provides the possibility for this to matter a lot. That is something that's just so it's so much a part of the legitimating story of the Chinese Communist Party. And then you have to look at, are there things that are happening that aid the Chinese Communist Party's story? So the rise of what can seem like or is anti-Chinese sentiment within the United States can feed that propaganda story. And so certainly, during COVID, there was a way that if you're the Chinese Communist Party and you're saying we get a disproportionate amount of blame for whatever happens in the world, then if there were things you could point to in the foreign media or from foreign governments, then that helps you. So I think, there is a setup here where certainly for Xi Jinping, I think the desire to not be seen weak is crucial.
Sometimes I wonder how much of these leaders operate on pure ego, because politically and on a human level, they don't want to come off as losers in a standoff, versus coming to a economic win-win for both nations. And I worry that there is a real pride here, that the century of humiliation has deeply saturated the populace, the Communist Party, this idea where they're just not going to back down. And that, I think, will cause tremendous pain in the short term for the United States, I think for China and the world, because it completely transforms the supply chain of everything. There is a global nature, there is a multilateral nature of all the economic partnerships that are formed throughout the 21st century. And this kind of protectionist, nationalistic kind of ideology goes in the face of all of that. And it's going to create a huge amount of pain for regular Americans. But also I worry that this increases, not decreases, the chance of a global war or conflict of different kinds. Do you see a hopeful possibility for resolution or de-escalation?
It's a hard time to figure out what you can to sort of hopeful angles. I mean, I guess what's hard to even balance these things out. So one of the things that I've thought about when you talk about rising chances of war, that often Taiwan comes to mind with China. And one of the things that I've thought of is that for Xi Jinping, that military action against Taiwan would be increased by a sense of desperation, a sense of losing popularity, or a sense of not having a good story to tell about why he and the party to sort of lead. So then there's a kind of way of playing to the nationalist sentiments of some part of the population. So then, in a sense, it's hopeful that I think in some ways right now Xi Jinping is not looking desperate in the eyes of the world. You know, he can, if he can focus on potentially being seen more positively in other parts of the world by seeming like a kind of force for civility, seen as somebody who's supporting rather than challenging some elements of the global order, that might lessen the chances of a rash action toward Taiwan that would be a kind of desperation move.
The complicated thing here is that if he gives in, he can come off as the responsible person who cares about the world, or he can come off weak.
Yo, come to my Discord.
If he doesn't give in and even escalates the tariff, although I think he said no more escalation on the China front, then he comes off strong, but also the equally unreasonable person
Just a
who
moment.
doesn't care about them.
Can you repeat that, big man? Absolutely. Please feel free. Post all you want about it. Yeah, I can. Just one moment. All right, so it's called Crypto Academy. Dog, this is phenomenal. Whenever anybody comes in and they don't know anything about crypto, I tell them to download it. Yes, sir. Yes, I did. It's really nice. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I've been live streaming in their Telegram for more than 2 years and live on YouTube for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. It's like a real life Truman Show. Have you ever seen the Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? All right. Well, I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I stream my life for world peace. You can find out anything that you want about me. I mean, I'm an open book. I basically talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I help end world thirst. Again, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump it seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I'm a major advocate for crypto. I'm really well known in many different communities, but specifically Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. Have you ever heard of it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a different one, though. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. No. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's one of the most popular meme coins. It's been around for 2 years. So that's... Yeah, no, that does. Make sure to post in the chat, and also you can pin to the top a link to your app. Not as of yet, but I will. Most certainly. Absolutely. I'll make this a big time app. Everybody will know about it. You're welcome, my friend. I'm okay for now. I appreciate that. I really do, but just as of right now, I'm certainly promoting cryptocurrency, but I'm not even looking for airdrops right now. I appreciate it, though. Oh, in here, it's pretty limited, but on Discord a day, I get dozens, and actually more than that. Like right now, there are 18 people in one Discord watching me, another 35 people in another Discord watching me, another 3 people in another Discord watching me, another 6 people, and that's just Discord. Then on YouTube, I don't know, probably a couple hundred people a day, and on Twitch, another couple hundred, and then on Telegram, like 50. That's a per day, and then on Rumble, another like 65. Certainly. So it depends on what kind of device you want to do it on. Do you want to do it on a computer or on a phone? Yeah, that's the easiest way. So do you know what OBS Studio is? All right, so there are some add-ons to OBS Studio, but you don't even need that. If you just have a Rumble account, it has free multi-streaming opportunities. So you can, like, I'm live on like 33 different platforms simultaneously just with Rumble Studio. So you just create a Rumble account, and in the upper right corner, there's something called Rumble Studio, and you go in there, and you'll see that they have the ability to input what are called RTMP addresses. So basically, that's real-time messaging protocols. This sounds very technical, but it's not. You have one of these in a YouTube account. You have one in a Twitch account. You have one in a Twitter Premium account. Basically, all the different accounts, and you just take the keys and put them in. And it's even easier for things like YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. You don't even need the keys. You just need to log in with your account. If you ever want help, feel free. I'll walk you through the process. If you ever need help, just let me know and I'll walk you through the process. I appreciate it. Do you have Discord? Oh, excellent. Dude, join my Discord. It's discord.me/Rabbi, and you'll see all my whole setup. And you'll see I've got a link in there. You can see all my YouTube accounts simultaneously. I'll show you exactly what I do. Do you know who Lex Friedman is? I'm watching Lex Friedman podcast right now. Do you know what Kill Tony is? Yep, I just watched the premiere of the most recent one. They had Carrot Top on. If you know who that guy is, he's like a prop comic. Dog, that's what got me hooked. That one was so funny. That one took the cake. When I saw that one, I was like, "Wow, this is a hilarious show." That's okay. You can open it in the browser. Yeah, sure. Just what's your username? Sure, just one moment. Okay, spell it for me. Okay. Okay. Dripto? Oh, CRY. Okay. So Cloudbucks CRYPTO. Cloudbucks Crypto. Excellent. I sent you a friend request. Take your time, big dog. In Discord? Oh. I actually have friends in Australia, and they kept me up really late last night, so I slept late, and I'm creating robots on a platform known as Blue Sky. It's basically the Twitter alternative, and I spam people with my Discord link and get them in here. Yeah, I've got very cool. Yeah, well, California, and I originally bought Bitcoin to buy drugs from Amsterdam, to buy LSD specifically. Um, that that got me in the crypto world, and then I'm a certified project management professional and rabbi. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have over 1 million downloads to some of the apps that I've launched. And just overall, am someone who is interested in futurology and technology. About 3.5 years ago, I started live streaming my life on the internet, like The Truman Show or Big Brother. And I know that the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, specifically human data. And I have more data, specifically human data, archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. Generally, I just use macros. It's easier and it's more adaptable. Yep. Basically, it's just like a program that auto clicks for you. Yep. So basically, all of the clicking that you would normally do as a person, it just memorizes that and records it, and then it can. It's very adaptable. You can have it click certain pictures or certain text, and it has like optical character recognition (OCR). So basically, I've got like kind of two teams of bots. I have a set of bots that I use that just create accounts for me and I have to do captchas. That's the only thing I have to do is the captchas, because there's really not a way to automate those, because some of these captchas that companies use are really difficult. And then what I do, oh yeah, that's easy. Yeah. Yeah. And then, so I use, just like reusable, email addresses. And then, I've got 3 computers that I use that are like pretty advanced with their macro recordings. And basically what they do is like and repost every new message that comes on Blue Sky. And then in the name of the account that I use, it says, please join Rabbi's Discord. And then it has my Discord link. So basically, like, people tweet about me a few times an hour, which is really great. And I just keep putting pressure on the platform. And they ban me, of course, but that's fine. They're just throwaway accounts. So long as I create more accounts than they ban, I'm in good shape. And so right now, like, I've made over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have more social media than any person ever. I've created created more accounts than any person in global history, and I just use them to get out the word about my project. You mean your iOS app? Well, I mean, I could teach you what I do, and probably for like, I mean, if I do it for free. I mean, I do it meaning like it doesn't cost me anything. But if you had the equipment, it wouldn't cost you anything either. I can teach you what I do, and basically, you would just have a bot or 100 of them, however many you want to make, and what you do is just say, please download our cryptocurrency app, and then you're linked to the app store, and then you do it for a day, nobody will pay attention to you. You do it for 2 days, you might get a couple people who start to pay attention to you. You do it for 3 days, then a bunch of people pay attention to you, and then they remember you as the bot that is always promoting the iOS app. How do you get into a new Discord server? Oh yeah. So yeah, the best way to do that. Yeah, feel free. Come into the Discord right now, and I'll show you the bots in action.
About the world, who only cares about his own ego and maybe some aspect of the Communist Party maintaining power. Because just like with Tiananmen Square and the Tank Man, you don't know once you make the decision how the world will read that decision, what kind of things will become viral memes about the telling of that story. And of course, in part, I think Donald Trump's reach is much wider because he's constantly out there. And I think there's a more reserved, less messaging out of Beijing. So it's a really chaotic environment in which to make strong decisions. But since you brought it up, we'll talk about Hong Kong, but let's talk about Taiwan, and maybe there's some parallels there. Given Xi Jinping's emphasis on the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and the unification with Taiwan being a crucial part of his vision for China, what do you think are the chances, and how willing is he to use force to annex, to forcibly gain control over Taiwan in the coming years?
I'll frame it in a way that I think does lead into talking about Hong Kong, because I think these are connected issues. In 1984, when the year, not the book this time, that's when a deal was struck basically between London and Beijing over what would happen to Hong Kong. So Hong Kong Island became a British colony at the end of the First Opium War, the 1840s, and then Kowloon Peninsula near there became a British colony 1860 after the Second Opium War. But then there was a large amount of territory of what we now think of as Hong Kong, called the New Territories, that became under British control in 1898, but was not a colony. It was a 99-year lease. So 1997 was this kind of expiration date for the lease of this large amount of territory of what we think of as Hong Kong. It's a large amount of territory that the rest of Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, depend on for energy, water, and food. So it would have been very hard to just transfer those parts to the People's Republic of China. So a deal needed to be struck of what would happen in 1997. And the deal was about transferring sovereignty of all of Hong Kong, all these parts, to the People's Republic of China. And I carefully say transfer sovereignty, not give it back to the People's Republic of China, because it never belonged to the People's Republic of China. It was part of the Qing Empire, which was a different country, a different state that then, anyway. But this needed to be transferred. And the deal that was struck was that the London side wanted to do something to protect what was going to happen to people there. And remember, this is not what usually happens to colonies. Colonies usually go from being part of an empire to being some degree of self-governed. And because of that, the Chinese representative at the UN insisted that Hong Kong was not a colony of Macau. Macau was not a colony, because then they would have to be decolonized and go to. But so anyway, there was an understanding that something would have to happen in 1997, and London wanted some protection for the people in Hong Kong, who they knew were living in a very different way than people lived under Communist Party rule. There was a different kind of rule of law. There wasn't democracy, but there was some degree of input in governance. The colonial authority and the most powerful person in Hong Kong was appointed by London. After 1997, the most powerful person would probably have to be somebody who could work with Beijing. But in this negotiation, something was come up with called one country, two systems. And Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China in diplomatic terms, wouldn't have its own military, but it would have its own system for 50 years, was the idea, from 1997 until 2047. There was a tension from the beginning over what that other system, what was going to be the part that was going to be separate. And clearly everybody agreed would need to have a different economic system. It had capitalism, so people agreed on that. But there was tension from the start of, well, what about legal, what about cultural and other things? And things were written into this deal, which would be over time, Hong Kong people would govern Hong Kong. But Beijing thought they would govern Hong Kong, but it would be a Hong Kong person who Beijing played a role in choosing. But the reason why Taiwan is relevant to all this is in 1984, or as they were discussing this, the Chinese Communist Party said, and we'll come up with this arrangement, and people in Taiwan should pay attention to it because it could provide a model for what could happen with them being absorbed into the People's Republic of China. So the idea was, Beijing said, hey, people in Taiwan, watch what happens to Hong Kong after 1997 and think about it as a model for what could happen with you, saying like, watch how smoothly it will go. Over time, people in Hong Kong started saying, well, wait, Beijing keeps sort of nibbling away at, chipping away at these things that make us separate. And especially after 2008, there were reasons why Beijing went especially light on Hong Kong early, after 1997. Beijing wanted to join WTO. They wanted to host the Olympics. A big move against Hong Kong then could have endangered those things. Also, at that point, the PRC was heavily dependent on economics in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong economy. Also, just something, because I'm a university person, in 1997, when Hong Kong became part of the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong universities were the only universities in the PRC that were considered totally world-class. Hong Kong University and Chinese University of Hong Kong were highly rated institutions. At that point, Peking University, Beijing, Beida, and Tsinghua were not yet considered world-class institutions because they didn't have the kind of academic freedom and humanities that was, at that point, needed to be higher rated. Over time, that difference started to go away because global ratings of universities stopped caring as much about academic freedom and things like that, and Beijing universities surpassed Hong Kong. So by the 2010s, when you started to have these protests in Hong Kong, pushing back against what was called mainlandization and sort of clamping down, Hong Kong protesters in 2014 put up a banner at the time when Beijing was holding the line against Hong Kong. People wanted to have real elections to choose the chief executive rather than a kind of one where there were elections, but only people who Beijing approved of, basically, they could run. Hong Kong activists put up a banner saying, hey, Taiwan, look at Hong Kong. Taiwan, beware. Hong Kong's today could be Taiwan's tomorrow. So basically spinning the one country, two systems argument and saying, yeah, Taiwan, you should watch what happens here. So one way to think of Chinese leaders since Mao is that Mao and those after him wanted to make China bigger territorially than it had been, to try to reclaim land. Under Mao, Tibet, which had been not part of China, became part of the People's Republic of China. Mao offered something a little bit like one country, two systems to it. Isabel Hilton, who writes wonderfully about Tibet, has talked about the parallels with the Hong Kong system. And some Hong Kong activists saw parallels as well. Tibet was supposed to go its own way as part of the People's Republic of China in the 1950s. And then by 1959, the center got restless, tried to interfere more. Local people pushed back against it. And a workable, what seemed like it might work out somehow against all odds, explodes. The Dalai Lama goes into exile. Now, the Dalai Lama, who before that had thought maybe he and Mao could work together, that didn't work. Hong Kong, a new version of the experiment happens. It becomes clear in the 2010s that it's not really workable, that the center is less patient, needs Hong Kong less. The Hong Kong people feel it's more of a sort of now or never period to push back. You could say that Deng Xiaoping oversaw the deal that got Hong Kong and Macau to become part of the People's Republic of China. He could point to that, even though he died right before 1990s, during 1997. But he had achieved that kind of deal. Xi Jinping could argue he finished the deal of making Hong Kong fully a part of the People's Republic of China, doing away with this degree of difference. And you could say that is a stepping stone toward Taiwan, or you could say that and the South China Sea islands build up might be enough for him to put his stamp on having been the kind of leader who expanded Beijing's reach. He probably wants both. I mean, he probably, to the extent he would like Taiwan to become part of the People's Republic of China, which it has never been. But the hope was it could happen through a kind of more gradual absorption and people in Taiwan being willing to think of that. And yet, in part because of what's happened to places like Hong Kong, there's a stronger sense of Taiwan identity now than there was at an earlier point, and less parties that are more willing to try to negotiate some kind of tighter connection with the PRC are often doing badly in elections there because of this mood.
2047 is 50 years from the 1997 handover that you were talking about with Hong Kong. On top of that, 2049 is 100 years from Mao taking power. It feels like at that moment, China could take Taiwan, because it does seem that there's a kind of value for history in China, and they take these dates very seriously. On the other hand, as you have studied, there is some tensions and displeasure and protests, some of the biggest in human history in Hong Kong. And so, put all that together, and so many possible trajectories of human history could happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly interested in youth movements, and one of the things about, I think, generation is such an important factor. And people know that generation is important, but somehow, sometimes people think that, if you divide people up into economic groups, you divide people up into racial or ethnic class, that somehow is more tangible. But I think with things like the Hong Kong protests, that there was a process of what was seen as mainlandization, of Beijing just moving to make the things that were really distinctive about Hong Kong less distinctive, and minimizing the differences. And this process sped up dramatically after the 2019 protests. And there was just, partly with the distraction of COVID and the distraction of the world, there was this imposition of this national security law that basically did away with the differences. And you had some people in the city of an older generation saying, why couldn't they have just been more patient? Why did these protests force the hand of the people in power? But I think that age has a lot to do with it, that if there was this kind of gradual erosion, or there was going to be this process of doing away with the things that made Hong Kong really special and that people loved passionately about it, including this sort of freer press, or just freer associational life and things like that. If you were 17 in 2019 and people were saying by by 2047 it will all be gone, or maybe it'll even all be gone in 10 years. Then you're talking about living most of your life in a Hong Kong that isn't the Hong Kong you really love. Whereas if you were 80, you were like, why not be patient? Why can't they be patient? And people in between had all kinds of things. This is one thing that leads to, often kind of logically, there's a rationality toward younger people being more militant about certain kinds of things. I think we see the same thing with climate change, with climate activism. You're talking about whatever projection is of when things are going to get worse further down. The younger you are, the more of your life is going to live in that scenario, and there's a logic for more of that kind of impatience. There's also a sense of frustration with an older generation not having done enough to sort of resolve issues. These are things with Hong Kong, with climate change, with Thailand, the place that I've been working on lately. One of the slogans in 2020, when there was a push for democracy, was "Let it end with this generation," which again expressed this kind of sense of gradual solutions are fine, but we're carrying more of a burden of what we're going to live with. So in the 2019, also the protests, I mean, some of the things that were being chipped away at by Beijing. In 2012, there was an effort to impose mainland-style patriotic education. It seemed like, well, who cares how civics is taught? But actually, that has a lot to do with the larger kind of political story. And the protesters that year, young people, stood up and actually got the government to blink. The local authorities backed down on that, bringing in mainland-style education. 2014, the protest was to try to get full voting rights for the chief executive. The government didn't blink on that. That was something where they held the line. It was a big, colorful, exciting protest, but in the end it hit a dead end. 2019, there are even bigger protests, and at first it seems like surprising what the issue was. The issue was an extradition law that would have people potentially who committed crimes in Hong Kong being tried for them if the mainland wanted them on the mainland. Now they're really different court systems. Hong Kong never had democracy under the British, but it did have a stronger rule of law and more independent courts that sometimes decided things that went the other way than what the government wanted. And the mainland doesn't have that kind of court system. 98, 99% conviction rate. In Hong Kong, if you're put on trial, if you're arrested even for before 2020, if you were arrested even under a kind of politically related charge, you were out on bail and giving interviews with the press on the mainland that day.
Okay. How are you doing?
Good. You don't sleep.
All day, every day, baby. I'm amazing.
Well, how many hours a day you sleep?
Like 8.
That's normal.
I know.
I just get to check on you.
I'm doing well, baby. Thank you so much for doing so. I appreciate it.
I'm dead. Yeah. No, I'm just jumping around rooms. I'll come back later.
Sounds good, big dog. Take care.
You too.
You as well.
Sorry, Mike.
Year's Eve, while he was having dinner with his family, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" This year, being 3 years ago, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" I was like, "Left him on red honey and not his food." My in-laws right now, do you want to go? To that, putting yourself in a position to like knowing the nasty stuff, because it's like when I moved to LA, I worked at the coffee store till 3 a.m. every night for like a year and a half. And it's like, yeah, you just come across the wrong people at the wrong time, and like they're gross. It's like it's a minute until the pandemic stopped. But I think I sort of did the same. I used to pride myself in being like the only girl that like dudes would spend hours in. I felt really, now I feel really gross because I'm like, we're fucking outside. Yeah. But then my therapist was like, why do you feel some type of way about it? It's not yours. It's not your information. It is really the conversation with a guy. And he got on me, it was back to like, slim and he's on you. Yes, and knowing I was and we've had a couple conversations and it just never went there. These comedians don't want me. It's not just the comedians. But anyway, so yeah, so I see this guy who's like, and I felt so miserable with it. It was just like, I felt that my face was like, oh, and it wasn't like I had nothing. I rejected this person's advances. I've never like seen anything up with anyone else. I just know from what he talks to me that he talks to everyone else like this. And it was just so, I mean, I was just, I don't know if it was a joke. Yeah, rich guy. That's what I'm saying. It's like that secondhand, like embarrassment, when it's secondhand guilt that shouldn't be there, but it's there because you just happen to be like the object of there. Like, you know what I mean? And then it's like the truth that you did, and you was like on the side. Oh yeah, that was just, it never always never ever. And it's also not your business to do that. Yeah, it is. Me and other female comics just talk about this. It's like I'm put in a position when people are coming out to the cons with their like mistresses or whatever, and like, what are we supposed to do? Like, I don't know, just like with everybody. If no, but I relate to that, putting yourself in a position to like know the nasty stuff. Because it's like when I moved to LA, I lived at the coffee store too. The baddest man on the planet. He's the heavyweight campaign up on the wall. It's Francis and Ghana. This week's Food Truck Diaries. We booked a really short notice, so we couldn't get the food truck. So I went and picked up chicken sandwiches. Forgot about the truck in my car. This week's Food Truck Diaries is Francis and Ghana. My friends is called Food Truck Diaries because food truck notice, only the food trucks can do hot days notice. So I went and picked the food up for you. This is my ride. I think you're going to afford about 30 of these after your next deal. You better be. You'll fit in it, man. I'm a huge guy and I got you. But I'm going to get chicken sandwiches to serve. Right here. That's tasty. Yeah, so I can let you chill. That's just a little bit of stuff. Let me feed you the foods inside. It's really tasty. So let's eat. Let's just. Yeah, right. I got you. Let's do it. Let me feed you. Champions meal. Big baby. Big baby. Your brothers and sisters. What's up, guys? We got a very large and special guest for us. It's tasty. And I'm going to downtown this space so I can let you chill. Let's just open it up. All of my stuff. Let me feed you the foods inside. It's going to be tasty. It's tasty. And I'm going to downtown this space so I can let you chill. Let's just open it up. All of my stuff. Let me feed you the foods inside. It's going to be tasty. So I go online and type in best allergenic cats and like 10 cats usually 10. Only like one or two are actually non-allergenic, so it's great. Found the name, put the name in the research. Yeah, they're amazing. So I go to this website, Jeffrey. So so websites pop up, but I need one fan, and I'm not too done with it, right? So we got Russian kids for sale. Nonsense, all the Russian kitties listed below for sale. Buy us all of our names, don't buy us some choice. Health guaranteed. This is great. Reached out to make sure we have racks. So we have racks, and then my group knows so they need $800 that's in the cash. And I've been talking to him, texting with him, and he says just send $800 and the cat doors. Right? She knows. They said to make sure somebody's at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Where's the 9 a.m. She then cheers. That's what I said to the guy. I said, I do it all the time. That's what I do. Okay, great. And then I was trying to do it. So now I'm thinking in my head, I'm getting this year. I'm getting this. Now I gotta stop. Hold on. And then let's show you. Who's talking to me? He said, we'll have your cat next day. Yeah. To me, I'm like, well, I don't know. The flight plan, I guess they knew I'm not, so I know the captain of my sex with me scared. He's a friend. I wants to. Are you kidding? So I got Foxy. We have names. We make our own bathroom. Yes. Right. So they basically, so they sent me this special tags. I said, right now, dude, you can't wait my million. Now in his text, I'm like, it's just my smell. Whatever. It's like, it makes things fast. So that goes on. Right? So I've said $1,600. 6 o'clock. I told my girl, hey, did they give you if you want shipping? Yeah, they use it. After the shipping thing, I go, okay. And they did it. They just, I just got a text. I just got a text from them. And they just showed me the text. English cloth. Right? Because, hey, if they put them now, the cream that we're sending them up doesn't freeze them. And get this other cream, it's $2 grand. Wires $2 grand. And then when the cats land, we keep them right on me. 2 flights on them. Cash back, so just one lot. So I go, okay, so I'm the lot, so I go. Joe goes, I don't know, some kind of fishing. You think? It's English coffee. It's what I call it, right? Because hey, we're thinking now, we grab that percent of my puzzle, we can freeze it. And you get this other grade that's $2 grand. Wires $2 grand, and then when the cat's laying, you keep the mail on me to reflect on them. You get cash back, so it's just one month. So I go, okay, so the clients, I go, the joke is, do you, I don't know, some catfishing? I think. So I look online and scale, I do with scale, and one thing, they go, hey, we need this money for a prank, it's not going to be great. And also, nothing else, I would red flag, it's a scam. If they say they can send the cat the next day, those cats, you're waiting months for an apology cat. Not available, there's people that legit, so you're going to get for a good. Which is what we're doing now, so you're going to wait for a So first red flag is A, they can send the next day, B, they have to more money, so it's less. Yeah, so it's less. So I look it up and realize scam. See a guy running donating, my ass gets scammed by the website. Have you seen the Tinder swindler? Oh, man. It's okay. That guy's still out there. It's okay. I've never seen anything like it. Even I've heard of it. Oh, man, there's so many fucking 2020s that are the same way. It happens all day, Brennan. You know, that's the thing about using them, man. It's like, it just doesn't know where he lives, man. You live in like a multi universe. You don't think this kind of shit happens every day. It's happening to you right now. Even if I'm like, I don't get this. I don't do this. You think we can raise our money for 5 months? Yeah. And they threw me in. It's like, nah, it's so just tell me, dude, how many some of the girls that get millions of dollars in their life? Like, what the fuck? You're a regular dude. It's weird. It is what he does. What he does now. I'll tell you what he does. Right? If I got you to believe it, yeah, I don't know. I got Tinder's. brisket that I had made for the holidays and ham and turkey and all sorts of things. Not only did it flawlessly, but it was a delectable way at the table. Just for you, my subscribers, you guys can get an additional $50 off any purchase you make. Discount code THECOOLERING. Click right below honeycomb.com/touring and use promo code THECOOLERING to save an extra $50 today. If you don't know who Rothschild is, he is a former UFC fighter, retired UFC fighter, who again was famously retired essentially by Joe Rogan. And this is the time when you let the UFC expert you take it to bad hands. And that happens, time is undefeated, so I'm not really holding that against him. She's a guy who's been 75 pounds overweight at least a year, so I'm not really going to talk about anything was covered that way. But then he slid into podcasting with co-host Ryan Callan. He kind of came up with all those guys that got really popular in the podcast scene at the same time. They've got the same it was entertaining stuff. It seems like everything's kind of all of these people's heads. And at the same time, it's like conveniently timed where him and Brett Callan had some cancel culture stuff going on. Obviously, we know Chris, what happened there. Sean, I'm not sure exactly what the situation was, but I did notice that there is a large contingent of people that do not like him for one reason or another. And it's something I can relate to. But anytime you're kind of like, you've got a strong group of fans, you're probably going to have another strong group of anti-fans.
And there were a couple of YouTubers who basically clowned on him, doing reaction videos to his podcasts. And now he's suing one of them after abusing the YouTube copyright system to take down videos critical of him. He has decided that he wants to file a lawsuit, which I have all the paperwork here, so we'll go through that in just a minute. Essentially, there are some clips of the fire of the kid. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 episodes. Plaintiff registered the words of the United States Copyright Office on February 22nd, 2022. Coincidence. Copies of the copyright registration certificates are attached. Then YouTube, obviously, YouTube as plaintiff uploaded the works to plaintiff's YouTube channel for streaming only as follows. The episode days and dates that they're not, other than respecting connection with the public. Essentially, what Rothschild has done is hire an attorney to take his money, and he's willing to lose it. You see that YouTubers, you love this. Funny way to put it. Uploaded a video today. It looks like his channel, he had actually taken down his main channel with copyright strikes, and it looks like most of his clips are, reaction content, things of that nature, clips and whatnot. Now, the videos that ran into him, apparently, I talked to him directly, were commentary. He commentated videos. Now, unfortunately, I can't see the originals, but I also don't know how big his channel is. But if you look at it, there's this subreddit that's just completely dedicated to dunking on Reddit show. It's that small, 56,000 people. And they posted this video this morning, or somebody posted the video. You guys don't like this guy, but you think Reddit show is for teasing him. Because usually, I don't care what this dude has to say, but this is messed up. When they get the dude's name and address, what his production's based on, whatever. Essentially, someone says, we'll kick this off. Was he posted a video of Brandon on security cameras slipping a lady his number? First, Brandon got his initial channel copyright struck, and now this, which means Brandon, that's what they call Brandon. Actually did try cheating on his wife. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. And if that's the case, I can try to cover this up at least. You can maybe understand. But you also have to understand Brandon's friendship. There's this thing called straight up. I couldn't care less about your podcast or what happened on your breakfast burrito food truck thing. But I do care about fair use a lot. And it seems like you don't understand when I look at your Twitter account. I notice you're still tweeting, but you haven't talked about. By the way, yikes. 807,000 followers and I got 30 likes. Yikes. 200 likes. 79 likes. 40 likes. 12. He's getting ready to shoot his own tweets. He has 800,000 followers and he's getting 12 likes on his tweets. I don't know, Brendan. This is messed up. You filed this lawsuit. You paid them whatever, $400 or $500 plus you paid. You paid the $400 to file it. I don't know if you paid the lawyer. Now, the person who made this video says that they do commentary. Now, it feels like, So you can see he plays these clips. He seems to focus on criticizing one of these guys who are good, fine, totally fine. But he seems to do commentary, so I tend to believe that was fair use. The old Brian Callen, Brendan Shaw thing. This goes all the way back,
trying to do something about it, post on social media, I don't know. So like these guys have all experienced some level of cancel culture, and so I don't want to, get the situation where people are trying to cancel Brandon Shaw. Bro, you're smarter than this. You can't be suing YouTubers. So basically, what happened is Brandon Shaw allegedly placed copyright claims on videos that the YouTube these are fair use. That puts the original claim in a position where they either have to let it go or they have to file a lawsuit. So 99 times out of 100, in fact 999 times out of 1,000, the original claimant just leaves it because they don't understand fair use in the first place. But in this case, your Brendan's ego, Brendan's ego, has got him in a situation where now he has to file a lawsuit. And that is very stupid because you are going to lose like, you know how you guys just sit around on chairs and react to other people's content. Like, you understand that that's the same thing. You could just replace this newsfeed article with a video. And by the way, you do that all the time. And the thing is, like, that's totally fine. Here's a video that actors do that. And watch that. Brendan, is that fair use? No. Like, should do you think, Brendan, that this woman should be able to take your video down because you filmed her? Because you sound unnecessary. Like, is that it? Like, all you do on your show is just scroll through the internet and watch videos. Like, it's the laziest content ever.
There he is. Are you ready to lose?
I'm telling you, as somebody who's been on YouTube for 20 years practically, this will end.
Dude, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Yo, Pim.
I think I know how to end my drive break.
Get a hooker.
There.
Get a hooker. Dude, did you join the Fighter and the Kids subreddit?
I did.
Excellent. All right, how are you going to end your dry streak? What are you going to do? Dude, I fucking hate this hole. How about you get your shit together, bro?
Just drop it.
Dog, it's probably easier for you to just find a chick in your area.
Why?
Dude, you haven't done anything that I've told you to do. So I don't really feel sorry for you. Remember what I told you to do? Tell me what I told you to do.
Break the game.
That's correct. And what else did I tell you to do?
Go, Jim.
I actually never said to do that. Good shot. No, I said you need to get professional headshots, or not just headshots, but photos. Did you do that?
Yeah, I will.
What you
That's actually what I'm looking
you will? I mean, dude, you're over here talking about traveling to go fuck some chick when I told you to do this a month ago. What did you just do? Where'd your ball go?
It's in the top.
Did you try to knock me in the tar?
No.
Yeah, you did. That's what you get, son. So, Zoo, you didn't do anything that I told you to do. You didn't put any of the hobbies that I told you to put on. You didn't even fucking get on any more social media apps. So you're going to be just as dry in another place as you are wherever the fuck you are because you're not doing what I told you to do. You said that you have to get, I told you like a month ago or maybe more than a month ago, you need professional pictures. You're like, that's a good idea. And then you never got them. You fucking went to the gym 18 fucking days in a row or whatever, but didn't get professional pictures. Nobody gives a shit about your... Nobody gives a shit about your body mass index if you look like garbage in your pictures.
Okay. So 2 weeks, within the next two weeks, I'll get the photos done.
All right, I mean, you could get them done in the next 3 days. I don't know why 2 weeks is your deal, but okay.
Because I hit my goal by 2 weeks.
Dog, quit with your bullshit, man. Your goal has nothing to do with it. Some chick is gonna notice the difference. And I mean, it's not even something that is sometimes not even recommended to take a shirtless photo. It can be, but it also makes you look like a pretentious douchebag.
Good.
I mean, you want to pick up chicks, don't you?
Yeah.
All right, well, you don't want to look like a douchebag.
So I put a Rolex in the profile picture?
No, that makes you look like a douchebag.
So rich did, bro.
No, because it's very easy to just fake Rolexes. Oh, fuck. Zoo, what kind of pictures did I say that you needed to take?
Professional pictures.
Not necessarily. There were some different kinds that I said. What were they?
Rabbi, I'm so distracted right now. Why did you do that?
Because you did it to me.
Holy shit. The most genius shit I've ever seen.
I know, that would have been amazing. Okay, how are you distracted? Dude, I told you. Don't you remember? I mean, you don't listen to me. I already know this. You ask me like 50 questions a night, 25 of which you've already asked me. Which is fine. I mean, it's whatever. It keeps me entertained. I told you needed to take... Yeah, go for it, man. I mean, look at the scoreboard. It doesn't really matter.
That was an incredible shot.
Not really.
I mean, how was it?
Make this shot. Make this shot and I'll be impressed.
Wow.
It's a hard shot to make.
I mean, it's not. Is a hard shot to get past my ball.
Zoot,
Rabbi, you ready?
Zoot, scoreboard. Zoot, scoreboard. What kind of pictures did I tell you to take?
Headshots.
No, not an actor.
Told me to take headshots of my interest.
Headshots of your what?
Interest.
Yeah, but not headshots. Headshots are of your head. I mean, like you should have 5 pictures. Maybe one headshot, one of you doing some kind of activity that's an action activity, one of you, if you can, with an animal. I don't know if this is the best idea, but sometimes they say to have one with your family or friends. I mean, do you have friends?
Yeah.
All right, so ask a friend, hey, I'm like gonna try to get serious on dating websites. Is there any way that, or just use an old picture that you have of you? But I mean, that's not always the best.
Rabbi, I need to make money as well.
All right, but then make money. Whatever happened to you going after the guy with the solar?
No, he's a fucking cunt.
I know he's a cunt. What happened with it?
No. Rabbi.
What do you mean you don't know? You said you were going to give it a couple weeks. That was like a month ago.
It's taking too long.
What do you mean it's taking too long? You went to the Fair Labor Commission. What did they tell you?
The fucking report. It's going to take like 6 months. Yeah.
What do you mean, fuck that? Zoot, like you said, it's the principle of them. It's the principle.
Wait a sec, Rabbi. I'm going to take a break off of this game.
Okay. Are you going to hit the ball, or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw?
Everyone has dirt.
Yeah. Nobody's perfect, big dog.
Alright, that's result of what, man?
What are you talking about? Did you win the lottery?
No, it's in 4 hours. 5 hours.
Are you going to hit the ball? Oh, Zoot. I'm going to shut you off, and I'm going to fuck up your shot. Oh, no. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. I know. Zoot, scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm only 1 shot behind you.
Just watch me turn it on. You know I'm amazing.
You're good at this hole.
We haven't played it. No one's gotten a hole in one in this hole. We haven't played this hole in a long time.
No, I've done a hole in one of them. No, I've seen a hole in one of this hole.
How did somebody get a hole in one on this hole?
By doing the shot like that.
Oh yeah, and
It
then
was very
somebody
difficult.
hit him on their second shot. I can see that.
But you can't do it with two people.
Yeah, you could. Oh wait. Yeah, you could.
You need someone to knock out the tree.
Oh yeah, you could.
Holy shit.
Dude, what'd you think of that shot? Better than yours.
That was a perfect shot.
I know, baby. Dude, it's impossible for you to win. I hate this hole.
Remember, I'm taking a break off.
Oh, I know. I'm going to play pure defensively against you. It's going to be sick.
Wow.
I'm not even going to let you get to the second level. Pure defense.
You just help me.
Dog, pure defense.
Because I just made a strategic move. You just help me. Yes.
How did I help you, Zoo? You're not even going to make it in that second level, like I just said. Oh, this is so dickish. Oh, that was almost good. See that chicken? All right, enjoy your break. Come back soon. Hey, you've been playing with other people. Have you? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Maybe a little.
Not really.
You've played with some people.
Not this week.
Okay. Go take your break.
Alright, let's go.
Zoo, take your break.
First things first.
Rest in peace, Uncle Phil.
Let's put this guy's image into facial. I lost all my. Fuck. Oh, I hate this.
The guy from Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. So why don't you just make a bunch of Instagram accounts and say, you stole my money. You need to pay me.
Yeah, look, he is. Wow, he's got a brilliant story.
All right.
He's on steroids and he doesn't even look good.
All right, dog. Why don't you fucking create a bunch of Instagram accounts and then tell him to pay you? What's fuck?
Every fucking shit from the Bible goes to zero.
All right, Zook, why don't you just create a bunch of Instagram accounts, and then just post on his shit. Dude, I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it, or you're just going to sit there?
Oh my god.
What, big dog?
That's something that we'll figure it out. Anyway. Fuck, Rabbi, hit him at noon.
I know you can get $2,400 out of this guy.
Oh, yeah, but
All right, but you need the $2,400. So just create a new Instagram account.
oh my god. We are in.
What's the guy's name?
What?
Well, we're going to see if we can find any dirt on him.
Charlie Hall.
Okay.
Like Christian Hall, sorry.
Is he with Schneider Electric?
No.
Is he RS Group?
No. Christian Bowling. Not so less.
Are you sure he's not with Schneider Electric in the greater Sydney area?
No.
Okay, what's the name of his company?
Okay, so.
Foxhole?
Alright, small soul.
I mean, what did the labor board say? Is it Smart Commercial Solar?
Smart solar. Got it.
Smart Solar Australia? Yeah, this is it.
Got it. I just got him.
All right, so have you contacted him and called him directly?
Yeah.
And what did he say? You weren't an employee, or he just hung up on you?
Yeah, so I went for it.
Okay, but I mean, you have text messages that reflect that you were, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then send him the text messages and explain to him that you were an employee and that you want your $2,400. If I were you, I'd get a hooker, get that out of the way. Then I would get my pictures. I'd make a really nice profile, do all those things. I would get a real job, and then I'd start dating some dime. Dude, Australian chicks are so hot. They are like, I mean, I know probably like you could say the same about any country, but your average Australian chick is hotter than just about any other country. It's one of the hottest countries. So if you're like, well, they're not where I am, dude, they are. Don't lie to me. You just aren't able to get them right now. All right, well, I mean, all right, sounds like a plan.
That didn't happen. So I think in 2019, having lost the battle over voting, this idea that, okay, we've really got to take a last stand to defend the rule of law and a kind of degree of separation of powers. That doesn't sound like a clearly obvious thing for slogans, but it is something that I think we've realized in this country and in other countries as well, is something that can really be definitive about where things are going politically.
Well, I should also say, I mean, it's more dramatic than it sounds with that tradition because it gives power to mainland China to imprison sort of political activists and then try them in a very different way. So it's not just even a different system. It gives another lever, and a powerful one, to punish people that speak against China.
And, you know, I mentioned the Hong Kong booksellers who were spirited over the border, and one of them was still in prison for having published things in Hong Kong. But it was supposed to be okay to publish in Hong Kong, but not on the mainland, and yet they ended up being traced. So yeah, there was a clear sense that if they didn't protest then, would they be able to protest later?
So this was one of maybe the biggest protests in history,
percentage-wise. You know, because the reason why I kind of make that claim, because there were 1 million to 2 million people in the biggest protests, and this is a 7.5 million people. So if you think about what that means, it's just enormous. I mean, yeah, there were some very daring protests around that period, the Hong Kong ones, and the year after that, there were protests in other places, but protests in Belarus, where again there was very, it's taking big risks and people. But if people have a feeling that it's a kind of last moment, so yeah, these were giant, and the protests kept growing, and I think they kept growing in part, and this happens. Why protests grow, it's always hard to figure out. But in the case of Tiananmen and in the case of Hong Kong, 2019. If people feel that the sort of protesters have the moral high ground in one way or another, and what tipped it that way in Hong Kong, I think, was really that the police were using really strong-arm methods, and the government was never apologizing or never saying we need to investigate that. And I think what really kept the protests going was they became a referendum on the right to protest itself. And what I think the government hoped, and what Beijing certainly hoped, was that some of the protesters would start doing militant actions, violent actions that would alienate the populace from the protests. And the protesters did do some of those things, but they tended to attack. Violence was often against property. And when there were occasionally violence against people within the movement would apologize or try to distance themselves from that. Meanwhile, the government was never apologizing or distancing itself from the police. And that created a dynamic where you had these enormous numbers of people who were previously on the fence about things turning up for these protests. And leading to them being giant. Even people, and this was a city that sometimes had the reputation, misunderstood reputation, as being one that where people didn't care that much about politics. They just focused on living a good life. But there was a sense that they wouldn't have that possibility if you had a police. And the police used to be really highly respected in Hong Kong, but it lost that.
Maybe you could speak to some of the dynamics of this. First of all, you were there in the early days.
do that, but he was very transparent with Shaw's legal document that was sent to him. It is a full-blown suing case, from what I can tell. I'm no expert, I'm not a lawyer, I didn't testify or anything, but it does seem like he is going all out to fuck this man. Yes. I imagine this was supposed to be some kind of scare tactic to frighten this individual, make them stop posting mean things about Brendan. But the YouTuber said that they are going to fight it, they are going to go to court. I think that's great because they need to beat this case. They need to continue to set this precedent across the platform that you cannot use this system like this. This is not okay. This is very clearly an exploitation of the system. This is just a slam dunk victory for the YouTuber being sued because Brendan Shaw has no case. And Brendan Shaw somehow won this. And it actually hurts Brendan Shaw too, because from what I understand, he also reacts to videos and uses clips from that makes it hard to joke and criticize. So if he wins this case, he looks himself to as like mutually assured destruction from an absolute goddamn supervillain idiot. It makes no sense. And I don't think anyone around Brendan Shaw is smart enough to tell him how stupid he is. And I'm trying to show you some clips of Brendan Shaw and all of this going on, but I'm not going to take any chances with how fast and loose he's being with the legal system here. So I'm not going to show anything from any of his podcasts or anything he's said. What makes this situation really complicated is the fact that there's no real hero in the story. The YouTuber that's being sued is someone that I wouldn't really root for under normal circumstances. I don't want to mention their name, and I don't want anyone to grasp Brendan Shaw or this YouTuber. I'm not going to mention their name, but I've seen a lot of archived live streams from their channels where a lot of very disturbing shit was happening. This individual sometimes would get drunk on stream and have incoherent ramblings and say some really flipped up and tasteless shit sometimes. And in one case in particular, I saw a clip of them leaving the stream and then arguing with their girlfriend, and it did sound like some type of domestic violence was occurring in the background. This is all alleged. This is only based off of live streams that have been archived, but over the course of like the last 2 or 3 years that I was able to look at this person, I saw a lot of people talking about frequent domestic violence on the stream. I saw a lot of clips of him and his significant other constantly arguing, yelling, shouting, screaming, and just a lot of really disturbing things. Like I said, his channels are down, so I can't look at his content myself and see him. I can only experience this through the re-uploads from his community and community members talking about the streams and talking about these clips. But from what I've seen, it is some pretty fucked up things. I've seen a couple of interviews with him as well as people talking about him, and there's just a lot that is not great, especially that clip where it does sound like he is hitting something or someone. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully that's just a complete wrong interpretation of what's happening. But I just wanted to say from everything I did see on this individual with like the arguing, which happened on stream, and the drunk streams where really not great things were talked about. It's not someone that I would be like super enthusiastic to support, but I do hope they beat the case against Brendan Shaw, because Brendan Shaw is basically assaulting the fucking earth here. As these cases build up, if any of them win with these absolute bogus bullshit claims in court, if any of those win, it sets that legal precedent going forward, which means other equally stupid idiots like Brendan Shaw could abuse the system the same way. So I still hope that they beat Brendan Shaw, but I recognize that they might not be a good person themselves. But yeah, I do think this is an important case, because this is only one of a handful of cases where a YouTuber goes after another YouTuber on absolute bullshit claims. And hopefully, just like the previous cases with like Ethan Klein versus whatever that dude's name was, I'm already forgetting his name. Hopefully, this case will also result in that shit being shut down as well. Like I said, I think this was really just supposed to be a scare tactic that didn't work. And late Flynn is situation because I do think it's an important one to talk about, and yeah, that's about it. So,
As I understand, how does a protest of this scale explode as it did? Like it starts with small groups of students, the youth. Like maybe you can speak to in general from all the studying of youth protests. How does maybe anger, maybe ideological optimism, maybe the desire for revolution and for better times amongst a small group of students, how does that become a movement and how does that become a gigantic protest?
So protests were one of the things that some of the most impressive books I've been reading about other places have been emphasizing is that protests are often preceded by other protests that may seem like dead ends, but actually provide people with the kind of skills and scripts and repertoires to then carry out things on a larger scale after that. So you often get, we get captivated by a moment that seems to come out of nowhere, but it often doesn't. The ground has been laid by, it can be by an earlier generation that passes on the stories about it, or it can be just a few years before. And sometimes a new generation will say, look at what they did, that was exciting, but we want to put our mark on things by generation. So there were these 1986 protests that sort of fizzled out that helped lay the groundwork for the 1989 ones. In Hong Kong, there were the 2012 and 2014 ones that laid the groundwork for 2019. Some of the times it was the same activists out on the streets again, but sometimes it was a younger generation that, yeah, okay, but that failed, so what can we do differently? And we see this in cases in the US, and we see it around the world of this kind of the percolating of things that happen, sometimes in conversations that continue, that happen. And sometimes, failures can seem like dead ends, but over a long period of time, we see them as succeeding. And it can seem irrational. It can seem irrational to try to do something after the last 3 times people have tried to do it have failed. But then occasionally, history shows that the 3rd time or the 5th time or the 20th time actually does succeed. There's enough countervailing, In Eastern Europe, you would say, like in 1956, there was a rising, it was crushed. In 68, there were rising, it was crushed. Poland, 1981, martial law imposed. In 1989, what were East German protesters thinking when they poured out onto the streets? And then it happened. And then, but this time it wasn't. So I think there's a way in which social movements are fundamentally unpredictable. And there are just times when, against all seeming odds, something that seemed like it would be there forever just no longer is.
And that's the case you make for when the odds seem impossible, it's still worthwhile.
You know, it doesn't mean that it will work. It doesn't mean that it will work, but I think history has enough examples of things that you thought. I mean, this is, you know, and it explains why certain figures are so inspirational for generations of activists that, you know, people read. There's a reason why people talk about Václav Havel. Whereas if Václav Havel had died in 1988, people would have said, "Oh, maybe he was a great writer, but his political projects he didn't live to see come." But then he lives to 89 and becomes, you know, against all expectations. So Rebecca Solnit, she's got a new book, "No Straight Road Takes You There: Essays for Uneven Terrain," and she's talking about taking a longer view of some struggles that achieve things after the point when people might have imagined that they had run into dead ends. And she's talking about keeping your eye on the gains that happen, even incrementally, and the ways in which the need to take a longer term perspective on some of these things. And I think it's a strange thing because there's also often an impatience in movements of people wanting kind of immediate results. But as a historian looking at situations I've mentioned, sort of Eastern Europe and Central Europe, but Taiwan was a right-wing dictatorship under sort of a version of martial law for decades. And at each stage, it would seem that people struggling to change it were on a quixotic, impossible kind of mission. South Korea was in a similar situation. And then in the late 1980s, you start to have those things unravel. And it's partly because of a kind of steady resistance. It's partly because something in the world changes. But there's often a combination of those things. So I'm interested in that whole, you know, we know that what happened in Hong Kong in the short run didn't work. And I don't see a way in which the national security law is reversed or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that it was a completely impossible effort, even though we know the result in that case was to have this failure.
So the protests are generally worthwhile. I mean, they do give, as I look at the descriptions of the migratory routes ideas take, they do seed ideas in the minds of people, and then they live with those ideas, and they share those ideas, they deliberate through those ideas. They might travel to different places of the world, and then those ideas return and rise up again and again and again. There's two parts of the world that I think are fascinating and unpredictable. So one is Iran, which the trajectory that place takes might have a completely transformative effect on the Middle East. And then the other one is China, where the protests, whether it's in Taiwan or Hong Kong or maybe other influential parts of China, those ideas percolating up and up again might have a completely transformative effect on the world.
So maybe this is another case where, so the Chinese Communist Party, leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, they do know about history, they care about history. And one history they know is the Chinese Communist Party was almost destroyed in 1927. I mean, it was, if you were taking odds on what are the chances that this ragtag sort of group that's being pursued by Chiang Kai-shek to try to determine it, and yet over time they somehow managed to ride it out and eventually come to power. There's an awareness of the ways in which the seemingly impossible can happen. It doesn't mean it will. I mean, this is why I think, it's and one of the really kind of tragic or heartrending things is you can have situations in which movements that seem to be pursuing an impossible end result, they achieve that result. And then after another period, the country goes into another really difficult period, or it seems that the successes are being rolled back. And my new Milk Tea Alliance book that I've just written, dedicated to two people who've lived through a variety of these things. One is a Burmese activist who was involved in a failed uprising in 1988. He then was in exile who didn't know whether he could ever see his brothers who he loves back in Burma. And then something magical kind of changed. And in the 2010s, it seemed that there was a kind of democratization. It turned out to be a false dawn. He was able to go back. And now he's again, when there's been a coup, a crackdown, he's now again cut off. And at one point, I was asking him about how he feels about this when he's still trying to sort of raise awareness globally about what's happening in Myanmar. And he said, I feel helpless, but not hopeless. I think, how does somebody maintain hope in that? And the other person I dedicated to, Miklas Rashti, as a Hungarian friend of mine, who was an activist before '89 and saw this amazing thing happen with communism, a Communist Party rule ending. He was part of the process that came, and he was friends with Havel, and Havel there, and Poland's changing, and all of this exhilarating moment, but ends up being a critic of Orban and following a tightening of control, of rolling back as many of the things that were victorious then. But this kind of, it's a no straight road, that actually there's something about it can be disquieting when these unexpected things are blows to where you thought history was going. But history just shows you that history doesn't have a direction. There isn't a straight road.
Yeah, and there's, the idealism of youth can lead to things like the Russian Revolution, and then you get Stalin, we'll call it more, and the purges, and all of that entailed. So a successful protest and a successful revolution might have unintended consequences that far overshadow whatever ideals and dreams you had fighting for the working class, whatever it was in that particular case, that can cause immeasurable suffering. So there is no direction to history. There's just some lessons we pick up along the way. We try to, hopefully, help humanity flourish. And we barely know what we're doing, and now we have nuclear weapons.
And some of it is also, though, sometimes the people who I find really admirable, it's not about trying to create totalistic change, but they focus on trying to do what they can for the things they believe in within constrained circumstances. And in Thailand, they've sort of hit a roadblock now again over kind of trying to bring about electoral change. A party that did really well was then disqualified. And some of the activists I know are focusing on local efforts to improve the neighborhood, to keep a neighborhood from suffering from a kind of unthinking gentrification. They're thinking small. They're thinking sometimes about just what can we do to improve the life of people within certain, how can we contribute to the kinds of social groups that might make some kind of incremental improvement to being the kind of world that we want to live in. People do that in all kinds of ways.
What kind of parallels can we draw between Taiwan and Hong Kong? What do you think the people of Taiwan are thinking, looking at Hong Kong?
Well, I think the way that things developed in Hong Kong have undermined the kind of trust in any kind of story coming out of Beijing that there's a place within sort of Xi Jinping's version, at least the People's Republic of China, for a place where people live very different kinds of lives. And I think a lot of people in Taiwan think of them, feel they're living a very different kind of life on the mainland. So in that way, I think Hong Kong was an important example that way. And there were connections between, there was a Taiwan protest in 2014 before the big protest in Hong Kong by people who were young people who felt the government then was moving too much toward working together with Beijing. So they've been interconnected stories. And I think we sometimes miss how people within a region are looking at what other people in the region are doing and are taking clues from it about sort of how to agitate for the things they care about, what the risks are, what the dangers are. Autocrats within different parts of the region are looking at each other too, as well as globally.
In part because there's a great dependence in the United States on TSMC, and in that way on Taiwan for different supply chains, for electronics, for semiconductors, for a lot of our economy. There's been a lot of nervousness about Taiwan. What are the chances that there is some brewing military conflict over this question of Taiwan in the coming decades, and how can we avoid it?
It's one of these really worrisome issues that there isn't an easy. I think experts who tell you they know what X, Y, and Z about this is are deluding themselves. Probably there's so many variables.
Maybe you could just elaborate the possible clues we have.
So, with talking to people in Taiwan and from Taiwan, there are a couple things that are here. One is that daily life in Taiwan is not people waking up each morning, living their life based on the fact that there's in such a perilous kind of predicament, that life goes on, and a lot of people are feel very, very fortunate to be in Taiwan. There are many reasons why it seems like a great place to live in many ways. So even though this is hanging, but at the same time, there is an awareness of things that increase precariousness. And there was a lot of concern with the invasion of Ukraine, and watching how the response to that was. And there was a sense of it being analogous. There was a sense that Xi Jinping would be watching the response to Putin and seeing what he would do then. And so then there was a sense of relief, I think, when there was as unified a Western NATO, including the United States, response. And then there's a concern, about the Trump presidency because of Ukraine. At the same time, there are mixed signals. So people are, I'm sure there are people there who are both saying Trump is going to be tough toward the Chinese Communist Party, and others are going to say, but if he's not as supportive of Ukraine, what does that say for defense of? So they're not the same situations, but all people have, in a sense, sometimes with unknowable situations, is to look at things that have any degree of parallel connections in other places.
Do you think Xi Jinping knows what he's going to do in the next 5-10 years with Taiwan? Or is it really like there's a loose historical notion that Taiwan should be part of China with Xi Jinping and the Communist Party? Believe that?
That loose idea was accepted. Chiang Kai-shek and Mao both thought that these two places were part of, somehow destined to be the same. It was just under that period, Chiang Kai-shek thought, how long until I take over the mainland and it all becomes the Republic of China. This is not now something that any leader in Taiwan is believing. There is a degree to which that remains a kind of sense within the Chinese Communist Party leadership as an eventuality. I don't think there's a set plan. In part because I think it is also dependent on what the kind of costs in various realms would be of doing that. I think it still does. I think it's still one scenario would be possibly a sense of becoming strong enough to not have to worry about consequences. I think another, I still think to some extent more, would be a sense of weakness or precarity of maintaining power domestically and needing to do something to distract.
And another complexity about this is it's not always so clear, the line between no conflict and conflict. So there's a lot of gray zone tactics of nonviolent pressure that China could exude. So it could do non-military violence. It could then escalate that to non-violent military intimidation. And all of this has consequences for the United States because there's a messaging thing going on here. And then, of course, that could then go to a full-on do-as-you're-told actions that come at a high risk of a hot military conflict. So basically, just don't do military violence, but just full-on pressure, ordering Taiwan to do things. And there, it's like in order, the only way to respond is with violence. You're completely trapped. You're saying no. You have to say no with a military force behind it. And then what do you do? And at every step in this, it's such an unstable, nonlinear, dynamical system where anything could just, unintended consequences could happen. And it could just escalate in a matter of days, if not hours. And so, like, this is where I think it's really important to find mechanisms and tactics and strategies for de-escalation. Which is why this trade war that's happening, one of the nice things of being so connected by trade is it creates a disincentive for any of this kind of posturing. Because I do agree with you, I think it will start, as these things often do, as a kind of military sort of early steps posturing in order to maintain power internally. That's China will just create military conflict of different kinds in order to distract. But then how does that escalate?
As if all that wasn't complicated enough, Taiwan isn't just one place or one island. There are islands that are closer to mainland Jinmen, and their degrees of integration. And anyway, so it's a. But your comment about integration of trade and sort of being a check on kind of there's a Chinese writer who fascinating guy, Han, who was a race car driver and a filmmaker and a bad boy novelist. Anyway, in his heyday, he was an interesting kind of blogger who was testing the edges of things. And he had this blog post where he was talking about, this was in the early 2000s. He was talking about how China was building the massive Three Gorges Dam project. And he said some people are saying building these dams, it would be so easy for the Americans to just bomb them and destroy our country, and because it would be a massive flood. And he said, but that's really silly. That's a really silly argument, because Americans know that downriver from there, what would be flooded out was the place where their iPhones are built. And, and they want their iPhones. So that's what, so this kind of notion, he was making through a humorous point, the way in which interconnectedness can be a check. And interconnectedness can be in all kinds of ways. The flows of people between places, and having people from one place living in another, traveling to another, studying in another. That can actually be something that helps to stabilize the world. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Since you mentioned the long march and the unlikely coming to power with the Communist Party, let's go back. We began comparing Xi Jinping and Mao. Let's go back to Mao. How did Mao come to power?
The road to Mao coming to power, we need to first say that China was under rule by emperors until 1911, overthrown by an upheaval that was partly by people who wanted to change China into a republic, but also some people who wanted to get rid of the last dynasty was a Manchu ruling family, so they saw them as ethnic outsiders. So it was a strange combination of kind of ethnic nationalists who wanted China back under control of Han Chinese, other people who thought the time for rule by emperors was over and wanted to establish a republic. And Sun Yat-sen became the first provisional president of this newly formed Republic of China. But then he got nudged out of power by a military strongman. And then there was a period where the country was really divided. The Republic of China didn't have a strong government, but there were then two groups. One rallied around Sun Yat-sen, had founded something that became known as the Nationalist Party. And then there was a small group of people who formed a Communist Party. Mao was one of them. These were intellectuals who were part of the May 4th movement of 1919. They were inspired by Marxist ideas, but they were also just inspired by the Russian Revolution. Russia was nearby. It seemed good to think with. It had a largely rural population, and somehow it seemed to be getting strong in the world. And there was this interest in sort of how China could do that. And the newly formed Soviet Union did something very important. There were a group of foreign powers, including Tsarist Russia, that had gained big concessions out of China when in 1900 the Boxer Uprising had taken place and then been crushed by a consortium of foreign powers who had gotten privileges and indemnities out of that. And the newly formed Soviet Union renounced those, said, that was the old order, that was imperialism. And so Marx's ideas were attractive to some Chinese thinkers, but Lenin was very attractive because of this combination of anti-imperialism and his notion of a vanguard party leading a country forward. So there was a small communist party, a bigger nationalist party. They were involved in these protests against warlords and against imperialists. And while Sun Yat-sen was alive, Sun Yat-sen got the two parties to work together. Because Sun Yat-sen wasn't a Marxist, he didn't believe in class struggle, but he admired Lenin and Leninism. And so he said that actually the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party may have had different views of the path forward for China, but they agreed on who the enemies were. And the enemies were the warlords who were keeping China weak and too willing to compromise with Japan, and foreign imperialism. So China needed to get rid of the warlords and become a stronger country, and then they could sort it out of what road to take. Sun Yat-sen dies in 1925, and his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, keeps the alliance going with the Communist Party, but in 1927 he turns against the communists and tries to carry out a purge against the Communist Party members.
He's the head of the nationalists.
He's the head of the nationalists, and he has some very different. He's a kind of culturally more conservative figure. But what's important in part about this is there are some members of the Chinese Communist Party who accept the basic ideas of Marxism, of revolution comes from the cities. But Mao has this idea that actually he loves this idea of peasant rebellions in China's past as driving history forward, and he starts writing about how, well, maybe in China's case, actually the peasantry, farmers can be a radical force. And so the Communist Party is on the run, it's being pushed around, but the nationalists are trying to exterminate them. But eventually, the nationalists and the communists ally again after Japan invades China in the 1930s. They form what's called a Second United Front. But during this period, Mao is emerging as taking leadership in the Chinese Communist Party, and his idea of a different kind of vision of communist revolution that has the revolutionary vanguards somehow being the peasantry. After World War II, after the two parties have brokered a truce and sort of worked together against Japan, there's a civil war between the nationalists and the communists, and against all odds, the Communist Party wins. The Communist Party gets support from the Soviet Union, the nationalists get support from the United States, even though neither of them are quite doing things the way that their backer would like them to. But there also is a way in which and this is something I think the Communist Party leaders remember, there's a feeling that the Nationalist Party doesn't really believe its own rhetoric, that in fact all it cares about is having power, and that it's internally corrupt. Chiang Kai-shek himself isn't viewed as sort of personally corrupt, but family members, and there's an idea that there's just a small band of people that are benefiting, and there's a kind of disgust with the leader, with the nationalists. The nationalists end up in retreat in Taiwan. That's why Taiwan then becomes the Republic of China. There's an uprising there that Chiang Kai-shek's people, the nationalists, repress, and it starts being from the late 1940s on this long period of martial law on Taiwan, and there becomes then this period where the mainland's under the control of a Leninist party, believes in one-party rule, and believes that it was a very bad period in Chinese history when China was unable to stand up to imperialists. Taiwan's controlled by a Leninist party that believes in one-party rule, limits on participation, believes that the bad time when China was being bullied by imperialists. What distinguishes Chiang Kai-shek has a personality cult, Mao has a personality cult. They have a lot in common, but one clear thing that makes them different is Chiang Kai-shek says that what's wrong with the Communist Party is they've abandoned Chinese traditional values of Confucianism. And Mao says that on the nationalists, what's really bad is they are still wedded to these traditional Chinese values of Confucianism. So cycling back to where we began with Mao and Xi, you could actually say Xi Jinping in some ways is like living out the dream that Chiang Kai-shek had of one-party rule and also kind of celebrating Confucianism.
Yeah, there's elements, you've spoken about the elements of Chiang Kai-shek and Mao that Xi Jinping kind of combines. You've also mentioned an interesting, if we had, 100 hours to talk about, there's another interesting side of similarity that you talk about where Xi Jinping's wife is out there, a known entity, a part of his public image, and same was the case with Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes, and both of them, right, they had high-profile wives who were sort of celebrity figures and made a good impression globally and were more like kind of first ladies. But both Chiang Kai-shek and Xi Jinping oversaw a period of emphasizing more traditional patriarchal values in China. And one of the things I didn't mention before, Xi Jinping has been very, very in this idea of trying to do away with difference within PRC, he's been pushing against any kinds of feminist movements.
So going back to Confucius.
Yeah, in some way. I mean, there are people who will argue for a less patriarchal Confucius, but it fits with that code.
So now that gets us close to Mao consolidating power.
Then the story after 1949 with Mao is there were divisions within the Communist Party over sort of Mao was impatient. He wanted to transform the country quickly. He had a utopian streak. He thought just as the peasantry could you didn't have to stick to the traditional pattern of moving slowly to socialism and then to communism. The Great Leap Forward was this disastrous policy of his that imagined China outdoing the West in a kind of quick industrialization and move like this. And it was it just didn't work, and all kinds of things were wrong. And that would be we'd need a whole other session to do the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. But one of the simple ways to think about it is Mao made these kinds of disastrous moves and then was partially sidelined and then wanted to get back power. And there was this struggle between people who are more gradualists, more let's try to work more kind of rationally, and the more utopian side with Mao. And both the Great Leap Forward and then later the Cultural Revolution were Mao's efforts to do things dramatically, even at the risk of chaos, even at the risk of undoing a lot of the kind of slow building of state building going on. And then there were other figures who were more concerned with kind of incremental moves. And then after Mao's death, one of those figures, Deng Xiaoping, ends up being the next long-term paramount leader.
He led to decades of economic progress. His economic reforms led to record-breaking growth for China and so on. But I gotta linger on the Great Leap Forward a bit, enough to understand modern-day China. So, as people know, as I'll talk about in other episodes, the Great Leap Forward, this agricultural collectivization and rapid attempt to industrialize, have killed 30 to 45 million people. It's one of the greatest atrocities in human history. How could Mao be so catastrophically wrong on the policy of collectivization and be so unwilling to see the atrocity and the suffering he's causing enough to change course?
So with the Great Leap Forward, it's caused this incredible famine, this just incredible devastation. One of the things that happened was getting very bad information. There was a sense that officials were afraid that if they gave bad news, if they admitted that they were failing to meet these giant targets that were being set, that would be seen as a political mistake. So it got to be a survival mechanism to pass on unrealistic reports on what was going. So some of it was a culture of fear around a great leader that led to not getting accurate information. So that was one part of the dynamic. Ego was a big part of it. There were all kinds of things that were unmoored. When early in the Chinese Communist Party history and power, there was the connection to the Soviet Union and Mao. And Stalin had a connection. After Stalin's death, Mao was haunted by the move toward de-Stalinization and a move by Khrushchev, and thus laid the groundwork for the Sino-Soviet split. But there was also this kind of obsession with doing things differently that Mao had in that case as well. And you have factional struggles. You have all kinds of things that are happening simultaneously.
there's something I learned about called Gray's Law, which states any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. So I would say when 30 to 45 million people die, it doesn't really matter what the explanation is. That's a longer discussion, but the interesting discussion that connects to everything you've been talking about is how is Mao seen in modern day China? What has Xi Jinping said about Mao?
So before Xi Jinping, there was this kind of assessment of Mao as having been early in the early 80s of being 70% right, 30% wrong.
I guess Mao's own analysis of Stalin was that Stalin was 70% right and 30% wrong. So they applied the same kind of
logic there,
mathematical analysis to Mao.
Yeah. But Xi Jinping has had a different way of talking about this, and he's talked about the first 30 years of the People's Republic of China and then the second 30 years, and says that we should not use the successes of one to criticize the other, that we need to see where we are today as benefiting from both those first 30 years and those second 30 years, which implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, suggests that in many ways he sees China as now in a post-reform era. We can think about a third stage, and there are people who write about it in that way. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out a kind of Mao of the periods when things were not going horribly. And I think Xi Jinping would think that Mao, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are, or how the history of that period is described in the PRC, said, look, you had so many different forces of the more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea and for the Chinese side. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can you just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Oh, let's actually just listen to it. The speech reads, as to how long this war will last, we're not the ones who can decide. It used to depend on President Truman. It will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. It's up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield. We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao that you're speaking to. That is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular proxy war that they triumphed. Now, what do you think about that speech, about these performances? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
Well, he had a really difficult accent to make sense of, and people native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of them.
What explains the accent?
Well, he's just from Hunan, and he had a heavy accent, and this is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of the of intellectuals. And if he had an animus toward, wanting to, even though he was intellectually had that anti-intellectualism. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how, and even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of a third world and a sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. And at that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance where he said that China should be able to work with Japan, because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen, because we wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there can be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried that. The United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did, and tried to present itself differently. So these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual influx period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, there were leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea all together in photo ops, which was not something that, being on the same side. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always stay.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
It's such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of sort of where China's emergence into evolution into a liberal capitalist kind of country. But I'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, more space for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that, because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that was somehow within. It was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The People's Republic of China wanted soft power, and Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, there was a way in which creativity flourishing. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness to debate, where things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan that if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect; it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now. Different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe a setting in which Taiwan, and in its post martial law, post Leninist incarnation, would be something that we could think of more.
Yeah, and you're right. Taiwan and especially Hong Kong are these. It's a truly special place. It's just like a case study. It doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened. I mean, history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess, can you clarify? You think the protests in 2019, like the protests in 20, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong rises and its way of life, its way of being, the democratic ideals, not necessarily full on democracy or this kind of thing, but would actually, in a sense, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on, and there were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style even sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed, but I hesitate to, an awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing there would be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness. And I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world, Belarus to, we used to say from Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the US and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on be water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand, there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even in defeat. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barmay, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests of the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. And we can see some elements of that in we can think of Taiwan, elements of that as another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into. And it's something richer and more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984, Brave New World, and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people What a beautiful world we live in. And Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with a totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep through ancient history that are very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, the Slavic people. There's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shit with each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, and I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more than we fight each other. And thank you for being one of the people that shows off the beauty of this particular people's. It's of the entire region, really, of Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey Wasserstrom. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in, shooting for 10 hours on my green screen. We shoot that opening sequence. Incredible. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point that it's the visual is half of it. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like, if this was moving, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So like when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him, because I was such a big fan. And I was about to go do Desperado, and I went, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators. So I'm going to operate Steadicam myself on Desperado. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your ilk. But you want somebody who's above that. You know what he said? He goes, I bought a Steadicam, but not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart and design a better one. It's like us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing all new systems. That's the guy you want to hang out with. Not someone who's doing what you're doing. We put so much of the world around them. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because if it was all done in CG, but then now you can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. And just like with our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's when you roll up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you sought out. Sift through the ashes of your failure, and you'll find the key to your next success is in there. But if you're not looking for it, you don't find it. The following is a conversation with Robert Rodriguez, a legendary filmmaker and creator in Sin City, El Mariachi, Desperado, Spy Kids, Machete, From Dusk Till Dawn, Alita, Battle Angel, The Faculty, and many more. Robert inspired a generation of independent filmmakers with his first film, El Mariachi, that he famously made for just $7,000. On that film, and many since, he was not only the director,
He was also the writer, producer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, composer, basically the full stack of filmmaking. He has shown incredible versatility across genres, including action, horror, family films, and sci-fi, with some epic collaborations with Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, and many other legendary actors and filmmakers. He has often operated at the technological cutting edge, pioneering using HD filmmaking, digital backlots, and 3D tech, and always, through all of that, he's been a champion of independent filmmaking, running his own studio here in Austin, Texas, which, in many ways, is very far away from Hollywood. He's building a new thing now called Brass Knuckle Films, where he's opening up the filmmaking process so that fans can be a part of it as he creates his next 4 action films. I'll probably go hang out at his film studio a bunch as this is all coming to life. His work has inspired a very large number of people, including me, to be more creative in whatever pursuit you take on in life and have fun doing it. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Robert Rodriguez. Has there been a time when there's like one take and you only have one take to get it right?
Oh, all the time where you're just like, or just you know how long it'll take to reset, and you're just, but then you know what you got to just work with what you got. You got to work with your results.
You get nervous or no in that moment?
Oh yeah, you're nervous going like, just I hope it goes off, because then to fix it, I'll have to go do a bunch of other steps, which we don't have time for. But a lot of times, I've just learned that if something happens, it's just meant to be that way. And I got used to doing things in one take and just living with it. It didn't bother me. In one movie, it was even a low budget movie. They had rigged a car to implode, so I was going to throw a guy at it. So we needed the car to implode, and then we're going to throw them and marry it together, right? And the car guy goes, "Yeah, we're going to have 3 cars rigged." 3 cars? Why you have to? Well, in case one doesn't work, and then we have a second one after. I said, we don't have all night to go shoot take after take. We're doing just get 1 car, and if it doesn't work, we'll figure it out. Because you don't have time to do it again. Sometimes it's such a long setup. So, no, I'm good with just go. In a grindhouse movie, they only had 1 take, so that'll make it more authentic.
When it all goes to shit, when it fails, what's the next thought?
So I'll tell you, 2 things happened on Dusk Till Dawn. First was, okay, you know how those explosions, when somebody walks away in slow motion from an explosion, there's some kind of, that started with Desperado. Desperado's the first. If you look at all the montages, Desperado's
that's right.
First.
That's right. That is the meme.
Because it was an accident. It was just supposed to be, it was just 2 grenades. It's not a nuclear bomb. He throws them over the side. I just want to some body parts or something to fly up, some shrapnel. So I literally said shrapnel. My effects guy was so ragged, running so ragged. We get there and I go, "Do you have any body parts and stuff we can throw up or something you can shoot up?" I didn't realize it's so high to get past that 2nd floor. He's like, "No, I do. I can give you a fireball. I can give you a nice, fireball with propane, but it burns away really quick." It's like, how fast? So like that, but it'll be big and orange. So, okay, we'll shoot it in slow motion so it lasts a little longer because it just goes poof. So I told the actors, I know how big this fireball is going to be, but just walk really fast and just look real determined and then just keep walking. Don't stop and turn around because you might get your eyebrows singed. So they take off and boom, it goes, and it's slow motion. It looks great, right? Mm-hmm. I remember showing it to Jim Cameron before it came out, and his hand went up. Like, I'd never seen that before. 6 months later, Dusk Till Dawn came out. So I liked how much it looked so much that in Dusk Till Dawn, I did it again. Those movies came out within 6 months of each other. That's why it turned into a thing, because people saw it. And so I thought, how about for the opening of George Clooney and Quentin walking out of the gas station? That we have the whole place just blowing up, and they just keep talking like it's not happening. Take it another step further, so I'm not just doing the same thing. Okay, that one, it's like, okay, you're going to walk out, and it's all in 1 take. So we're only going to do 1 take. We're going to blow the thing up. We're going to start with just, some smaller explosions. Then when they're further away and it's safer, then we'll do the big fireballs. So we're going. You're nervous because, if one of them trips up line, and the pressure's on them. It's not just you that's nervous. You're nervous for them. They're the ones who got to walk out, do that whole speech, get in the car, and drive away. What if the car doesn't start? There's a lot of things that could happen. Well, guess what happens? The thing you would not expect. They go in, they come out, they start talking, shoot it. Perfect, great, we can move on. And the camera guy comes, I don't know what happened. It's just like you had a little snafu here. He goes, we have an autofocus on the Steadicam. We have a focus thing. It just went like this. I felt it go whack all the way out of focus and whack for a second. Back, like it just reset itself. I don't know why it did that. Because it's radio control. And we can't tell because we're shooting film. Sort of like, oh shit, let's watch the dailies. Sure enough, let's see if we can maybe I can scratch the film right there. No, it goes completely out of focus and back in focus within a second. Now we got to reshoot it. So we had to wait till we're back in that location. We rigged it for 2 more takes just in case. So that thing that was supposed to be the 1 take is 3 takes. The other thing that happened was the front of the Dusk Till Dawn bar. That same guy that did those explosions, he packed a bunch of explosives behind the actors. When the actors come running out of the bar at the end of the movie, and there's an explosion through the door because all the vampires are blowing up, he put like 10 times. So it blew. You see it in the movie. You see this huge fireball going up, and if you watch closely, you see it already start to catch the whole place on fire. The whole front of that, which is foam, catching on fire, and I cut just before you see that it's on fire. And that was the first shot at that bar because we weren't going to start shooting the other stuff till night. So the first shot is that, and the set's ruined, burned to a crisp. The neon lights blew up, so we couldn't even shoot. Cheech goes, well, I guess I'm not doing my speech tonight. But right away, this is what happened. My first AD, Doug Rakowski, comes over to me, and I go over to him. Guys came out with the fire hose. The fire hose was running, like adding water. It was like the thing was just scorching. The whole production design team was in tears because they had just spent weeks building this thing, and it was just up in smoke and charred. I said, let's just keep shooting. Let's just keep shooting because it looks really kind of cool like this. Yeah, they're going to have to come repair it and we'll have to come back. But it's all black and charred. That's why that whole scene with George Clooney and Cheech and the building's black, we didn't go over there and touch that up. That's real flame that burned. And it ended up looking great. So then the next week when we came back to shoot that other shot that didn't work, we came back and they repaired it and we shot all the night stuff, which is the majority of the stuff in front of it. So sometimes you got to roll with it and look at the blessing you get because of this mistake. You probably actually got a better take by doing it later with it. And then you have this incredible look at the end of the movie that looked apocalyptic. If it had looked just clean, you would have actually seen that it was kind of a foam set. This made it look better. So I kind of let the universe push you where you're supposed to go.
Just roll with it.
You got to roll with it because you don't know what the grand plan is. You have your plan. Just know it's probably all going to fall apart. It's just like the movies. You come up with your plan of what you want to accomplish. That's like your script. Then you go scout your location to figure out what your project's going to be. And you go try to make it as bulletproof as possible. Then you go to do your project. And just like with our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's when you roll up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. You turn chicken shit into chicken salad. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you sought out. But that's the process, and that's life, and that's wash, rinse, repeat. The rest of your life, that's what everything's going to be like. It's just like a movie. Because when you think about it, you're writing a story for a film, and you're also writing the story of your life at the same time. Like, how are you going to react to things? Well, how do you make your character react to things? You make him kind of superhuman. Why don't you just make yourself that way? You're writing your own story. And you start really seeing, the more you get into storytelling, that life imitates art and art imitates life, but the process is also the same.
So you write the story, the script, and then you have it collide with the chaos of reality. And in that moment, as we said, you see the chicken shit. Like, you have to be able to keep your eyes open.
You have to
notice.
You have to do that.
Wait a minute. Okay, stuff changed.
Discipline.
where's the, not to be cliche about it, but where's the silver lining of this? Where's the path to actually make something good out of this? That's a skill, right?
I call it, and it's one of my favorite stories. I was doing one of these talks, and they said, come talk about creativity. I go, I understand, because a lot of people read my book, Rebels Had a Crew, and told me, oh, it made me be a filmmaker. But a lot of people said, it helped me start my own business, because they just see how you can go be entrepreneur or like that and go where no one else is going. And I'm giving all this talk about this kind of positive stuff, and this one woman goes, you're real positive. But what do I tell myself when I just wasted 1.5 years of my life doing something that didn't work? And I was like, well, that's a real negative way to ask that. Can you just rephrase the question a little more positively before I even attempt to answer? Because already her point of view is exactly what you're saying. She's not looking at all. She's just concentrating on what didn't follow her plan and not seeing the gift of everything else that's there. So she goes, very reluctant. It was so perfect. I wish we had filmed it. She goes, I learned a good lesson the hard way. And I said, that still sucks. And I say, when you follow your instinct, like if you follow your own instinct to go start a business or go make this movie, or that, it wasn't someone saying, go over there and you'll make $1 million. You know, it was your instinct and you fail. Sometimes the only way across the river is to slip on the first 2 rocks. You fail, you have to really sift through, it's like the silver lining, but I call it, sift through the ashes of your failure and you'll find the key to your next success is in there. But if you're not looking for it, you don't find it. I'm going to tell you one that I tell them, the 4-room story. I said, I made a movie called 4 Rooms. It didn't make any money, right? And Quentin asked me, hey, do you want to make a movie with me and 2 other filmmakers? It's an anthology. It's on New Year's Eve. It's in a hotel. You have to use the bellhop. We're not going to know what each other's making. When we make it, we put it together. My hand went up right away, just instinctually. Okay, that's not, yeah, I'll do that. I'll go make that with you. Now, should I ask the audience? I have to throw it to the audience and her. Should I have not raised my hand that quick? Shouldn't I have done a little studying first? Or should I just go blind instinct? Or should you do instinct with some studying? Okay, well, I could have gone and studied, and I would have found that anthologies never work. Like even when it's Coppola, Scorsese, Woody Allen, they bomb because people can't quite wreck the hand. What is this, Twilight Zone? I don't want to see that. But that's not, I still said, yeah, I think I should still go by instinct. So my instinct was to raise my hand. We're going to make that movie because I love short films. I made like Bedhead and short films, and I thought, oh, here's a way. If this works, I can make short films in anthologies, and I can have the best of both worlds.
And by the way, anthologies is when there's more than
multiple one story
in one movie.
Yeah, one movie.
So if you did the research, you would know that very few people ever got that to work.
Yeah, the audience can't quite wrap their end, and then it feels like the movie starting 3 times, you know. So I make that movie. It bombs. Now, I could feel real bad about that, but if you really think about it, you go, well, why did I sign up for it? Did I raise my hand because I thought it was going to go be this big financial success? No, I did it to work with my friends, to do something creative, to try something. But that's still not good enough. I need to really sift through the ashes. And if I look into the ashes of that failure, I find 2 keys to my biggest successes in there. While I was on the set, they said it has to be New Year's. So I thought, I'm just going to do like that. I'm going to have 2 little kids that are running around in this room. And we have to use the bellhop as a babysitter. Well, it's New Year's. Let's dress everybody in tuxedos because it's New Year's. They're all going to go out. But the parents leave without him. When I saw Antonio and his wife, I thought, wow, they look like a really cool international spy couple. What if they were spies? And these 2 little kids, who one of them keeps falling asleep on the set. He's so young. He barely tie their shoes. They don't know parents are spies. They have to go see. Okay, there's 5 of those movies now, right? The other one was, I really love making short films. I really want this anthology thing to work. What if it's 3 stories, like a 3-act structure, not 4? Same director, not 4 different directors. I'm going to try it again. Why on earth would I try it again? Well, because I'd already done one and figured out how I could do better, and that's Sin City. Those are by far 2 of my biggest successes that came directly from that failure. So I always say, follow your instinct. If it doesn't work, just go. Sometimes the only way across the river is to slip on the first 2 rocks. So where's the key in the ashes of the failure? Because if I had an instinct, that means I was on the right track. I didn't get the result I want. That's because the result might be something way bigger that I don't have the vision for, and the universe is pushing me that way.
By the way, a lot of people that look back at 4 Rooms see a lot of creative genius in there. So you say it flopped.
It flopped financially.
Yeah, but you know, there's so many ways to measure
Totally,
success.
don't get me. But like I said, I would say, well, it was successful because even Roger Rabbi said, "Hey, you furnished my favorite room." I was like, "Hey, I could take that." But now that I think there's something else still there. I keep sifting, and it's like, oh yeah, 2 big successes came from that. That's an amazing lesson to have because it makes you feel better about failure. Think of like The Thing by John Carpenter. You put that movie out the same weekend as E.T. That thing bombed. Critics were calling it pornography, because of all the weird special effects, and audiences didn't go either. And he thought he made a great movie. So, it makes you question your instincts. Well, 10 years later, turns out, oh, it's a classic. So sometimes it takes the audience a while. So if you have some kind of failure on something, don't let it knock you down. Just go, maybe in 10 years they'll think it's great. I'm just going to commit to making a body of work. A body of work. Some will succeed, some will overperform, some will underperform. It's not your job. You just want to be a creative person. Just create. I tell you, just create. Stop thinking about movie per movie and worrying so much about each one, project to project. If you're a business person, just commit to making a body of work like an artist would do. And you don't know what the masterpieces are going to be, or which, someone's going to come and say, oh, that one that bombed. There is some really creative stuff in there, and it's not for you to decide. You just go and do it.
And sometimes I think it takes some time to process the failure to make sense of it. Like, at least for me, don't rush making sense of what didn't work. What lessons do I take from it? How do I sift through the ashes, as you said?
Yeah.
Like, it takes time. You have to sleep on it.
Sometimes it's right there, and then sometimes you come back, revisit it, later. Because you might not have had some information you have now that makes you look at it a lot differently. Like when I just did the audiobook for Rebel Without a Crew.
Yeah, thank you for that, by the way.
I hadn't read it since I wrote it.
Yeah.
So I didn't remember a lot of the details.
And you actually, it's voiced by you.
I voiced it, so I was reading it real time.
Yeah, I highly recommend people because you comment, you add additional comments to it. It's great.
Most of the time I'm laughing.
Yeah.
I can't believe how crazy that story is. I forgot a lot of details. And when you're younger, when you're 21, 22, 6 months feels like 6 years. I didn't realize how short that window was until I reread it and how impossible most that is. But you see some places where a setup falls in my lap and then pays off immediately in a big way, like magic over and over again. It's clear I don't know what I'm doing. It's clear the universe is just pushing me places. So you can't fight it. Because I remember I was really disappointed. And it says in the diary, I'm really bummed that I go home that Christmas not having sold it to the Spanish home video market, which was my goal. I walked home penniless, and I was like, Merry Christmas. I feel like a freaking failure. Good thing I didn't sell it then. So, with time, you look back and you go, wow. I got an agent the next month. He wasn't even going to help me sell it. He said, oh, if you can get $20,000 for it, take it. I chased those people down for those contracts, Spanish market, for months, and they never answered me back. And then Columbia ended up buying it for like 10 times as much, and we released it and did a sequel and then another sequel. If you look back in time, good thing I didn't get my way. My way had this for a vision, and it needed to do that, which you would never know. You don't know that going through. So just, if you don't have the answer right away, or even in 10 years, so well, maybe it's coming in 20 years. Don't let anything slow you down. Just keep plowing forward, committing to making your thing happen. Don't get shook up by something that you might not have an answer for.
Yeah, every aspect of your journey is super inspiring. We'll talk about it. Let's go to the beginning.
Sure.
There's a few technical things that are fascinating about your beginning. So you started making films when you were very young, with an old Super 8 camera, and you were editing on a VCR.
You see, I've met a lot of filmmakers who, they start a certain way, but then they finish another way. They get big filmmakers and all that. I still do it that way. Like I like doing things that way. I have a new company called Brass Knuckle Films, where the audience can actually participate by investing as being investors in these movies that are done the same way. They're action films like we did with Mariachi, but 10 to 30 million. It doesn't take a lot of money to start a $1 billion franchise. Like John Wick only cost 20 million, the first one. The second one was 40. Third one was 80. Fourth one was 100. because the audience kept growing and growing.
By the way, you say 20 million, like it's not a lot of money. We should
Not
mention
for an action film.
Yeah, that's right. But also, we should say that El Mariachi, the film on which the book Rebel Without a Crew is $7,000 movie. So let's put it all in context.
But you're gonna hire bigger actors. You can get a big actor like Keanu Reeves for a $20 million movie. I asked Jim. I said, Jim Cameron. I said, like Terminator cost $5 million. He goes, I wish we had that much. We had less than $5 million for that. So you could start a $1 billion franchise using these methods, and with the audience investing, they get to make money on it. And this is what I'm going to say now about how I started. You see that DNA of how I give out. I want people to know how I did things with Rebel Without a Crew, or with these methods that I started with. You see, that's how we kept going. Hollywood spends way too much, and when you can make stuff for less, your profit margin is much better. So when I first started, I didn't have any money. So I still play like I don't have money. So I had Super 8. My dad had a Super 8 camera, but I couldn't afford it. I shot 2 rolls that you had to buy the film, shoot 2 minutes. I shot 2 rolls of that. It's another same amount of money that it cost to buy it, whatever that was, $12 or whatever, to develop it. You get it. There's no sound. Most of the shit's out of focus. Yes. But then my dad, who sold cookware, had a VCR, one of the first VCRs, home VCRs for the market, that he would play his sales tapes to his salesman. And it came with a camera attached, like this cable you got coming out. Imagine if that had to go into your VCR for you to even see what it's shooting. It was this old camera, manual focus, manual iris, and 12-foot cable. And I would start making movies with that instead. Now I have, for $8, I have a 2-hour erasable tape of sound and picture. So I got into digital basically really early. I was doing, which was really frowned upon back then, and continued to be all the way to when I was using it for real in the early 2000s, before everyone realized, oh, that's the future.
Yeah, that's fascinating, because you were rebel in that way too, using digital.
Yeah, well, because of the means and the democratizing of that. The elite didn't like that. You could just go make a movie like that. But I started practicing. And it's much easier to practice when it doesn't cost any money. Like if you want to be a rock star, right? If you want to learn how to play guitar really well, you're not going to just jump on stage and suddenly go to play. You have to practice till your fingers bleed. Well, the same with movies. You got to keep telling stories and coming together. And you just can't afford that on film. Nobody can. With a 2-minute roll costing as much as a 2-hour tape. So I was doing all these movies. First, I would cut in camera, and that old VCR had a really great pause button that they stopped making. That when you hit pause, it stopped right there, and it stopped with a clean cut. You didn't have all this color bars like the later ones had. So and it had an audio dub feature where you could add another second soundtrack to it. So if I have people talking, I could hit audio dub and add sound effects. So I could have 2 tracks on the same one. So that was my filmmaking kit for a while, until I needed to start doing real editing. And my dad bought a second VCR for his business because I stole his other one. And I found that if I hooked them together, I could play on one and use that pause button on the second. And this was the limitation. This is what taught me how to edit in my head, is that if I shot a bunch of footage, I needed to shoot very little footage so I could find it. Sometimes you shoot out of order. So when I cut it, I have to cut in linear order, because if you push pause, it's a nice clean cut, but it only holds for 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes before the machine shuts off. So you got to find your next shot within 5 minutes and do that. Otherwise, if you have to start the machine over, it would add all these color bars and it would be all screwed up. So I'd have to sit there and not move for like all day while I cut, knowing what the next shot was. And once I had it cut, I would then add some sound effects to it. Remember, because I have the audio dub function. But now if I want to add music, I take that tape, which has 2 tracks now, into the first deck and put it into the VCR again, 1 generation of loss. But I have a little cassette tape player with the music, and I do a Y splitter so I can add the music and you're right, just like that. That's brilliant. Like being resourceful with what you have. And I made award-winning short films that way on video. There were some festivals that would allow video, not many, but they would always win. And they were always funny as I stumbled upon Spy Kids that way. Like I wanted to make these action movies in my backyard, But when you're a teenager, you don't know anybody who can come be your action star. And if you just bring your high school buddies, well, they just look like high school kids. So I use my little brothers and sisters. I'm one of 10. They're oldest. They're just sitting around watching cartoons anyway. And I made them the action stars just to like learn. And I found those things would be a winning formula. They'd win every festival I'd send them to. So Bedhead was my first time using a film camera. It was a wind-up film camera I got in film school. I went to film school for 1 semester and realized I already knew more than the film students because they taught you a whole other outdated way of doing it. So I thought, I'm just going to use that film camera to make a low-budget movie, a definitive film version that I could send to all film festivals of these action kids, which is a precursor to Spy Kids. Bedhead's a precursor to Spy Kids.
And we should say that Bedhead was an award-winning short film that was probably a big sort of leap for you that probably opened the door to you to then make El Mariachi.
It opened up your brain, especially because those video festivals, I would win like a trip to New York and a director's chair with the video shorts that I would put in festivals. But I knew the film festival, if I could get into film festivals, I could send that all over the world. So I made that little short film, sent it, and it was winning all the festivals. And I thought, wow, I made that with a wind-up camera, film camera, filming just one take each shot, just no slates, because I'm the editor. And that cost $800. It was 8 minutes. I bet I can make 80-minute movie for $8,000 if I'd use the same method. So that movie I did 6 months later, I was making Mariachi because it opened up my mind to that I could try it in a feature.
Can we actually pause on that because I think Bedhead is a really great, really unique story, shot in a really unique way. I think what I'm trying to say is like it's very important to write the right script, write the right story.
So let me tell you the trick to that. Yeah. And Mariachi's the same way. And this really helped people. Like even Kevin Smith from Clerks said, "Wow, Robert said when Mariachi was a success, I talked about how I did it. And I said, I looked at everything I have. What do I have? We have a pit bull, we have a turtle, we've got a bus that Carlos' cousin owns. His brother-in-law has a bar, and he owns a ranch. So the bad guy lives at the ranch. Fight scene's going to be in the bar. He's going to hit a bus at one point. The girl's going to have a dog, and a turtle's going to cross the road. It gives you all this production value. So you write backwards. So for Bedhead, I even did that with a camera. So I've been shooting video all this time. And one thing I wished I could do on video, I never could, was slow motion or stop motion even. So when I got that crappy World War II camera they gave us in film school, I mean, I was so pissed. Like, this is the camera I've been trying to get my hands. I could have bought this for $50 at a pawn shop. Old Bill and Hal wind up. You couldn't even see through the lens. You're seeing through an approximation of the lens. But you could shoot slow motion. I could do reverse photography if I filmed upside down. I could do, because if I do a fast push into her, I'll never get the focus in right. So I started with it in focus, went back, pulled backwards on a chair, and then reversed it, flipped it, and now it looks like it stops on a dime in focus.
Right. The number of times I've seen you shoot backwards is incredible. Like to achieve a certain feeling, a certain experience, a certain effect. Sometimes shooting in reverse plus the sound effect layer, you can create this reality that's surreal.
Yeah.
That then results in the story that you wanted. Like you have to be functioning in some kind of different space-time continuum.
Well, you start putting it together, right? Yeah. So I've got this different camera. Well, what? Now I go like, well, I don't want to shoot the same kind of movie. If I got a camera now that can do that, I can do stop motion. So that's why there's an animated title sequence at the beginning. Because I go, wow, I'm a cartoonist. If I set the camera up here, I can slow it down enough. It's not a frame by frame, but if I get it down to like 2 frames a second, I can just tap it and it'll maybe get 1 frame up. So I did 300 drawings by hand for that opening title sequence.
Holy shit, that was you doing it by hand.
Yeah. So you watch that. This is a throwaway title sequence, but I really want this thing to win awards.
Okay, hold on a second. How long did that take to draw? That's a lot. That's
a lot of work. I drew it over. Well, I was a daily cartoonist by then, so I was pretty fast. But still, that's why it's only penciled. It's not ink. But it looks great. I mean, it's the cameras going around and all kinds of crazy stuff, but it's just all fake by paper. It took me all night to shoot. So I remember I walked into the film school the next day, like all sleepy, and I told one of the fellow students, wow, I was up all night doing this animated title sequence, and he went, "Why are you putting so much work in this? They're not gonna grade you any differently." And I was like, "Grades? Get an A walking in here. I'm trying to get out of this town. I'm not doing this for fucking grades. Yeah. I want people to see what I can do now, and I want to see what I can do now with this." So a lot of the story came from the limitations, or actually the freedoms of that camera. I couldn't have done that story on video. So when I saw, wow, okay, I can do reverse photography, I can do stop motion. She has to have special powers. So if she has special powers, then I can really milk this camera for all it can get. There's one of my shots I love the most is where she's standing there, and the chair, she makes a chair come all the way up to her, and it goes all the way up to her face. Now, if I did it normally, where would I even put the strings for that?
Right, to pull the chair, yeah.
So I start here with the camera upside down. I have the strings in the back because you're not going to be looking at the back. And as it goes back, you pull it back, and then when you reverse it, it goes, and it looks so good. You can't spot the string. If you look close, you see the strings are in the back, but your eyes not.
Yeah.
So I did stuff like that, and then just her like getting the hose, and then I just do stop motion for the hose turning on, the faucet. That's why I gave her special powers, so that, and it made the story better. So sometimes the limitations you have with equipment or location, you can use it to make, take chicken shit, turn it into chicken salad. Take this camera that everyone's like, what's this? And I go, I can do so much with this. But I tell you, today I look at that camera, I can't believe I ever made a movie with that thing. It's so ridiculously primitive. I'm just like, how did I even think I could get anything done with this and it even exposed? And mariachi the same way. You have to think about it. I shot mariachi on film, and with a borrowed 16mm camera, I didn't know how to use it. I called up a place in Dallas that rented that kind of equipment, and I said, I have an Aries 16S here. 2 motor-looking things. One has a 24, and one has a bunch of numbers. Oh, that's a variable speed motor. That means you can do different speed. I can shoot slow motion with this? Yeah, oh, wow. Do you have a torque motor? I don't know. What is that? He goes, is there something on the side of the magazine? Yeah. Now you can just look up on YouTube, and it shows you how to do it. I was doing it by phone that way. And then I went and shot the movie right then. Yeah. And I didn't know if any of it was exposing or if the film camera was working until I finished the whole movie. So imagine you have to go down to Mexico, shoot for 2 weeks, come back, send it off to a lab. You want to talk about being nervous? Yeah. Just hoping something exposed. And when I saw it come back on the tape, they transferred it to a tape so I could edit it, deck to deck again. I was so relieved. Some things didn't come out, but I like to cut around that. It's like, oh yeah, because I'm doing everything. Like right here, you're doing everything. Imagine if you forgot to stop down and it's open all the way and one shot is blown out. I'd have stuff like that because I'm doing it.
Wait a minute, you shot a mariachi, the whole thing, without knowing if some footage is damaged, wrong,
without any. That's why I only did one take. So my idea was this.
How gangster is that?
Well,
wow.
It was a test film.
Right.
I thought it was going to be a test film.
Yeah.
It's the only movie in history ever made where the filmmaker did not think anyone would see it and expect it and even set it up that way. I mean, why would I make an action movie for the Spanish market called basically The Guitar Player? Promises no action. No one's going to watch it. But I thought if someone actually picks it up and has the balls to watch this thing, they're going to be surprised I put a lot of action in. It was just to learn from. I just needed to make it for as little as possible, see how much I could sell it for. If I could double my money, great, I can make another one and just get more practice. It was just, I was so intrigued by this idea because you heard advice about screenwriting. I heard advice back then that I thought was ridiculous. It said, it's going to take you a long time to be a good screenwriter. So write 3 scripts and throw them away. The 4th script will be the good one. I was like, it's so hard to write a script. Who's going to write 3 full scripts knowing they throw them away? Wouldn't it be better if you write 3 scripts and then shoot each one and be the cameraman, be the sound guy, be everything? Because that way you're learning not just writing, you're learning how to make a movie. So that was my idea. I'm going to make 3 of these, hide it on Spanish video, but make money back. That's like my own film school paying me to learn. So the first one, I thought, let me just shoot it one take each, because my friend Carlos lives in Mexico. If we shoot 2 takes, most of the cost is to film. I've just doubled my budget. So let me just shoot 1 take. Some of it's going to not come out, but I'm not going to know what. I'm not going to shoot a safety one. That doubles my. Let me see. Some things might come out. I expected like 70% of it to maybe be okay, but 30% I might have to come reshoot, which is fine. I just drive back there and then I just reshoot just those shots, right? So I just went, let's shoot. We stop. We come back. Then I send it off to develop, because we're shooting 2 weeks consecutively to get film shipped back and forth from Mexico to see if it came out. You just couldn't do it. I just had to, double down on it, do it. 1 take everything. I remember one time I was telling the actor, and I told you to run through that shot, and you oh, let me do it. No, 1 take, dude. Just think about it next time. Do what I say. I didn't think anyone was going to see it. So and because you don't think anyone's going to see it, you end up doing something remarkable, which is, well, I'm just going to make something for myself. Because if I was making a movie that was going to go to Sundance, I wouldn't have made that movie. I would have thought, okay, I got to get serious. But because I made this movie that was just entertaining myself, like Bedhead, it entertained audiences. So that naivete is really important when you're starting out, or at any point in your life. Be naive about what things going to, and just do something for yourself. That taught me a very valuable lesson, because I didn't want anybody to see it. I just thought, 1 take, 1 take. When I got back home, a bunch of stuff didn't come out, but I'm like, I'm not going back to Mexico. I'll figure out a way to edit around it, make the movie shorter, and that's just going to be the movie. And then that's the one that won Sunday.
That was your first feature film. That's the one you made for $7,000. Just mention your friend Carlos as the star of the movie.
Yeah.
Everything 1 take, and I highly recommend people go back and watch that movie. It's just an incredible movie. It's fun, and it's an action film. Moves really fast. The story is really interesting. So the script is really interesting. All the actors, you could tell, they all kind of stepped up and played their own.
They weren't
roles.
actors.
Yeah, that's
they were
right.
Just friends of ours, which is why, and because, and this was the magic of not having a crew. They didn't feel like they were making a movie. It's like this, we're just here.
Yeah.
Me with my 1 camera. In fact, the gal, Carl said, I had this one girl, I forgot, she's in town. Maybe she would work, because we were trying to get a soap star, and she backed out. So we got this gal over, she was, I don't know how to act. And I said, here, let's watch, I want to show you some on Mexican TV. A telenovela was on. You see someone, all over acting. I said, that's acting. I don't want you to do that. I want you to just talk like you're
Wait. The love interest, the woman in that, that's what you're talking about? That's what you're talking about. She's amazing.
She's amazing. Because I got a video of her. I said, I want you to just do this 1 line. Pretend like you're just talking to your boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I showed her the video. That was cool, because I couldn't show her the film, because we have to develop it. But I showed her a video test of herself doing it. And she saw herself doing it. She suddenly had the confidence. We went through her closet. This red dress you can wear, that everyone just brought their own clothes.
She really had like a sexuality, a tension, like a romantic tension that was real. It was in part a great love story. That, I mean, as ridiculous as it is to say.
Yeah.
And in part like a dramatic love story.
Yeah, the idea was that, I thought the guitar player, originally what I wanted to do was like Road Warrior. I said, I want a guy with a guitar case full of weapons going from town to town like Road Warrior. But I don't have enough money for the first one to do that. That'll be the second movie I do. How about we do a Genesis story? How he became that guy. So let's do Mad Max, basically. How he becomes that guy. So maybe he is a guitar player. So that you start writing it out. I'm going to show you my writing method. I write on index cards, and I carry one of these, a little packet of index cards. I keep one always in my bag. Mm-hmm. And I smile when I run across it, because I go, I've made $1 million. It's like, this is the key to your next success, cards. Because, when you go see a therapist, you're not going to them for the answers. You're going to them for the questions. You got the answers inside, but you don't have the questions. A lot of times we ask ourselves very unempowering questions, like, why am I such a loser? I can think of 10 answers right now. But if you go, what 3 things can I do today that will not just change my life, but everyone around me? Take steps to that. Take out your cards, you start writing them down. You won't come up with 3. You'll come up with 15. I'm like, wow, because you're asking yourself, and you'll see him. So when I was doing that movie, I thought, okay, he's a guitar player. For real. and he gets mixed up with the guy with the case. So how about he walks into a bar? So right down there, he walks into a bar, trying to get work. Bartender looks at him. We don't hire mariachi. Just get the hell out of here. So he leaves. After that whole scene explaining who he is and what his story is, then the shooter comes in with a guitar case full of weapons. He's also dressed in black, and he shoots the place up. Now, that was a short film. That's how you start a short film. But this is a feature movie, so shit, I gotta figure out how to tell a feature. I'm gonna need a few more cards before that. So I'm gonna need, well, who's this bad guy? How about he's in jail? I read a story. It's a crazy story about a guy who was in jail in Mexico, and he was running his drug business from the jail as protection. He could walk out any time, but it was to have the cops be his enforcers, basically. So introduce that guy. He's in jail making phone calls, and someone puts a hit on him. So we have action right away. There's a hit on him. He kills those guys because it's his operation. He's not in jail. All the cops are working for him. And he tells that guy on the phone, the main bad guy, I'm going to come to town. I'm going to kill all your guys, and I'm going to come kill you. So then he gets in his truck, and you see them bring him a guitar case full of weapons. He passes the mariachi on the way to town, and now it's his story. The baton gets turned to mariachi. Mariachi's doing a voiceover, easy to shoot. We can use the voice later. You don't have to sing sound. There was even a scene when he walks into town where we saw these coconuts, a guy cutting coconuts. And we go, oh, let's go film over there. So we filmed the guy giving him a coconut with a straw in it, and he walks out and went, shit, man, you forgot to pay the guy. Well, let's shoot that. No, one take. I'll just put in the voiceover that they give away free coconuts in this town. And for years, people in other countries would go, they really give away free coconuts? And no, it's just because we forgot to show him pain. You know, little happy accidents. So now, look, you're already building a movie. So it's like, now he goes in the bar. Now he's mixed up. And the bad guy says, find the guy with a guitar case full of weapons. Then he goes and meets the girl. So you just start, your movie, visually, you can start seeing your movie. And I've used this for business things. I've used this for ideas, for manifesting stuff.
It's brilliant. Are you doing this alone usually? Or are you brainstorming?
It's coming, and it comes so fast. It's like free association. Well, maybe I have the ending. Oh, I know I want his hand shot. He's going to get his hand shot because he's a musician, and those ballads are always really tragic. So the girl has to die. The girl has to die because if it's going to be a tragic song for his songbook, each movie should be like a tragedy. That's going to be over here. You know, now you got the ending, and then your brain starts filling in the rest because you're asking yourself these prompt questions that you already have answers for from a past life, from a vision you had that you don't even know are there. This prompts it.
It's kind of a puzzle that you're figuring out. What happens if you get stuck? Like this doesn't make sense. Like some aspect of the structure doesn't make sense. You throw out cards.
You leave all there. You won't. Yeah. You just start writing in the ones you do know.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I know at some point she's going to betray him, or he's going to think she does. She betrays him. Okay, that's in the middle somewhere. The other ones will come.
Yeah, those are all like crossroads to the story. Doesn't that, like, how do you know she has to die? Can you change your mind about that?
I can, yeah. But for now, I felt like if I really want, the story's telling me now what it is. I didn't know I was going to make a Genesis story. I wanted to do the Road Warrior guy. But the Road Warrior, he lost his family. So really, to propel him to become a guy who has a guitar case full of weapons, he has to lose everything. So he needs a ghost. So this is a Genesis story of a character. Well, look, Bruce Wayne lost his parents. You could say, well, does the parents have to die? Well, no, but it's not going to propel him like it's not going to drive him like that thing. So it's just coming to me. So this is my other trick. This is the main thing you got to learn about. If you take any away, this isn't me doing it. I totally believe it, because when you start doing this, you go, where are these answers coming from? I'm asking the right question, but why? How come the answers just keep coming like this? I believe, because I do so many different jobs, I've learned this over years. Back when I was in 2002, I was like, how is it that I'm the production designer, the composer, which I don't even know how to read or write music, and I'm writing orchestral score, and I'm doing the editing, and I'm doing the cinematography. I haven't been trained for any of these. I never went to school for these specifically. Must be something about creativity. So I went on Amazon, it's 2002, and I look up creative books. Anything that has creativity in the title, I just ordered it. And I've got a bunch of books on creativity. And I was reading them through. One of them was like really speaking to me. Yeah, that's it. That's the process. That's it. And then it says gels and mediums. And I'm like, oh, this is a book specifically about painting. But it applies to music, editing, cinematography, writing. It's all the same. So that's when I realized that creativity is 90% of any of those jobs. The technical part of setting up the cameras, of writing the script in format, or reading or writing music, that's 10% of that. How many musicians, don't read or write music and they're fantastic? Because 90% what they do is creative. Now, I believe that same person, even if they only do music, could literally jump from job to job creatively and do a superior job than most technicians.
And there's also something to say there about the learning the technical aspects of an art. You collide with the experts. What happens is, I've experienced this a lot with using cameras and so on. I don't know shit about cameras, and that you roll in, and then there's all the experts almost talking down to you and telling you how things are supposed to be. Everything is wrong. I talked to somebody about like soundproofing a room, and they gave me prices that are insane, and like the amount of effort is insane, and the geometry,
selling you something.
The dynamics of this room are all wrong. I'm like, why can't I just fucking hang up some curtains? Like, what? It seems like that kills most of the effort. Like, I don't understand. And they're like, no, this is all wrong. The corners are gonna have some. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna see what it sounds like. A and B. Okay, here's audio with curtains. Here's audio without curtains. Seems like this is fine. And move on to the next thing. I think that when you say creativity, some of that is being a rebel, like not listening to the experts.
Yeah, well, you're going on your creativity, which is, what is that? It's like, do you consider yourself a creative person? I think you play guitar.
Yeah, guitar, piano, yeah.
You play piano, okay. But would you call yourself a creative person?
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
I think that's a positive.
I would just suggest to anybody is just own it, and just say, like, when I do so many different jobs, it sounds crazy when I would introduce me. Hey, Robert, he does this, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I get tired just hearing that list. But when I think about it, there's really only one thing I do, and I live a creative life. And when you live a creative life, that means anything that has to do with creativity, whether it's filming, piano, guitar, sculpting, or you can do it. You can take it on and do it because it teaches you more about your main job. I become a better director by doing all these jobs. Because when somebody just does one job, they barely know that job. You have to do more to learn about creativity. And this is the main thing I learned, was that I'm writing music, for an orchestra. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. How's that coming out? I don't feel like I'm doing it. I feel like I picked up the pen. I feel like I had the idea to do the cards. But then when everything just starts coming out so quickly, like, that's how fast I wrote that movie. I really feel like something else has taken over. So this is what my belief is. And because I hear it in different realms. Like, you ask Keith Richards, how do you come up with these riffs? He goes, I don't. They're floating around the sky, and I pull them out first. Yes, as Jimmy Vaughn, how do you play guitar? Those solos. He goes, it's like a radio. Once you get tuned just right, you can't even believe what's coming through. So I call it the creative spirit. There's a spirit assigned to all of us that's creative, that doesn't have hands. It needs you to pick up the pen, pull out the cards, and then when you start getting in a flow, and you're like, whoa, it's writing, that's that. And then you can have that mindset. You take your ego out of it and go, all I need to do is be a good conduit for this thing. Be a good pipe, and it's going to come through. So you don't ever have to get hung up on that question you have. Well, what happens when you can't come up? It wasn't me to begin with. If it's not coming out, it's because I'm blocking it. And if I were to do this and I'm flowing, and if I were to say, wow, I just wrote 10 cards. I don't know if I can write more. How did I do that? You just shut the pipe because your ego got in the way. You just clogged it because it gets pissed off that you think it's you. It's not you. It's like, dude, just open up. Let me through. Pick up the fucking pen. And I learned this when I was 19, when I had a daily cartoon strip. I had to draw a comic strip every day to get paid. And I would be like, I have to draw like one drawing, draw another drawing. Then it's like, okay, these kind of go together. It was a process, And sometimes I just felt like I wish I could just envision it, sit back. I'm going to try that method. I went home and I sit back and just try to get in my sofa, try the sofa method. I'm just going to try to picture the comic strip. And as soon as I got one that I think is funny, then I'll just go draw that, right? Be done in a half hour. Why waste 3 hours? I'd sit there. My deadline would be coming up. Got like 30 minutes. I'm like, oh shit, gotta go sit and draw it out. And it's like, oh, okay, got this drawing. It's kind of, oh, this kind of goes with that. If I make another drawing, I have my strip. That's the only way to do it. If you don't get up, creative spirit ain't gonna come visit you if you're doing this. It needs your hands. And it's not gonna reward you for sitting there waiting for it. You have to jump in and do it. And people, when they say, oh, well, I'm not ready. How pissed off is that spirit? It's waiting for you to feel like you're ready. It's not you. Just start doing the action and it's going to come through. And the ideas will come and the answers will come because it's not you. And if you can take your ego out of life, you'll be blessed with this never-ending flow of ideas because don't take ownership for it. And know that if it's not coming out, it's because you're just clogging it because this thing's got endless ideas.
And you give that same advice for making films, which is, don't plan. If you want to be a filmmaker, don't plan like the movie. Don't think about making the movie. Just go in and start.
Yeah, I would meet a lot of people who introduce themselves as aspiring. I'm an aspiring filmmaker, and I wonder what would you tell an aspiring filmmaker? I'd say, stop aspiring. Because if you call yourself that, you are that. And you're always going to feel like you're not ready. And you just jump in before you're ready. You don't feel like you're ready I didn't feel like I was ready to do mariachi until I was probably in my last few days of filming. You became ready as you went. You didn't know how all that stuff. I couldn't have figured all that out in advance. When my kids worked with me on a project that we did similar, by the end, they realized they did an interview with my son, who, after just 2 weeks of doing one of those projects, you're a different person. He's suddenly waxing philosophical about the creative process and going, I never knew how my dad did mariachi until we did this project together. And I realized he didn't know either. He didn't know how he was going to do it. He figured it out day by day. And every challenge that got thrown at him, he had to figure it out. And that's the biggest lesson. Most people never start. And that's the biggest thing. Don't wait till you're ready or that'll be on your tombstone. Here lies so-and-so. He was never ready. And you don't want to be that guy. Jump in. No, it's not you. You just got to be the hands. And that relieves a lot of pressure from you. Because then you don't have to do anything, really. You just have to be the hands.
Can you talk to some of the many hats you wore with the El Mariachi? That's an interesting case study, and you've done the same thing over and over in completely different, innovative ways in all the films. But El Mariachi is such a radical leap for you.
That was crazy. That thing's held together with scotch tape and rubber bands because of the camera I borrowed.
You directed, you did cinematography, you did the sound.
Better to say what I didn't do. I didn't act in front of the camera. Everything else I did.
Yeah.
Everything else was the whole crew. Yeah. It's just like you're doing here, except you've got sound recording right onto the camera, right? Or do you have it
separately, but it's synced. I mean,
but
all
it's
the
synced,
modern
yeah.
technology.
So I didn't have sync cameras.
Yeah.
So I had a camera that it was not a sync camera, and the thing was it was so loud I would have had to blimp the shit out of it. I didn't have a blimp, and then I would have needed a sound guy.
Just to be clear, so people don't understand this, you're shooting basically no sound
because the camera sounds like this. It's like it sounds like all your money is going away. First of all, so I would go like this, action, and start running, and I shoot my edit.
Yep.
Like I was still running. Like I'm only using this part, and there's no slates. There's guys holding up their fingers at the beginning of rolling. This is reel 7 for just a few frames, so I know which reel it is. And then that 10 minutes of film is just one shot after another, and I use almost every frame of those shots because I was cutting in the camera. Now, after I shoot, like let's say, tell me your name.
Lex.
What's your last name?
Friedman.
Where do you live?
Austin, Texas.
I would do the whole scene, then I would get the sound, bring the mic in close like that. Say it again.
Lex Friedman, Austin, Texas.
That'll probably sync. Now, if you were going on and on, there's a place where it'd go out of sync. I hate rubbery lips. So I would cut away to the dog, or to the knife, or to the girl, and then I cut back when you were back in sync. And since these were non-actors, they say everything the same way each time. They would say their line just like they weren't performing it to where they didn't remember how they performed the day before. They were just talking in their own rhythm. So a lot of the times, anytime you see anyone on camera talking, they're in sync with themselves. And as soon as it cuts away, they're out of sync. And it created this really fast cutting style that I probably wouldn't have had on such a low budget movie, but it was the only way to keep things in sync. So when I would shoot two people talking, I would make sure I'd film a couple of shots of like the dog or a stuffed cat or something, just so I'd have something to cut away to get them back in sync.
That's so brilliant.
I call it, it's just resourceful. It's just being very, very resourceful.
You allow it to get maybe a little bit out of sync sometimes?
I didn't allow it, but I would let it if I just didn't have a way to cut away.
Right.
And I would try to sync it as best I could.
But we as the audience, like, do you understand where the threshold is? Where we notice something?
Yeah.
It seems like you can get away with a lot.
You can get away with, I'm just particular about that. I just don't like seeing a dub movie where it just feels canned. It makes you not believe in it anymore. So I just cut away where the lifts are just way off. I just didn't want any of that. I just felt like I wanted it to just be believable. And they could be really believable if they were in sync. But I didn't shoot 2 takes of film or even 2 takes of audio. Just 1 take. We just went to and what was cool is that because I just had them go through the whole scene again. So I would go ahead and record them like grabbing the bottle or any action they did, opening the suitcase. I have all the sound effects too. I just had to sync it right in. That's a lot of work for me, but I got great sound that way. Because if I had a sync camera, the mic would have been so far, we would have had to go get new sound effects. But because the camera is off, I could record everything close up. So there was some blessing to that.
You and Quentin Tarantino had a great conversation about a lot of topics, but one of them is how to bring out the best in the actors. What in that El Mariachi, how do you bring out the best in these non-actors, and then maybe what's the thread that connects to your future work too?
What really helped for those non-actors was that they just look across and it's me filming. They didn't feel like they're being so natural. So like the guy who played the bad guy, I met him in the research hospital where I was sold my body to science. He was my bunkmate, and I said, "Dude, you look kind of like Rutger Hauer." And it's like we saw another movie. "Man, you look like James Spader. Shit, you should be the bad guy in my movie." And it'd be cool to have you as the bad guy. He goes, "But I don't speak Spanish." So that's okay. All right, and I'll teach you it phonetically. And you're gonna wear sunglasses. And if you look close, he's holding the lines here, and he's looking at the lines like that, and just smiling. So can't believe he's getting away with this. He's smiling, and he's got the sunglasses on.
I read that somewhere in the pool. There's a scene in the
pool. He's like this.
With the sunglasses on. Man.
But he was doing it phonetically, and I tell you what, he was so great, that guy, right?
Yeah.
When we do Desperado, I brought him back. He didn't even have to do any dialogue. Watch that movie. He shows up in the opening scene when Desperado, he's playing the guitar and they open with the credits. To tie it into the first movie, he shows up again. And all he has to do is light a cigarette. And you see this. Because he's so nervous. Because now there's a crew behind me. Now it's real. Before it was just me and him. And it didn't feel like a real movie. So everyone gave a great performance. So how do you recreate that later on a big movie? It's just building a rapport. Making a safe zone for your actors. Quentin once told me, sometimes being, we're talking about directing. Yeah, sometimes being a great director is just being a great audience. Being a great audience for them. Because you're taking the place of the audience for the actor. They try something, and if you're enjoying it, they know that the audience is going to enjoy it. Or if you're, makes you cry, so sometimes you don't have to tell them a lot sometimes. And if you do have something very specific to tell them, they usually, go with it. But I always just like to see what they do. A lot of times they just are in the zone because again, they're getting that flow too. You create the right environment, everyone's getting this inspiration. It's all tied together that you never could have directed. It's just like you just create that space where we're all going to be open to it and it's going to drop in our lap and I'm going to point it out when it does because you may not feel like you know how to play this role yet. But I say not knowing is the other half of the battle and the more important part. That's the part we're going to discover. And when it happens, I'm going to point it out and it's going to be like magic and we're just going to go, okay, we're accepting it. We do it. And it gets people in that kind of headspace. And then we're all open to it, to where the character's supposed to go, what it's supposed to sound like, instead of me being very, manipulative to get a certain thing. I don't know. It's just whatever feels good.
Yeah, there's such an intimate connection between the actor and the director. I've seen some of the behind the scenes footage with you.
Mm-hmm.
You are just a fan enjoying the scene when it's done well.
Yeah.
But I think there's an aspect, if I were to put myself in the headspace of the actor, they want you as the audience like, to earn that happiness. You know, it's what a director approves.
Yeah, well, you're a performer, and and there's no other. It's not like a live show where you get the approval of the audience, and you're like, oh well, they like that joke, and you do more. Really, the director is it, and a lot of times the director is way behind a monitor somewhere. That's why I still like to operate the camera. So when I'm operating the camera, it's like this. We could have 100 people here, we wouldn't know because they go away. It's just us. They just disappear. When it's the camera guy is the director, and we're going, let's do that again. There's a shot in. I'm lighting Cincinnati myself. I have my crew setting lights, and I have this great shot of Clive Owen where he's holding down Benicio's head in the toilet. Benicio's not there, it's just the close-up of him at this point. And I'm practicing my shot. I'm zooming in slow in his face, and people are still walking behind him on the green screen setting lights. I'm like, I'm rolling. We're ready to go. We're getting this. I can already tell. We're already in the moment. What you're doing right now, just keep holding that look. Now, one jolt, like he's starting to fight back, but you don't even flinch. Cut. Okay. Everybody, you guys can stop moving that shit. We already got it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like that because you're so.
That's a great scene, by the way.
Great, right? It is.
Holy
shit. You
shit.
can feel it. If I wait for these guys, this moment will be gone. And then another one was Mickey Rourke. He had so much freaking dialogue. He had just done this whole big dialogue scene. He had another one that said, let's go ahead and start with a wide shot where the two actors, if I'm the camera, Mickey and Elijah are here. Let's get a 2-shot and we'll come around on Mickey close up. We'll turn Mickey around for the close up. Let's start with a wide thing, get used to the lines. And most of it's going to be sold in close up. We sit down, Mickey starts delivering the take. Like, hold on a second. I brought my camera over, zoom in. Just adjust that light real quick because I'm the DP. Because if I had another director of photography, they're like, oh, no, we have to relight it. It's like, no, let's just do this. Let's go. He's doing it right now. And I go, and that performance is just right then. And so you can feel that when you're operating and you're the camera guy and you're the DP. It's like high-tech guerrilla filmmaking. Yeah, we're on a green screen, but it's like all the crew needs to, marching orders. Just put a light back there, hitting them harder. Like this is a 5K, make that a 10K. It's got to be stronger. They don't need to know that I'm going to make that a lamppost later. They just need marching orders for the moment. So I can just kind of tell people, do this and that. And then I know what I can accomplish with the actor, and then everything else falls into place later because I'm going to put all that in later. Things, once you know how to do a lot of jobs like that, you can just move at the speed of thought, which is where the actors love being creatively, because nobody knew what green screen was back then. Like, what is this again? So I explained it as, well, it's kind of like doing theater, but instead of a black curtain behind you with a prop, it'll be a green curtain, and you might just have a cup or just a steering wheel, but it's just you and the other actors, just like this. Everything else will be painted in later. We're just talking. We're locked in. If we stay locked in, we'll look great when there's rain coming down and we're on a ship later. But it comes down to this, right? And it was so fun to do this kind of movies.
But to this day, you try to be close to the action, connected with the actors.
Because it's like a dance. You end up.
That's so
like here. Remember on Dusk Till Dawn, Michael Parks in the opening scene, he's talking about the two guys that are running around killing people just before he gets shot. And I just start doing this slow zoom. I remember it was take 8. Start doing this slow zoom on it, and I'm like, I hope I get all the way up to where it stops zooming when he finishes that speech, because there's no set way, and I don't know how he's going to say it, but you're just locked almost telepathically. And as he's delivering, there's no edits. He's just going, yeah, they killed 4 Rangers. 2 hostages. It's just like, wow. And you're just so pulled in. I'm just like, oh my God. And then it stopped. It's like I ran out of zoom right as he finished that speech.
So how can a director, because there's a lot of great directors that stay in the
bag, I know. It's
back of the battlefield.
They just trust that whatever they get from their crew, you accept it. Just like, you would get a take the thing.
So much
but
intimacy.
I like that intimate connection because I could not be behind a monitor, even if I had communication with my cameraman. Okay, now start zooming in. You're not going to know. You have to feel it. You have to be in there. It's like a dance. It's like trying to do a dance with a partner and you're across the room. It's like, no, you got to be there up close, feeling the energy, and it's the creative spirits whispering to you both. It's not your own idea. It's you're capturing a moment that's magic. And there's true magic that happens on a set, and that's what brings you back. Because I didn't direct that, and they didn't act that. That came through us, and we just had the cameras rolling, and we captured a ghost. It's like
Just like you said, though, you had the pen in hand and you were there.
like that.
Came
It's
through.
crazy.
All right, your friendship with Tarantino is just fascinating, and just the whole timeline of the history of movies and the two of you collided and met is just a fascinating part of the story. You first met him in 1992 at the Toronto Film Festival. Can you just talk about meeting Tarantino?
Yeah, we both had films at the same time. First films, Guys in Black, action, violence. In fact, I had seen this movie already. My first film festival was 3 months before that, the Telluride Film Festival, and Reservoir Dogs was there, but couldn't be there. He was at Sundance earlier that year. And the guy who became my agent, he saw it. He said, "Hey, you're going to like this guy, Quentin Tarantino. I told him about you. You're going to meet him. He's going to be in Toronto." "Oh, cool, okay." And so I went ahead and saw his movie, Telluride. And I was like, holy shit, this Guys in Black again, just like the mariachis dressed in black. And action. I said, "Oh, we're going to like each other's movies. He's going to like me." So then in Toronto we met, and we met first because I knew I was going to be doing a panel discussion with him. They asked us to do a panel discussion about violence in movies in the 90s, even though it was only 92. So we're on a panel together, and that's where I met him. And he's like, "Hey, Robert, just what your agent told me about you." And I was like, "Yeah, I saw your movie, Reservoir Dogs." "Oh, well, you got to come to my screening. And I'm going to come see yours." So he came to Mariachi, and I videotaped the audience reactions because there were insane reactions to it. But I have the first screen. He saw Mariachi sitting next to me, laughing. He's laughing at everything. He was just the best audience. I have his recording of the first time he saw Mariachi.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, because I taped it all.
So cool.
He's so loud because he's right next to me.
Well, just like you, but even probably even more than you. He's a fan. He watches. He just loves movies.
He loves movies. In fact, the next time I heard him laugh that way was at the old premiere for Kill Bill. We're watching Kill Bill, and he's laughing like it's somebody else's movie. He still enjoys the movie. He loves what all the actors did, and it's like that's the kind of energy you really love. But I tell you what happened. I'm not a very shy person. Very shy. I'd have to go talk. I'm sure you probably feel like you're not an orator or anything. Just have to go do it. I thought, well, man, I'm gonna have to introduce my film and talk about it afterwards. I'm afraid of that. What am I gonna do? I don't ever talk in front of more than 5 people before. So I went to see this other movie, and it was good. And I was watching it, and then the director comes up at the end and goes, "Yeah, well, that was my movie, and here's the writer." And I was like, "Oh, man, I don't like the movie anymore. This guy's kind of a dick." So I cannot do that. I'm gonna have to go be who they imagined made that movie. So I wrote out my whole intro. It was like a 20-minute intro. Because no one had ever heard of anybody making a movie for no money, much less about a crew, much less, the way I did it was just very new. Nobody knew it was possible. So my whole intro is like, you'll see the Columbia logo slapped in front. Probably cost more than the whole movie. And then I go through, this is how I made it with a wheelchair, for a dolly, a turtle. I wrote around things I had. I mentioned the turtle, the pit bull, the bus, the ranch, all that stuff, right? So that when they see the movie, in fact, my wife was in the audience, said, "At Sundance, people were laughing so much at your intro, they just wanted to hear a story like this with Valley." I heard someone next to me say, "I'm going to vote for his movie." They hadn't even seen the movie. Just because the story was so good, they wanted that movie to be great. And when they see the turtle, big cheers. When they see the pit bull, big cheers. When they see the school bus, cheers. But then when they see how we use it, and he slams into it and falls on it, they fucking lose their minds because they know how I put it together. They know the rubber bands and the popsicle sticks. I already set it up. And so that's why that audience, I just hate the reaction. They're so with it. The context is so key. Like you can watch Mariachi and go, "Hey, yeah, this looks like a $7 movie." But if you know the story behind it, suddenly, I was curious. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I was watching it for the 20th anniversary. We did a screening. And the first few shots come up, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, well, it looks like a $7,000 movie." And then it just keeps going. And it's once we're in the jail cell and the shooting's happening, and I realized, oh, my God, we had these blanks that only fired one shot, and it was jammed. So I had to show it going, use the sound effect, cut to the other guy, cut back, have another one go. I had to do these editing tricks to make it look like, and then repeat a few frames so it goes, so it looks like a machine gun. All these stuff that I'm start sweating as I'm watching it going, I can't believe I made this movie with that freaking camera. I don't know how I did. I couldn't even see. I'm there with this long lens pulling my own focus. When I finally had to do a real movie, I was operating the camera on my first real movie with a crew. I get the camera, and a guy comes over and he focuses for you. That's your job, you focus? Shit, I had to do my own focusing on the last movie. It's so hard. You're trying to focus on a guy while you're filming, you don't know where you are. And it's just, couldn't believe how much easier it is when you have a crew.
But it's extremely valuable to know that the pain of that, the spectrum of creativity that's allowed within that, even just the focusing.
Yeah.
Like how focusing fucks up on older cameras and newer cameras, what are the different artifacts that come up, just to know the battlefield. In order to be a great general, you have to know how to be a soldier on the battlefield.
Yeah. It's good to know all that stuff. But, it's like, at the end of the day, hey, you could shoot something on a phone. And if you have a great story, no one's going to even notice. They'll be, oh, you shot that on the phone. I didn't know. So sometimes people get cut off on, what kind of camera should I have? It's not the camera. That's just the tool. That's just the pen. That's just like, you can have different paintbrushes, but you can go, I'm gonna limit my palette. I'm only gonna use a fan brush and a detail brush, and I'm gonna make a painting. You think that painting's gonna suffer? No, it's gonna take on an identity that you wouldn't have had if you had all of this. So sometimes the limitations help you, because when you can do anything, it can be crippling. But I knew I could only use those things for mariachi. It's like, all right, well, it's very simple now. Let me show you how cheap skate I was. Like, I did not spend on anything. So when you see him walking around with a guitar case, it's a shitty cardboard one, like I got from home. I had to get a heavier one to put the guns in. So we borrowed one, but it had this material ripped off the top, so you could see the wood. It's just the wood on top, so it didn't match the other one because it wasn't all black. And I was too cheap to paint it black. I didn't want to spend money on paint. So you see that cardboard case, puts it down, and when he goes to open it, I cut to the other one. Once the wood is watch the edits, you'll see it open. Now it's a completely different case for the guns. And when he goes to cut it, when he closes it, it cuts to the other one. And he goes, oh, that's how I did that whole movie. Again, it was a practice. So I don't want to waste any money on it. I don't know if it's going to be I won't be able to make $5 from it.
Yeah, but you're one of the few great directors where both the movie is genius and the process of making it is creative genius. It's like fun to watch both, to know of both.
You know what I believe.
Right.
It's like
from somewhere else.
I have to say, that thing is freaking, I didn't get in its way, basically, would help. And people say that, don't get in your own way. This is a little bit easier to understand. It's like, keep the pipe clear. Don't block it with your ego. Don't say, you're going to be shocked. But don't ever say, oh shit, how do I do that? I don't know if I can do that. You didn't do it to begin with. Accept that it just came through you and try to get back into that headspace. Especially when you go to make a second film or a third film or follow up a success. That's when artists get really crippled. Because sometimes they start tiptoeing around as an artist going like, oh shit, now it's my second film. My first one did really well. I might not like my second one so much. That's not the headspace you were in when you made the first one. You weren't hesitant like that. You were just, so try to keep that very naive. And that's why I say commit to a body of work. Because I know a lot of filmmakers get stuck on their second one and then go further because they get crippled by the success of the first one. And they start asking, oh shit, how did I do that? How can I do that again? And you get deeper and deeper in a hole you can't get out of it.
I think you've spoken about that filmmakers, especially early on in their journey, critics and the audience can destroy them. Meaning like it creates too much of a burden, too much, just wear them down to where they're almost scared to be creative. Can you just speak to that, how to ignore the critic?
I'll tell you something that my best advice I ever got. Early on, I was so fortunate. From an unlikely place. Because he sounded like Clint Eastwood when he said it. It's funny when he said that. But I got the Desperado. Antonio Banderas. I brought Antonio to be in it from Europe. Big action movie. And so Spielberg saw it and he said, hey, I want you to do Zorro with Antonio. So we're working on it for a while. I was working on the pre-production. Got to work with Spielberg doing that. And it ended up stalling me as there was like 2 studios involved and Amblin was moving, or there was some weird thing but I got to work with him for about 5 months, And I started getting really nervous because it's like, oh shit, start thinking about Even movies of his that people would say, oh, you know, Temple of Doom's not as good as Raiders. Have you seen Temple of Doom? I'd been killed to fucking do that movie.
Yeah.
If I can make Zorro as good as that one, the one that people said, it's like people don't know how good they had it with that guy. But I started thinking, I even said, man, I just rewatched Temple of Doom last night. I don't know how I'm going to do the Zorro movie. Like, I've just never done anything like that. You start getting, you know, afraid because you go, the second thing, he said, oh, Rob, just you're going to do fine. But then I started thinking, this guy at that time, you don't know the era, but this was like,
how you live in camp?
He was making the biggest, best movies of all. People would shit all over this guy. They would throw so much. They were so.
What'd you say? All right. Well, are you gonna buy a yacht?
Yeah.
All right. Zoot, are you ready to lose? I'm serious, Zoot. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Doing what?
Everything.
I don't know.
Zoot, you are up an unknown amount on me. Zoot, are you going to accept your invite? Or are you going to continue to jerk yourself off raw? That's one. Not necessarily. Oh, that was amazing. You almost had a perfect game. Doug, you almost had a perfect game.
That was fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I would rather have yours.
I don't know about that.
Get it. Oh, you got fucked, dude. You got fucked. Oh, that was bad. Oh, I gave you a chance to come back, Zoot. Beautiful. You got it. You've got it. Nice checkout. Uh-oh. It all comes down to this, Zoot. Don't fuck up. And you didn't. You just hit a perfect shot.
The one like I'm winning the lottery.
Zoot, are you sure you won the lottery?
I just have the gut feeling that I want it.
All right.
I put in a lot of work.
In the lottery?
Yeah.
How do you put in a lot of work in a lottery?
You do good things.
Oh, like getting your ass kicked in every mini game that we play? Oh, Zoot.
You give money to a homeless guy.
Oh, okay. So you should win because of that? Oh, Zoot,
Yeah.
that was terrible. Zoot, I fucked up. I fucked up, Zoot.
How many people have given money to a homeless guy today that have got a lottery ticket?
Probably like at least 10,000. Globally?
Is it really?
Globally, yeah.
Okay.
Get it, Zoot. That's what I'm talking about, son. Boy, you're playing like a G. Zoot's up two games in this little section that we've played. Okay, I'm gonna fuck you now.
Fuck.
I went for it. I don't know if I should have, but I did. Oh, baby.
Did you say a bulldog?
Yes, you did. Get it.
Fuck.
That was good.
No, it wasn't.
Oh no. Fuck Zoot. Zoot, you might win 3 games. Then. We're not doing that. You're gonna win right here. Easy win.
No, you got another shot. Told you we're going to cover it.
Wait, come on.
I'm gonna get Boba.
Dude, I can't beat that.
10. You have to get Boba though.
You've won 3 games.
What's the code? What's the outside of the bullseye code?
Inner bullseye and outer bullseye?
Holy shit, you can win. You lost, Rabbi.
I'll take that. I'll take my shots. I like what I got.
Me too.
Dude, fuck this bus shit, dog. You know that sucks. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Oh, you busted as well. All right, Zoot. Pressure's on. What are you going to do? Got it. 3 games to 1. 1 game to 3. That's a 20. That's a 25. That's a 3. I'll take it. Just a quick 60. Don't fuck up. That's 5. That's 20. Get the double 14. Double 14. You went for it. Man, I sucked. Look how far off the board that is. Zoot. I knew that wasn't going to be good, dude. Oh, nice checkout. Zoot. 4-1. Have you been practicing? I know you haven't.
Yeah.
No, you haven't. Fuck. Triple 20. Oh man, I got fortunate.
We're gonna talk. Wow.
4-2.
How did I fuck up the easiest shot? Rabbi.
Yo,
We
pimp.
want double 20, triple 20, and a 1. And nearly go it.
I know. I'm sexy like that. I'm going to put you away right here.
Right, you need 20 and okay,
Triple 20 and a 1, son.
Okay, that's no good.
Double 20.
No, if I get a double 20, I lost.
No, you wouldn't. You need a double 20 and an 18. You need double 19. All right. I think it's 4-3. I'm about to approach my 100th game. My 100th win.
The lottery is in.
Zoot, are you gonna fucking accept the invite, or are you gonna jerk yourself off to the lottery?
Check myself off the lottery.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. What are your thoughts on Bianca Sensori? Bianca Sensori.
What about it?
What are your thoughts about her?
I didn't win, Robo.
You didn't win the lottery?
No.
It didn't draw yet. You said it drew in like 4 hours.
No, Drew.
You said it draws in like 4 hours.
No, I said that 4 hours ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are you gonna accept my invite, or are you gonna continue to be a huge douche?
Yeah. Lottery divisions.
You seriously didn't win?
Yeah.
I think you won. I think you're just
Yeah, I won bumping.
you're just keeping it a secret. Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation? Zoot.
I won my $20 back.
Okay. Are you gonna accept my invitation?
Yeah. Okay.
86 points, Zoot. Triple 20 right off the bat.
Wow. All right.
That's still really good.
It's okay.
Got it, B. Nice checkout.
Eyes closed. Remember, eyes closed.
Fuck you, man. 5-3. You got me by 2.
Okay. So the lottery number is what?
Doug, no one cares. Just accept my invitation.
It was 12, 16, 24.
Zoot, no one gives a flying fuck at all. Literally. Even Australians don't care. Accept my fucking invitation.
Come on. I'm trying to look this we can go.
Excellent point, but I don't think money will be... If we're going to go win a lottery, we'll win a real lottery.
What do you mean?
Like one that doesn't have some bullshit currency.
$50 million or $30 million in the rest of it.
I'll take it. Zoot, that sucks.
How rich was the guy you worked for? The millionaire that got married?
You know, I never really found out. Nice checkout,
How much do
dude.
you think he was worth?
Like $10 million.
Man, that's a lot. Why you talk about it? I thought it's like 20 million.
No. He would have been able to pay the fine that he was fined. He wouldn't. No. I mean, he could have been worth probably anywhere between 10 and 20 million, probably. But Knowing him, I'd peg it more at about 10.
What do you get fined for?
The app that we built, they changed the law on how it could operate in 2020, and he continued to operate it.
What year did you get? What year did you get?
2023. Dude, you're up like 6-3, maybe more than that.
You know why you're married?
Yeah, it's fuck, I busted, man. It was a cocaine deal gone wrong. Or I shouldn't even say that. He just overdosed on cocaine. Not even cocaine, just cocaine with fentanyl. Dude, you fucked me.
You know him really well?
Yeah, I knew him very well. I knew him as. Did he ever come on the stream? No, after I quit, I never talked to him again.
So you just saw it on the news that he died and was like, holy shit.
Yeah. Nice. It does not surprise me. But kind of.
I know someone that someone that I didn't know them very well, but I knew someone that died trying to run from the police.
And they shot
their own meth. Similar situation, they were on meth and they died of hypothermia from trying to hide from the helicopters because the helicopters were going on the road.
Wait, what happened?
They were on meth and they were trying to they were running from the police and they didn't get affected by helicopters. So they were a car thief and they on meth stole a car and tried to hide in the water in a creek.
And it got that cold? And it got that cold?
Yeah.
It got that cold that it froze them?
No, they died. They were on meth. It was a cold night.
Oh, fuck that. Well, that sucks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, don't do meth. No steal. No steal cars.
Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. Did you really think you were going to win the lottery?
Next one.
Don't talk like that. Do you remember that time I invited you and then you just sat there and jerked yourself off raw?
I'm wondering if anyone won this lottery.
No, they didn't. They told me. It was a three-way tie between Bianca Censori, Nicole Kidman, and Bindi Irwin.
Ready for a triple 20?
Yep.
Maybe double 20?
Yep.
I have a feeling that you're going to win.
Fuck Zoot. I've literally been playing too well. I keep busting.
Okay.
Are you happy with your gameplay?
Average.
Dude, you're back up to being up by 50. I got you. You've won like too many games in a row. I need my 100th victory, and then I'm gonna quit.
I can fix that.
Zoot. Three. 20. 20. That's pretty good. I'm going to end it right here. Psych. Nice checkout, dude. Zoot, you've played these bullseyes so well. Don't fuck up this time. Fuck, man. I can't believe I fucked up so badly.
How the fuck did you ever watch that?
Zoot, I need a break.
Yeah, I need a break also. How the fuck did you ever watch that?
Dog, no one wants to talk about that series of games. Go take your break.
Oh, jealous. Press, audience, everyone was just like hits at him, just throwing rocks at him for everything.
Spielberg?
Yeah, you can't imagine it now.
Okay, dog.
Been at that time.
Are you
now
excited about
everyone
that?
has respect for him. But they made him run a fucking gauntlet. And they were like, Jurassic Park, yeah. You can't even imagine it now. But you should have seen the climate. It freaked me out. So I'm like, maybe I should just stay under the radar where I've been, you know, not poke my head out so much.
Yeah.
Because this guy has his head out and it's unwarranted. Just, you can't even fathom it now because you weren't here at that time. It was crazy. You would never even think of him that way. I'm glad it changed because back then it was just, it made people not want to be successful. And I made me be worried, like maybe I shouldn't be making a movie that has his name on it that's going to put my head out in a whole different realm of filmmaking at a studio level. So even if I make a good movie, if I make a great movie, he's making great movies and he's getting this dog shit. I don't know if I could take it, you know? So I asked him, because you don't know how resilient you can be. So I said, man, how do you do it? What do you do when people just throw rocks at you all day long? He goes, oh, Robert, you just don't blink. And I was like, whoa. Now I see how he got through it. Just don't blink. He's like, you know what's coming? Don't blink. And to him say it, it's like a Clint Eastwood line, right? Yeah. But it was like, you could see he was telling the truth, and you could see that's how he did it. He just avoided all criticism by just not blinking. It's like it's designed to make you blink, and you're just not going to blink because you're committing to a body of work. He just keeps cranking out movies. Whatever he feels like doing, he does. And that was like the most powerful, and it never bothered me again. I just like always kept that in mind. I tell that to my actors. I tell that people that story has traveled. I even had some little actors who were like starting to get up there. I remember, tell you a couple of things. Some people have told me, you're never as good as people say you are. And you're never as bad either. George Clooney told me. He said, remember that. And then the second one, Spielberg, don't blink. Don't blink.
But there has to be a kind of vision for yourself of what you're reaching for, what you're trying to do.
Again, Yeah, sort of. Like, I think if you told me what would be my vision for the future, just committing to a body of work, which I've just kept doing. Like, that's about as far as you can see.
Do you have a sense? Do you have a vision of the body of work you'll make in the next 20 years? Like,
Yeah,
or is it just
I
this
did.
fog?
Yeah, like I wasn't sure because you don't always know with the. You might not have the vision yet because you don't have the information. Yeah. So you just commit to a body of work. You'll start figuring out more reasons to keep doing that body of work. So when I turned 50, I was like, I guess I could just keep making movies. I mean, I guess that's been good for me. So I guess I could just make more. I kind of done that already, but it's always fun and it's always new. I guess I could make, but it wasn't a lot of drive, right? It's like, that's not. It's like, well, I guess I could just keep doing the podcast. You know, that's not as much as I can't wait to keep doing it.
Yes,
but I didn't know how to get to that point. So I thought, you know what? I got to this job so early. I was in the early 20s. I bet there's some other job out there that exists that I don't even know about because I don't know other jobs. So I looked up, you don't believe it, but I literally bought Jobs for Dummies.
Nice.
It was just like, I don't even know what, I think what basic jobs are out there. Turning the page, oh yeah, I don't want that job, I don't want that job. I'm just going through. And it gets to filmmaker. There's a little icon beside each job. This icon is a guy like this. Literally, you look it up, and it says, this is the best job ever. You get to just be creative with your friends, sit back, watch the money roll in across the desk. And it said, but 99% of film students don't get this job, so give up that dream. So I was like, oh, I guess I got the best job. But then I started working with my kids when we did, I had a TV show called Rebel Without a Crew, based on that, right? I found filmmakers who had only made a short film, they hadn't made a feature. I picked this diverse group of filmmakers, gave them $7,000, and we documented them making a feature 2 weeks like I did. You can bring one person, like I had Carlos Gallardo, the producer and star of Mariachi. Bring one person, you can be your cameraman, you can be your sound guy, whatever. But it's only that for the shoot, and you have to do the whole thing. And I saw those guys. By the time they're like, I don't know how we're gonna make this movie. By the first week of shooting, they're already talking about their next feature. They became so confident because their idea of what impossible is drops really quick when you do it.
Anyone interested in unlocking their creativities, then it's not even just filmmaking. I highly recommend that show, and I highly recommend the kind of the follow-on show, which is where you make Red 11.
Yeah, so that's the one I did. So then it came time for me to do one. So I made a movie called Red 11 based on my experiences in the medical hospital. But I'll turn it into a sci-fi thriller just to use that as so that I can use like somebody getting stabbed in the eye. So I can still have more elements to show how you can do camera tricks and stuff with no money. And adult days make it for less than $7,000, which I think we were like $5,000. Mainly because we had a lot of actors I wanted to pay. But the movie itself can make it for nothing. But I brought my son aboard as my number one, who hadn't been working with me in a while. I mean, he wrote Shark Boy and Lava Girl when he was 7, but then he hadn't really been working on my crew. So he didn't know how to operate the sound equipment, the separate sound system and all that. I didn't show him until the day of filming because I knew we were documenting it. It would make a better tutorial. So by getting them working on the movies together, they came to me super excited by the end of the day. I thought for sure, oh, they're going to hate this. Even though it's only 2 weeks, they've got other interests. They don't want to be filmmakers. I thought they were going to be like, all right, I'm out of here after one day. But instead, he came to me and his brother who acted in it. And my dad, the actor didn't show up after the first day. The location didn't match the script at all. We asked you how we were going to solve the problems, and you're like, all right, we'll figure it out. We thought, Dad's stumped. For once, is he stumped finally? But then by the end of the day, his eyes were all wide. We figured it out. We went, oh, they don't realize this is the creative process. Every day is like that. And in life, too. Every day, you don't know if the machine's going to not work or you're going to get a flat tire or you get fired that day. So life is very unpredictable, just like a movie set. So I realized I'm going to make them all work on my movies now because it's teaching them about life. I'm teaching them very little about the filmmaking. It's about life lessons, about how you take on something impossible, turn chicken shit to chicken salad and make it work. And that's the struggle. And that's life. That's the process of life. So many people say, well, I'm not ready to make my project. It's like, you're not ready for life either. You're like this all day. You're dodging shit that's going on. How come art has to be perfect? It's like, it should be the same. Life and art should be the same.
And I think filmmaking in general is full of unpredictable things.
And
so
in a
many more
short little
concerns.
microcosm too, within one project, you got a whole blueprint for how you're going to solve life because you've just done it on a creative level.
I think of all the art forms, of all the art mediums, like that, it just has so many different components.
A lot of components to it.
And so, like, there's so many ways to fuck things up.
Yeah.
To learn from,
but
fuck up.
Any of the disciplines, if you add those to it, like I teach my actors to paint in between takes. We'll go and I'll take a picture of them in character. I show them a canvas. So I show them paint. You don't need to know how to paint. This is to show you the brush is going to know where to go. You just got to pick it up. Pick the colors you want. Doesn't matter how crazy they are. Whatever's speaking. You lay it down. I'll show you some of the pictures. You're not going to believe the masterworks these actors did, like in a day. They just start doing it. Lady Gaga had her fingernails in there. You know, Josh Brolin's doing his thing. Then I take a picture of them in character, do a line drawing of it. We project it on top. And mostly it's the painting coming through, their line drawing, with a little bit of their eyes painted in. They're not going to believe these things. They couldn't believe it. But it teaches them that thing about that the creativity is going to come through. So even though they're already acting, they're already being creative, we're already making movies, like you said, that's already a really great creative endeavor. When we would sneak off and paint, you could tell it's firing a whole other part of their brain. It was funny, I think Josh Brolin's girlfriend said, Josh said, hey, my girlfriend just said, she said, his wife now, but at the time, are you guys doing drugs? You leave the set and you come back and you're all like, and I go, no, we're painting, but that makes sense that you said it, because when you get your creativity firing, it's more powerful than any drug. And when we come back, and you'd be on the set going, is it bad that I'm still thinking about the painting? And I was like, no, I think it's good. I think it's all good. But you can tell it's opening a whole other part of the creative brain. So you can be doing acting in a movie, and the painting's still going to tap. That shows how much untapped potential your creative brain has. So the more you can do, the more you're firing off. And it was so cool. Like I remember we did one with Joseph Gordon-Levitt was painting. We came in, and the table was like this, and they said, we have a problem. You want them to throw the cards out, the playing cards out, but it's so slick they go sliding off the table. And we both look at it, and we both got the solution at the same time. Oh, we just have them throw them wherever they go. And then we'll place them. And then digitally, it's even better that he looks like he gets them all perfectly laid out to show what a card shark he is. But that's what we have to do, because we'll be here all day. We're trying to get, if we're going to worry about where they go, just go bum, 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 bum. And then we'll place the cards down, and everyone will pick them up. And then we'll marry the two in post. You know, you just come up with creative solutions better, easier, because you were just solving crazy creative solutions in the other one. Like, what paint medium do I use? What kind of gel am I going to use? So when you come back to your main job, which is filmmaking, you're like, oh, I can figure this out in 2 seconds. You know, so it helps you creative problem solve. So that basically, working with my kids made me realize, oh, now I know exactly what I want to do for the next 10 years. I only want to make movies with my kids. I'm mentoring them, but they're teaching me shit, because they're the age I was when I made Mariachi and Desperado. And their ideas are really sharp. So the mentoring goes both ways, and it's like the greatest parenting you can do, because you're building a project together and in the same boat together, figuring it out. And it's family time. You're like checking all the boxes. So I thought my filmmaking going forward is going to be checking all the boxes in life. So I'm not spending time with my family. We're actually giving them lessons that they can go do anything they want in life, because they're going to have different interests. But now it's kind of like going to college. And this college is like the best college, because it pays you to learn. You get to do these crazy skills. Like my son is conducting the orchestra, the James Bond Orchestra in London, for the Spy Kids score, and the score he wrote, because I can't write at his level, because he was always our best piano player. And you get the charge out of working with him. And then by making a label, there's a weird phenomenon that happens. You guys want to take your game to another level. I stumbled upon this idea. My son, that was my counterpart on the movie Racer, he was my sound guy, like I said. He came up with Shark Boy Lava Girl when he was little. He became my writer, co-writer, co-producer. He had come to me and said, I want to do VR. I said, oh, well, let me show you, as an example of creativity and manifesting. So let me show you how it works. Let's make a company. We'll make a company called Double R Productions, because we all have a Double R our names, all the kids. So if anyone ever wants to do anything, we can use our company. So let's make a logo, and I'll make t-shirts and notepads and stuff. Because once you have a company, you now have to make things for that company. Just like the advice I gave to people: stop aspiring, make a business card that says writer, director, cinematographer. I did editor, because then now you have to conform to that identity. So now if I create a label like Double R, we're going to come up with ideas. We'll call up VR companies and say, hey, we have a company, a VR company. Would you like us to make you a film for your soldier headsets? Yeah, they gave us a budget. They're dying for content. They gave us a budget. We shot a 20-minute action movie. Called Limit with Michelle Rodriguez and Norman Reedus, where you're in an action movie with them. And it was killer. They gave us a big Double R logo, animated logo. Later that year, we did Red 11, same logo. That movie went to Directors Fortnight in Cannes. Festivals were paying us to come talk about how we made that movie. That's when we're doing the cards, throwing the cards out, because they wanted their audiences. They knew they would love that. So we could have had a whole gig just continuing to get paid to go to the Fed. Usually you pay to Fed, go to Fed. You don't get paid. That's what a success that was. But then we had to make We Can Be Heroes. So we had to stop. But We Can Be Heroes was a Netflix movie where they asked me to make a Spy Kids type thing. And so I thought, oh, okay, I'll just do it with superheroes. That's there. I wrote it with my kids, based it on some of their personalities. It's the most watched and rewatched movie in Netflix history. Like nothing can touch it, because kids just keep watching it over, because this kid with superpowers. No one's ever done that before. And they couldn't believe it. Like I'd heard anecdotally, that's how the Spy Kids, people said, oh, their kids watch it over and over on video. But you can't keep track of that. You can't on Netflix, because their biggest thing is people completing the movie. A lot of people don't complete a movie, and it still counts as a view. They may watch 5 minutes and change channel. So do you complete a movie? That's really where they, really value. Not only would it complete, but rewatch it per household so many times. Wow. That one has a Double R logo as well. And my kids were like, Dad, it really worked. I was like, I know better than I thought. I didn't know that me manifesting that company was going to turn into that, and we would just keep making stuff. So I'm going to do that with Brass Knuckle Films now with the audience, because it works. So I said, as soon as you have a logo and a company, your brain starts coming up with all kinds of ideas, and it's filtered. Like I said, sometimes the freedom of limitations is all free. When I had to do 4 rooms, it's like we have to use 1 hotel room. You can do a lot with limitations. They say you use the whole city. Hard to come up with something. But Brass Knuckle Films has a filter. Only action movies, because that's the stuff that there's always an appetite for. You ask Netflix right now, what do you need more of? They'll say action. We don't have enough action. The last regime didn't leave us enough action. We need action. They'll pay a premium for an action film that we can make at a lower cost. A $20 million action film is very cheap. Studios don't know how to make it that cheap. That's why they'll pay for an independent to go do it. And right now, that's the key, is to be independent, because a lot of studios that can't even greenlight anything because things are so expensive. They don't want to lose their ass, but they need action films. So let's make something that everybody needs, and let's make it at a price. We'll make it in my studio, because I am my own studio, and I keep all the costs down, because we have all the costumes and props and sets from 25 years of filmmaking to keep the costs down. And we'll have the audience get to invest. It's not crowdfunding or Kickstarter. You're actually an investor. Anyone who puts money in can pitch their idea for an action film to me.